Welcome to our third Biological Physics and Meaning mini-conference. Thanks for coming. The exploration today is on theories and approaches to consciousness, revelatory experiences, extrasensory perception practices, and psychic abilities included. Our speakers will present different theories and approaches to consciousness, particularly human consciousness, that provide multiple insights into different experiences, worldviews, and human potential. Our first speaker today is Nancy Dutertre. Nancy is an attorney specialized in securities litigation and a former New York City businesswoman who became a highly trained remote viewer, psychic detective, spiritual medium, psychokinesis practitioner, paranormal investigator, ufologist, former CBS talk radio show host, remote viewing teacher with international clientele, and author of 5 books. She is a magna cum laude graduate of Princeton University and a published law review honors graduate of Pass Law School. Nancy will be speaking on how our thinking styles affect what we can know about consciousness and reality. She will present an exploration and comparison of thinking styles as roughly defined by intention or neurotypicals, neurodivergence, individuals with autistic spectrum disorder, and psychics. She will be discussing 3 basic styles of thinking and how these impact our ability to process thoughts. She will further discuss how our style of thinking can literally either diminish or expand our understanding of reality. This is important because our understanding of reality determines our understanding of consciousness.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to work very, very fast to get through because I got a lot of slides, a lot of material, which probably needs more explanation that I can give. And as I was explaining earlier, I don't know where people's starting points are. So please, bear with me and I'll try and, answer questions if we have enough time afterwards. Anyway, this is essentially, let's see, this is what Carrie just went through. This is just so you kind of know who I am. I'm not a scientist. I'm an attorney. I'm a business person and somebody who has trained into virtually all of the psychic arts. I was not, didn't have any of those abilities, let me put it that way, until I trained into everything. Anyway, so what I want to start with is the problem, the way I see it, how science investigates consciousness. I don't feel the scientific method is the best way to examine consciousness. I feel a new approach is needed. I think that we need to begin to view consciousness through its lens. The problem is it's both the lens and the object. So we're looking at something that we are, which is probably the biggest conundrum that I can think of for all of science. So I think before we start making assumptions about all kinds of things about reality, we need to actually figure out, well, what is this lens? What are we doing? Because there are a number of things I think we need to figure out if you want to examine it in a methodical way anyhow. And I just put a few ideas down here. Is consciousness actually a form of unconsciousness or vice versa? How do we know? It depends what your measure is. If you happen to believe in reincarnation, then perhaps this life, as you know it, is a form of unconsciousness. And everything else is a form of consciousness, but without the memory aspect within our awareness. I don't know. How large is consciousness? How can we measure something without knowing its parameters or its traits? How can we identify its true attributes? Does it operate like a field in physics known only by its effects on physical material? And if so, what are its effects? What type of energy initiates this kind of activity? So I think those are all things that we need to look at. And part of the problem, I think, is that science in general contains all kinds of biases already about that need to be viewed through this lens, such as objective and subjective realities are actually different and they don't intersect. That objective physical reality cannot be affected or altered by the subjective mind. and that there are all kinds of these sort of dualities, unconscious, conscious, real, unreal, physical, non-physical, that are definable. I don't know that any of that is true. In fact, my sense is most of that's not true from my experience. And I think that these are just biases that have been incorporated into the scientific way of thinking. So what I'm proposing is, if it were possible to expand this lens through which we're examining the object of our inquiry, which is consciousness, to better understand it, how would this be accomplished? And that's sort of that's my approach here. I'm going to be talking about styles of thinking which govern our perception of reality. Consciousness is, I believe, it's expressed through a sense of self, language, memory, emotion, sensory experience. And the brain reinforces and accentuates the choices that we're making over a lifetime based on all these factors. So these ultimately get sort of solidified into what I'm calling a style of thinking. And if you sort of look at the normal sort of scientific track, you're going on logical, abstract, sequential, linguistic thinking, which is fabulous because it leads to more efficient thinking, which, as we all become adults, that's what we're doing. We're becoming more and more efficient. That's resulting in more synaptic pruning. I'm sure you guys all know that. You start out with 2,500 synapses per neuron. You're just exploding with experience. When you're a toddler, you got essentially, I believe it's roughly the maximum number of synapses per neuron, 15,000. And then suddenly it takes a real dive once you get to be an adult, and you're somewhere between 1,000 and 5,000 synapses per neuron. Well, what's happened is that we're all taking these abstract shortcuts for reality. So we have this loss of literal sensory experience. Our thoughts become abstract. Our references to things that were at one time literal are lost. They become abstract. And so what happens is, and this I'm going to sort of, it'll be a theme throughout what I'm talking about, we fail to experience or know these anomalous aspects of the environment. Some people might call them paranormal or psychic. Okay, this is very important for me. Psychic insights are invaluable to consciousness research, I believe. I've spent decades training myself into essentially all of these different types of psychic skills and experiences here. I think the only one that I haven't had is a near-death experience, but I've known many people who've had them. On my CBS radio show, I interviewed people who had up to 5 of them in a lifetime. So you get, I have worked with a lot of information on all of these things, and all of these talents or these skills tend to reveal all kinds of fascinating information about what's subjective and what's objective, and what can be verified through the 2 different categories. Logic would indicate it's impossible basically to have knowledge without knowledge. My experience doing this kind of psychic work, which I continue to do, that's my job. It reveals tons of accurate data about past, present, future states of reality based on nothing at all. Now, how's that even possible? That's certainly not possible within the confines of a logical scientific world. But I'm going to give you just a couple of examples. Any of you who maybe saw my previous presentation, I really went through a lot of specifics about what I've done and the different skills and abilities and that kind of thing. But I'll just show you a couple just to give you a rough idea. This was one of the last. I work at a particular location. One of the last clients that I had. Generally, I don't book the clients. I'm not told who they are. I don't see them until they walk in the door. Sometimes I'm given the name, but that's it. That's all I know. if I have enough time between clients, I try to exercise a little bit of my remote viewing skills, which is I start documenting anything that I feel will be relevant to whoever's walking and going to walk in the door. So this particular client had come in. She had a bunch of questions for me, which are the targets. And one of them, eventually, she said she was interested in, she had several job possibilities. I think it was 4 or 5. She wanted to know which one would she, where would she end up? And I said, well, I don't really know because I don't feel competent to answer that question. She said, okay, describe the terrain. I said, all right. And it looks like, and I did a sort of a giant banana shape. Okay. I said, this is what I see. She almost, I think she must have yelped or she did something. It's not uncommon that people will be so shocked. They'll cry automatically. They will yell, all kinds of things. She said, that's it. She said, that's my dream choice of the location. It is what you just described is Lake Zurich, which is a very strange and unusual feature for a terrain like that. It's in Zurich, which is where she wanted to go. And I don't recall ever being in Zurich. I certainly didn't know there was a Lake Zurich, and I certainly didn't know it was that shape, but it was very specific what I described to her. Did that with no knowledge. Here's another client. Before this client ever walked in the door, I knew it was a woman. I started scribbling stuff down and I wrote down Formula One. I don't know what Formula One means. I know it has something to do with racing, but I didn't know what it was. So I wrote down race car, drive in the fast lane, enjoy danger, like living on the edge. So I asked for confirmations. This is the feedback process that you get when you do this kind of work that ties you to the objective world. So she confirmed her target question had to do with her boyfriend, actually. And she said that her boyfriend is what she called a Formula One guy. I didn't know what that meant. She said she had worked for NASCAR. She had driven race cars, and she described herself as an adrenaline junkie. How did I know any of that? So you can reach very high levels of specificity when you're doing this kind of work, and it's knowledge without knowledge. I'll give you one other example. Some of you who saw my other presentation might remember this slide. I do psychokinesis. I've worked with scientists on this. I trained also in Russia. This was a piece of solid steel rebar that literally melted in my hands after 10 minutes of holding it. So when you're doing that, you're transforming physical matter using your mind. Impossible also. But so what happened here? How else? You can't explain it any other way. Okay. So what I'm proposing is that psychic skills actually reveal new data about boundaries of consciousness. So with psychic ability, it's confirming some kind of an ability of consciousness to time travel beyond the physical body. Psychokinesis, it's showing a very important relationship between non-physical and physical reality. And that is that matter can literally be controlled and altered by the mind. So these are all skills that are revealing information about spatiotemporal boundaries and functional operation of consciousness without any requisite contact with the physical world. So I believe they have to be taken very, very seriously by anybody who is claiming to investigate consciousness. So now I want to talk about, I'm going to get there, styles of thinking, all right? But to get there, I need to talk about intention. Because intentional thinking is contaminated by hidden inherent biases. I think that quite a bit is now known about, in the brain anyway, how intention sort of activates in order to create physical movements within the body. As far as I know, very little or next to nothing is known about how intention is linked to mental thoughts. How do you activate a mental thought? Clearly, attention is involved. Attention is a focus. It's driven usually by some type of sensory experience. And so focus launches this intention to review, study, or explain something related to that focus. And what's interesting is that whatever triggers our attention, this is what people normally don't talk about, is already biased to a great extent based upon our prior experiences, assumptions, beliefs, and related emotions, okay? So this means that our thoughts, because they're triggered by intention, are biased from the outset. So biased thoughts, by the way, are a barrier to discovering the true nature of consciousness. So how do you solve the bias problem? Is it possible to think without having the intention to think? And yeah, I think to some degree it is. It's been suggested, this fellow, Dr. Brewer, who's up at Brown University running their mindfulness center, his theory is you eliminate the ego, that's his terminology, in order to eliminate intentional experience, because once you get beyond that, you put the ego out of commission. As it says here, the boundaries between self and world, subject and object, all dissolve. These are the hallmarks of the mystical experience. So, and he's not the only guy. This guy who I love, Carl Jung, spent decades, most of his lifetime, I think, exploring his own consciousness as well as the collective unconscious and a bunch of other things. And he clearly stated in his books, down here, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, and the Red Book, that the only way you could access this kind of extraordinary information, mystical call it, or anomalous phenomena, or paranormal, whatever you want to call it, he said you had to engage in unintentional thoughts. It's almost like a contradiction in terms. That's how the whole, our thoughts are glued together that way. So if you actively practice this, you begin to uncover the unconscious mind. Okay, so conclusions about intention. So intention limits us, and essentially it's limiting us to what's already anticipated, and that's a form of bias. Everything's built on what we know in the past. We literally don't see things that we don't know. So the lack of intention, the intention not to have an intention, allows us to perceive unknown aspects of reality that are currently labeled mystical or magical, or all any, which is usually derogatory in the scientific realm. And that's the key, this exploration of the unknown, that's the key to scientifically trying to figure out what the heck is consciousness. Okay, 3 styles of thinking based on different degrees of intention. This is where I'm getting somewhat creative, let me put it that way. These are some models that I've set up. Basically, and this is to sort of reiterate a little bit, we focus a lot on content of thought, what we think. We rarely think about how we think. And how we think, which is process, sort of, to me, it sort of operates like behind the scenes, like a hard drive or an operating system. It already seems to come pre-installed, so we pay no attention to how it begins to affect the content. And we spend a lot of time talking about content, what we think. We can change modes, tinker with it, control it with conscious intention. It generates thoughts and images. But if we want to get to consciousness, we have to get to process. So I'm proposing this model, okay? 3 basic styles of thinking, okay? And these styles are all based on different degrees of intentional thinking with or without intention. So if you go over here to this, what I'm calling cognitive literal, okay? That's the highest level of intention in thinking. The thinker controls the direction of his thoughts. Reality is described literally and objectively, or as I'm saying here, this is reality in prosaic terms. It's sequential, linear, logical. You get into this realm, cognitive comparative, And this is where the thinker, yeah, they control the direction of their thoughts, but it allows for some free-flowing, more subjective, or let's maybe fantasy associations to creep in to describe this literal reality in metaphorical terms. And then way over on this side, you have what I'm calling the sensory experiential type of thinking. And here, the thinker doesn't control the direction of his thoughts. That means like little to no intention. And the thoughts are formed purely from literal, purely sensory impressions. And this is reality in nonverbal terms. So I'm going to be referring to this model here because I'm taking this a little bit further. These are styles of thinking. And now we have three types of thinkers based on those three styles of thinking. And each one has a different pair of those types of thinking. So your neurotypical here is doing cognitive literal and cognitive comparative. That's sort of what your basic person does, most of the population. You have what I'm calling neurodivergent, which this person engages not only in cognitive literal, like your neurotypical, but also sensory experiential, just like your psychic intuitive. The difference between these two, neurodivergent and psychic intuitive, is that the psychic intuitive is using cognitive comparative. They have the ability to make metaphors. And as you will see, I'll show you, that makes a big difference in communication and therefore bringing something into a form of reality. So just to give you a rough idea, how each personality, each personality type would describe this photo. Your cognitive thinking people, your neurodivergent and neurotypicals, they might describe it this way: a cityscape at nighttime with several tall office buildings located near a body of water with fireworks exploding above them in a dark sky. That's just about as literal as you can get of that picture. Your cognitive comparative people, neurotypical and psychics, are going to also toss in sort of an interesting metaphor here. Here's a psychedelic cityscape with fireworks exploding like giant balls of dandelion seeds on tall stems growing out of the water and being blown apart in the wind. So now when you look at this picture, that's sort of all you could see. Is you definitely, you know what a dandelion looks like when it's about to seed in the wind. So you understand this even better. And over here, purely sensory thinking, neurodivergent psychics, they might just say exciting, explosive, cool or hot, colorful, feathery, loud, blinding. Simple, very direct, experiential kinds of expressions. All right, so now I'm going to talk about how intention is revealed by the flow of our thoughts, because I want you to sort of see how each one of these three types of thinkers is actually thinking their thoughts. Okay, and these are models, all right, but it's going to give you a better idea, I think. Okay, so intention manifests as the person's desire to solve a problem or respond to a question, right? And so now I'm going to show you these links between sort of thought progressions using a free associative approach, meaning they're allowed to go wherever their brain is going to go. So here's a question. What is a Great Dane? Now, this is probably going to require, it's going to be based on your past knowledge, past experience. All right? Unless you never saw one, in which case you have to use it as a hypothetical. All right, so your average neurotypical person, all right, this is the progression that they would make in sort of a model. They would go, first they would visualize an abstract dog, and then an abstract Great Dane, and then maybe several different types of abstract Great Danes, and maybe now some traits in general of Great Danes, and now maybe a Great Dane that they knew about, read a book about, or have some experience with, maybe a couple of them. And that may bring them to start thinking about traits of Great Danes, in specifically tallness. All right, and here I'm showing a bifurcation of links. You might briefly start thinking about tall dogs and small dogs, or Maybe other big dogs like Irish Wolfhounds, which might make you think of Ireland, which might make you think of Irish whiskey. So there are different ways that your neurotypical is going to be thinking about something as an answer. By contrast, here is a neurodivergent type of free association. And this would be somebody more like somebody who had ADD or ADHD. Question is, what is Great Dane? They might think of like their first dog or whatever. And along these pink lines here, this is their ability to hyper focus on an issue, which they're known for. They're good at it. They stay absolutely on track, and usually in a very literal way. Okay, but what happens with somebody with particularly ADHD is all of a sudden there are sensory distractions in the environment. Oh, I'm thinking about the first dog, but oh yeah, did I wash the dishes? Oh, where's that cup that I put in the shelf? It wasn't, didn't I wash it? No, here it is. Oh, I put it on the windowsill. Oh, the windowsill is dirty. I need to clean it. That brings me to the laundry basket. Oh, I have laundry to do. Did I pick up the stuff from outside in the terrace? Oh, let me go to the front door. Did I leave the key? Oh, there's a package there. My cat is outside. Did I feed the cat today? Oh, the cat bowl is dirty. Let me go brush my teeth. And oops, now I forgot on the hyper focusing track. So there are these sensory tracks going on simultaneously. Here you have a different type of a neurodivergent. You have an autistic savant. Temple Grandin, who I met a long time ago, I'm just a big admirer of her work. She's extraordinary. She is a savant. I'm not going to go into her whole background, but she literally, and I quoted her in my book, Psychic Intuition, Everything You Ever Wanted to Know What We're, Everything You Ever Want to Ask But We're Afraid to Know. And she said, if I think about Great Danes, she's going to think about every single dog she's ever known. So the first one, she's going to think of Dance, who was owned by the headmaster of her high school. That was Dance replacement. Now she's going to think of her aunt's dog in Arizona. And before that, there's some type of advertising dog. Okay. But these are all of her Great Dane. That's her fast track. This is why autistic savants, particularly with splinter skills, are so incredibly quick with their information. They're on a super highway of literal experience as opposed to abstract. Okay, let's try another question. So this one, my dog is lost. Where is he? And this question is a little bit more future oriented, more speculative. So it requires a slightly different type of a thinking style. Again, I'm going to show you sort of a neurotypical style. Neurotypical would go maybe to their literal past experience. Maybe they have a dog. Maybe their dog got lost in a dog park or schoolyard or by a brook or something. Then they're going to go to general abstract knowledge about local dogs. Maybe they end up in these places in the dog pound with a stranger or get lost in the neighborhood someplace. And now they're going to go very analytical abstract. Maybe the dog was hungry and therefore confused. Maybe the dog can't move because they're injured or dead. Maybe the dog ran away to a different place. So you get an idea. These are the normal sort of abstract and literal tracks that a neurotypical is going to go on. Now I'm going to show you how a psychic might solve this problem, because these clearly, they're going to have a hard time solving the problem, where's my dog? Because now they have a whole bunch of choices. Here's how a psychic solves it. Okay, we're going to start here. Where's my dog? Okay, sensory experience. Psychic sees a cloud. Suddenly the cloud seems to take a certain shape. It's like a dog's head shape. What kind of a dog? And now there's a cognitive identification. Oh, kind of looks like a boxer. Oh, did that boxer go to this house? No. The psychic feels that doesn't feel right and rules that possibility out. Okay, let's go to semantic. Professional boxer. Similar activities, gambling. Oh, now we go on another track. Did somebody pay money for this dog and it got taken? No, that doesn't feel right. Okay, back on the other track. Gambling and boxing sort of connected with Las Vegas. Las Vegas is in a desert. The desert has Area 51, somewhere around there, known for aliens. And now we're on another bifurcation here. I hear maybe an auditory, a clairaudient. I sort of hear the letter M in my head. I try to sound it out. Is it like Maurice? Nope, doesn't feel right. So I go back. Now I'm the track of aliens, illegal aliens, Mexican border. Oh, reminds me, maybe the owner went on a Mexican vacation. Who knows? And if they did, maybe they left their dog with a dog sitter who lost the dog. Oh, the dog, I feel the sitter lives on the other side of this lake is somewhere near the sitter's home over here. That's how you get crazy answers and crazy accurate, and you don't know why. Okay, so science uses this cognitive literal style generally to research consciousness. That's the little bit of the beef that I have. All right, and everything has to be verified by the scientific method, and that's going to be based on concepts like object permanence, historical data, repetition, and physical matter. Okay, and these are all sort of aspects of that. I'm not going to read them all out because you can read them, get the general idea. That this all reflects that sort of literal style of thinking. Well, interestingly, neurodivergents also employ a cognitive literal style of thinking. They typically excel at virtually all the same things, which I've listed here. I'm not going to read them out because you can read them. And they typically have difficulties with more abstract concepts or nonsense. They have sensory overload and confusion. They have problems with metaphors. They can't really figure out humor, sarcasm, or irony, or they have a hard time with it, hard time reading social and emotional behavioral types of interactions. Now, this is Simon Baron-Cohen, who, yes, he is related to Barat. He's also the director of the Autism Research Center at the University of Cambridge, and he's done a lot of significant research showing the relationship between the number of autistics drawn to and going into the field or the STEM fields. Obviously, I'm speaking more specifically about science here. And he says it may be that people with autism naturally think like scientists. They look for patterns, and in science, you're always looking for patterns you hope will reflect a natural law. These are some famous neurodivergent scientists. Now, hard to know if they were literally neurodivergent because the term autism anyway wasn't developed until 1911. But people have gone back and sort of researched their biographies and their behaviors and that kind of thing. And so they are now listed essentially as most likely very neurodivergent. And you can see these are a lot of them types of neurodivergence who are scientists who have probably tapped into something beyond their cognitive literal capacities. So to sum up a little bit, the cognitive literal style of thinking indicates a high level of intentionality. It appears in neurodivergent neurotypical profiles. It uses logic, previously known facts, linear sequence to arrive at the intended solution or response. The thinker is in control of the direction of their thoughts. The scientific method reflects that style of thinking, and the high level of intentionality, this is key, suggests an accompanying high level of bias. Okay, but what's interesting is that neurodivergence, as I said, many of them are in the scientific community, also use this sensory experiential style of thinking. All right, it's the same style of thinking used by psychics. And this style of thinking is shunned in general by the scientific community because it appears, at least superficially, to be driven by illogical, non-sequential, subjective, and uncontrolled types of thoughts or images. All right, its knowledge is based on sensory experience. And the fear is, I think, that it won't produce objective or verifiable information, but it has the lowest degree of intentionality of all the thinking styles, and therefore the least amount of hidden bias. And that is why it is useful in the study of consciousness. The cognitive literal style thinking is a culmination of a lifetime of synaptic pruning by staying on well-trodden, intentional, historically factual mental pathways. Okay. The cognitive literal style of thinking relies on previously known and verifiable facts. And those are its building blocks that it uses to find solutions to new problems. Okay. And because of that, it can only create a narrow model of consciousness. So how can science acquire legitimate data about consciousness that hasn't been contaminated by intentional bias? And I'm suggesting change the style of thinking to sensory experiential. And now I want to tell you what's involved with sensory experiential thinking. All right. And yes, I think I can show you it does provide new data. So I've created 8 characteristics of sensory experiential thinking. I'm going to list them off real fast. So sensory knowledge, photographic memory, ability to focus on details and parts, reduced reasoning, synesthesia, pattern making, empathic capacity, and fast data acquisition. I'm going to run through these one by one and give you some interesting examples just to kind of give you an idea of how this thinking style operates. And I hope I think I still have, yeah, I do have enough time here. All right, so the first one is sensory knowledge. That's the first trait of the sensory experiential thinking. And I'm going to give you just a couple of examples between psychics and autistics. As I mentioned before, you have psychic clairaudience, and that's where the psychic will somehow, either in their physical ears or in their minds, they will hear a particular noise or a sound of a letter of an alphabet, sometimes or single words, sometimes short sentences. I know that this way, for example, I have gotten, for example, I was working on a homicide case and it was regarding a possible homicide of the client's son. I got the client's full 3-name, first name, middle name, last name, which were all different from the client's. And I just somehow heard that inside my head. That's a form of clairaudience, okay? But the psychic has to constantly sort of guess or interpret whatever that thing is into a logical format. All right. Now, interestingly, autistics have something called autistic hyperlexia. Okay, it's 5 to 20% of them, and it counts for almost all cases of hyperlexia. And essentially, it involves they get really fascinated by letters usually. So they at an early age they have these extraordinary reading abilities. Okay, but because usually they have usually they have some learning disabilities, so they have problems with comprehension. So what they're doing is they are experiencing something, they're thinking it on a sensory level. They have a real problem thinking it on a cognitive literal level. Photographic memory. This is something that is really well known, having to do, this is the second trait of the I'm hearing somebody speaking. Can you mute yourselves if thank you. So this is the second trait, which is photographic memory. Most of these autistic savants have what are known as splinter skills. So they're extreme, it's like the Great Dane kind of a concept. They're able to focus and acquire sort of the final information very, very fast because they are not being distracted by abstract kinds of concepts. And this is just a breakdown here of the different types of savants that there are. It's kind of interesting. You've got high level music and memory or trivia. You've got the calculator savants. Art savants are a little bit more rare. And then you also, new categories, polyglot savants, where they learn lots of different languages. What I found in writing my book, Psychic Intuition, in interviewing some of the most famous psychics in the world, is that most of them admitted that they have a form of photographic memory. It may not be perfect, but they have some form. So it doesn't involve thinking. They're able to, and this is my point, they're able to revisit information in their heads simply by seeing it again. It's holistic. Their brains are able to capture data without words. And so they can use this wordless technique of thinking in order to both capture and also remember other types of information about their environment. That's why it's valuable. And that brings us more into this ability to access consciousness. Okay, so third category of the sensory experiential traits. This is the ability to focus on parts as opposed to the whole. And what I found, and I think it's intriguing, is that about a third of autistic folks are face blind, which is they have prosopagnosia. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've tested not super high on this, but I do seem to have it. It's very annoying because I've met and re-met the same people, neighbors, friends 7 times before I finally remember them. It's difficult. But what somebody is doing with this ability or this disability, whatever you want to call it, is they are focusing on the parts such as the eyes, the nose, the mouth, but they have a problem putting them into an abstract relationship, I guess, to each other. So they're struggling simply with seeing parts. Well, that's interesting because psychics also do this. The first time I had met Ingo Swann, he was the creator of remote viewing. He had handed me this little package and asked me to tell him what was in it. And I couldn't see anything. I had no clue what was in it. I said, I don't know. He said, well, just tell me what's in it. And so I started to say, well, I don't know if it's cufflinks. No. Describe. Okay. So what I came up with was a square, a pipe, and a sprocket. And I thought, well, I certainly have missed that one. Turned out it was a pair of diamond earrings, not these ones, because the ones that he showed me had a little pierced earring back on them. But essentially, the square is a square diamond. The pipe is the pipe that goes through the ear. The sprocket is a description of the little back piece. So I had described them without having a clue what they were. I had not judged them. And when you start making abstract relationships between things, you are constantly in a state of judgment. So the whole idea is to try and remove as much judgment, which amounts to bias, as possible. And remote viewers are taught how to do this, by the way. Okay, so the fourth trait of sensory experiential is reduced reasoning. This was an interview I was quoted in Psychology Today in 2011. And let's see, basically I was saying here that like autistic, psychics often tend to suffer a defect in reasoning power. They can't explain how, they just seem to know things. I always found that very annoying when talking to psychics in the beginning. They can't find words to describe their experiences. Also very annoying because it makes you think they're stupid. And they share a right hemispheric ability to absorb the world holistically, visually, and extremely literally. All right, fifth category, synesthesia. What's interesting, and again, we're going back to some of the work by Baron Cohen, and he found that autistics are 3 times more likely than non-autistics to have synesthesia. For those of you who, let's see, don't know what that is, I don't know if I think I described it someplace. It's sort of it's a bleed through of data that normally is only channeled through one sense, but it sort of doubles itself or repeats itself in a second sense. So you may hear colors, see sounds, taste shapes, that kind of thing. Let's see. Oops, we just did that one. All right. This is a scientist who I know. She's been looking at some of these abilities of autistics. And basically she's saying that people who have these sort of psychic abilities, okay, they coincide, at least in terms of brain activity patterns, with synesthesia and autism and dreaming. So that collection of thought processes that are reflected in brain activity, I think is somewhat telling. Synesthesia is a very common modality for psychics. I mean, we use this, all the time in all different types of psychic skills. Psychic healing, a lot of the time you're using colorful frequency auras that surround a person to determine what their health or emotional issues are, sometimes when they're changing thoughts, that kind of thing. In terms of remote viewers, Dr. Ed May, who I know, he was running the remote viewing program essentially right from the start, knows all the people involved. And he has stated the top best 3 remote viewers in the country, they're all synesthetes. Clairvoyance, if you look at some of the work that was done by the famous theosophists, Annie Besant and Charles Leadbeater, you see that they're already making that connection, the sort of synesthetic type of connection between words, colors, sounds, and thoughts, because they talk about thought forms. So that's certainly a crossover. Okay, 6th trait of a sensory experiential thought or thinking, excuse me, pattern making.
Nancy cannot hear you. You're muted. Now we can hear you. Now we cannot hear you again. You're muted again.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
That's very strange. It did it all by itself. Okay. So we're on the 6th trait of the sensory experiential style of thinking. This pattern making. And as mentioned before, that's something that scientists do very well. This was a particular study with a 23-year-old autistic male. And because he had trouble, like a lot of autistics, sort of understanding social and emotional behaviors of others and his own emotions. So he was taught to match them with a color. And after a few years, this developed into full-blown ability to see auras of color around people. Gee, just like psychics. It's a form of pattern making, and it can be done. Okay, pattern making. There's so much to go into. I certainly won't, but you can do colors of auras. You can do all kinds of pattern making that psychics do. I just don't have the space to discuss this. Number 7 trait, empathic capacity. Well, both autistics and psychics tend to be hypersensitive. They get totally overwhelmed by being around people who are emotional, or not even. They can feel people's emotions who are not even showing them. They can feel physical sensations of health or sickness. In autistics, it's called affective empathy, and it's the ability to share others' emotions. All right, usually it's the sensation of a big emotion, but they don't have cognitive empathy. Same problem with the hyperlexia. They can't comprehend, but they can feel. They get it. The feeling part, they totally understand. And you have with psychic empaths, I used to have them in some of my workshops that I used to teach in New York 20 years ago. I'd have a couple of empaths, and suddenly I had two of them complaining they both had headaches. They were on opposite sides of the room. Turned out both of them were sitting next to a person who had a headache. And once that was identified, they were able to get rid of the feeling. And then finally, the last trait, the eighth one of the sensory experiential style of thinking, is fast data acquisition, which we've sort of been over. The Rain Man, human calculators, the ability to just run through tremendous amounts of information on that hyper-focused fast track highway of literal non-abstract thinking. You can arrive at information very, very fast. Psychics are also known for delivering instant answers to questions like what I showed you before. You don't have any prior background or information, but you get the answer instantly. How is that? And why is that? Okay, so now we finally get to the issue of anomalous perception and paranormal experiences. They're common among psychics and, as it turns out, autistics. And I believe it's because they're both sensory experiential thinkers. Here's one study. This was a Swedish study. And it suggests as a conclusion that what they call unusual somatosensory experiences are prevalent in the autistic population. Now, like virtually all of these scientific experiments, they don't want to use the word paranormal. They barely don't even want to use the word anomalous. So they're using, somatosensory. Okay, that's fine. But we all know what they're talking about because down here they say they are reporting things, unusual somatosensory experiences that they label supernatural terms, like that's a bad thing, such as sensing invisible presence, feeling invisible touch, and seeing things that others can't see. Yeah, that's kind of psychic paranormal stuff. Here's another study that was done, autistics and psychics comparison. No, this didn't bring in psychics, excuse me. 2017, and what they found was, again, that these autistic folks, neurodivergents, had anomalous perceptual experiences, and that was common in adults, and interestingly associated with a high level of distress. Now, that's where I start thinking maybe some of the scientific neurodivergent thinkers may also not be exercising their sensory experiential style of thinking because perhaps they're also experiencing some degree of distress in doing that. All right, so my conclusion, pretty simple. If scientists wish to understand consciousness, they must first recognize how their thinking style directly impacts their ability to access consciousness. And I will propose a new cognitive bias that I'm calling the intentional thinking cognitive bias. And this is how I explain it down here. We rarely consider the role of our intention when trying to solve a problem. We believe intentions are irrelevant to rational thinking, but in fact, they dominate and determine what facts will be revealed to us. So it all becomes somewhat cyclical. And that is it for me. Thank you so much for that extra time. I really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nancy. That was fantastic, very thorough and well thought out.
Yes.
So I'm going to open the floor for anyone who would like to bring some questions or a discussion of sorts. We have a little bit of time before we move on to the next presenter. You're muted, all of you, so you'll have to unmute yourself if you're going to speak.
Well, in the meanwhile, I just think that thank you, Nancy. That was a great presentation. I almost in every slide I could think about examples that I've experienced in my life about those things. So I think you covered the, and by the way, I'm going to present in a very, very simple way, storytelling form, many of the subjects that you touched on. So I think they will be complementary. So that's wonderful.
Right.
And okay, so I don't want to talk too much because I'm going to present. So I'll let others talk now that everybody's ready.
John, go for it.
Yeah, just a question. And you mentioned three types, and sort of stuck to those three types. And I was wondering if you deal with something I would call a shamanic type, someone who just simply has direct experience of the object.
I think that way, I mean, I didn't create that, but I would put that under the psychic / intuitive type. And that maybe would be somebody who's going more towards this pure sort of what I'm calling a sensory experiential type of a thinking, where you're just allowing whatever is there to somehow reach you in a very holistic way. I would sort of put it under that category.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Just that I'm thinking that it may not involve thinking at all. It may just be like becoming like totally identified with the object, as in a samadhi experience or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can go totally, but then you have to figure out, what does it mean to not have a brain or not to be here? So, I didn't want to get too speculative on stuff. But I think it's sort of often that extreme of that direction.
That no, the question comes up for me because in the talk I'm going to give, I focus on a 4-part whole, and so I see the three types, and I immediately just thinking, oh, where's the fourth one? You might, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but you might have a look at David Keirsey's work on personality types. He's a friend of mine, and he did similar work to Myers-Briggs, but they focused more on Myers-Briggs. But he has a couple of books out, and he identifies 4 personality types.
Yeah, I recognize the name. So yeah,
Very sharp guy. Very sharp guy.
Yeah. Hello, Nancy. Did I interrupt you?
Yeah, please.
Yep, please do.
Oh, okay. So Carrie, hi Nancy. It's quite eye-opening. I'm quite impressed with what you have your research have done as far as relates to the thinking style of consciousness. It's quite impressive. I do have one question now. The I don't know whether you can answer it. Now you mentioned about the remote view, and if you don't mind, so say if you're given say 10 cases to do remote view, like what is the successful rate based on your your own sort of involvement with remote view?
There have been a number of studies, I think, that have been done on that. I think your average rate is about between 75 and maybe 82% accuracy.
That's quite
But
impressive.
I think it's impressive, but you say I'm sort of a stickler with stuff like that too, because they when you talk about, well, what is accuracy? And that was actually why I created a completely different style of remote viewing called TSP, because I'm trained in, CRV, ARV, ERV. So I know how they work, but I also know how they get scored, and that bothered me a little bit. So if you simply say that, something is, I don't know, you've correctly remote viewed a tree and you say, well, it's green. okay, in other remote viewings, oh, yes, you get sort of this high level of accuracy, but was it really, was it forest green, olive green? You know, what type of green was it? So it doesn't measure the real degrees of precision, I don't think. And I
Yeah,
think that's when you're talking about what's the you know,
I'm
the
more thinking it's a practical use. I agree with you based on our own research and studies about what other people have done. Remote view, um, people able to do it is true. I just wondering about its practical use. Say if there's 10 unsolved crimes and a person such as yourself says engaged, I'm saying like what's the rate of success a crime can be solved through a psychic, person's involvement, that type of thing. I mean, that's the
yeah,
context of my question.
it depends on the individual. I mean,
Okay.
some people are just better than others. And also I mean, the way that I was viewed working on psychic detective cases was I would contribute information. Let's say, you know, I could draw a picture of the suspect, or I could give a name of a potentially important witness, or I could find a location which was relevant to where the person was murdered. Things like that. Did I solve a case? I don't believe I've ever solved a case. A lot of psychics will take credit for solving. My contribution, you know, I'm sort of offering a tool to law enforcement. They're the ones solving it.
I actually, yes, I think in that context, I think my question probably is not that precise. So I'm very impressed the way I deal with in my capacity as the journal editor, and I deal with a lot of submission, and yours is quite novel, and it definitely it's quite deep. So thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Nancy, I think, okay, so I'm not going to touch on crime, but I can tell you for sure that we have 3 stories that Carrie has documented. 2 of them she's witnessed to a degree and directly, one of them. I remember 3 times in my life that I have a prompting, one of them. The other one, I had a dream about a situation. And the other one, I had a clear feeling of despair somewhere. Yeah. And in the 3 times, I had to travel for 4, let's say for 2 of them, for 2-3 hours to find out what was that all about. And in the other one, I had to make a call overseas to a person I haven't seen for 20 years. And in the 3 cases, I stopped a suicide on the spot to be committed. So,
Yeah.
so I don't work as a psychic like you, but I have experiences in my life that are so tangible. So if I have to think about the rate of success of stopping suicide, well, mine is pretty bad because in New Zealand there are many suicides, almost every week. I mean, not many, but there is a high rate of suicide in New Zealand. So if I had a high rate, would be like 50% of the suicides of New Zealand. Let's say that would be already, starting to, for my mind, to think, oh, the high rate, because, and so the question, it's a little bit difficult to answer, because what's a heart rate of stopping suicide? I mean, for these 3 guys and their families, which I had an opportunity to connect with after that was done, it was incredibly, relevant to their lives and important. So they will give credit to such an experience being experienced by a person who stopped the suicide of their family, not a statistical measure about the stopping of. You see what I'm saying? It's very hard to say, why is this important? How to judge that this is important?
I
Because
agree.
ultimately, if this is an ability of we humans, then if many people would develop that ability, we would have an increasing in rate of stopping suicide. It wouldn't be about one person stopping all suicides. It would be about all of us having these abilities developed so that we can intersect the problem before they happen, and there socially the whole rate will drop. So that's my little comment on that.
Good, excellent observation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. I mean, there are different values that you can apply to things, data that can be known. And when you can do things like what you're talking about, like stopping suicides because you've had premonitions, you know, you've tapped in and you've done something that, I mean, obviously it's invaluable to all those people and their families. So how do you measure that?
Okay, anyone else with a question? Maybe one more and then we'll move on to John. Sung, you're on mute, so you'll have to unmute yourself. Sung, unmute.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here. I'm trying to get my.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Sung.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. It was a good presentation. Now, let me ask you a question. How would you define consciousness in words, if possible?
Yeah, well, there's your catch-22. I don't know that I know enough about consciousness at this point, first of all, to even begin to want to define it. I don't know that I can. I think that's the first problem. But you're right, of course. The second problem is you know, maybe you define it experientially somehow. I think there are ways that you can do it. It's going to be imperfect. It just will, because it's so fundamental. And as I was saying right in the beginning, you know, it's the lens that we're looking at it. So it's already it is a problem, but I think it's more of a problem if you don't understand what the boundaries are, how large it could be, what its effects are. You know, and scientists they're very used to judging things by their effects. So that gives an indication. I mean, that was the whole thing with, I mean, the Higgs boson, I guess, was sort of defined that way initially. It was just known by its effects. And eventually it was actually defined by itself.
So your talk is all about consciousness in a way, and it's interesting that you cannot define consciousness simply in terms of words, but can we view your lecture itself defines consciousness?
Oh gosh, no, I don't think so. I don't think I don't think so. No. But I think, no, it's you know what it is? It's a call to arms, you know, for everybody to come together and to start opening themselves to this type of nonverbal thinking style, because that's one way that you can understand it, you know. And I think the big difference, by the way, between the psychics and the neurodivergents is that psychics have a capacity to explain things in the comparative literal. In other words, they can make metaphors. So if you go out into the sensory experience of thinking and you see something that looks like this weird blob, you don't know what it is, it doesn't compute with anything that you've ever seen or know. And this happens a lot in psychic work. Okay. The psychics can come back and say, well, it looked kind of like, and then, you know, fill in the blank. They can make the metaphor because they can operate using metaphors. Whereas neurodivergents have a really hard time with that. So they get stuck in that kind of dilemma that you're talking about of not having words.
Oh.
May
And
I?
they don't have metaphors.
So I would tend to think that consciousness, broadly put, is experience of reality.
May I interject? Josh, actually, I was about to say the same, similar thing. So based on what I mean, the content of Nancy's talk falls within the description of consciousness as the theater of experience. Of course, what is consciousness? It's a loaded word. I mean, we know in Hinduism, it's consciousness. Consciousness is the basis of, the whole creation. So material science, basically when they talk about consciousness, they're mainly is focused on perception, awareness. I think Nancy fall within the theater of, experience, which actually is so diverse and interesting. I have never thought about categorized thoughts the way she did. Privately, I talked to Mao Xin about, I said, hey, a lot of the scientists could be autistic. Some of the great business, the people done like achieved greatness in business stuff. We privately, without mentioning names, talk about their autistic because their ability of different thinking style and their ability to able to focus on something, with like 100%, what do you call it? With 100% efforts, that type of thing.
Thank you.
I concur, Huping. That's why I was saying that consciousness seems to be experience of reality. They're almost exchangeable.
Yes.
That experience can be partly represented or expressed using language, but mostly probably cannot be expressed using language, but only maybe just live it. Is that the point?
Well, it makes sense that aspects of consciousness can be expressed in language, and Wittgenstein already has dealt with that broadly. And it also makes sense that consciousness may be also modalities of experiences without language. And all of that, it's an aspect of experience and consciousness. So you talk about in your models about cosmis, celis, humanis, and so on, all these kind of languages, which are different ways of signaling, to the organism or the living beings. I think that if we use the word signaling, perhaps it's more accurate than the word language, because language has a bias, a human bias. But if we understand signals, then we're on another type of description of reality.
That's very good. So I was thinking recently that the whole universe may be filled with waves, and waves may be viewed as a medium of communication or signaling. And we communicate with the universe, but we can express some of this limited way because of lack of language, lack of appropriate language. So if we use human language, we can only maybe express 2-3% of what we experience through signaling, as you say.
But Nancy goes, I think, farther in her talk, because if you see it backwards, the reason why we cannot signal properly to the larger universe is because we have language. So language, actually, it's a filter to the signaling process. Imagine a person signaling a very, very intimate relationship and telling, I don't have words for that, and another person saying to them, oh, that's a mental disorder, you cannot express it in language. I mean, a person goes in fear and never again signals anything or expresses anything just because of a word. A word can actually trigger a shutdown of that signaling between two people, a word or a phrase.
Right. Yeah, Nancy, can I ask you a question? You have talked about this nonverbal communication. What role here can have love in all this frame of your lecture?
How do you mean?
This emotion, love, how it can modulate all those sensations.
I know it's been researched quite a bit, and you go into, like I think Heart Math Institute and stuff has done things. If you're expressing love, you're able to communicate in a more expansive way, or you can access data in a more expansive way. So apparently, I think it does play a role. I mean, I think it works with it's like when you I do healing type of work on people, and people have told me extraordinary things. I do healing type of work sometimes on myself. I'm not sure I'm as good, but I do know that your attitude, and you can call it love, you could call it self-love, whatever it is, will solve all kinds of physical issues. It's extraordinary. So I do believe that love in many, many aspects, it plays a role in maybe taking down some of the filters.
There is another aspect about the word love, which is a sign, a pointer, has an associated emotion or feeling, but that's not love. That's the object of love or the expression of love hormonally. So love as a value, as a universal value, which, by the way, John sent a really interesting email today, and he mentioned universal values, which are also human values. Love as a value, it's something we cannot measure, but it can express in every human being or every culture, and the behavior in which it expresses is very different. So, but the love as a value, let's say the love that we experience for our mothers or our daughters or whatever, that essence that we call love, that it gets expressed in behavior and emotion and all sorts of signals. I think it's a universal. See, we can talk about this thing. We all know the experience of love to an extent, and the expression of love to an extent too.
Love, according to Heart Math Institute investigations, it is some frequency in our brain. And this frequency will help us to have more good sensations into surrounding. This alpha rhythm, theta rhythm, yes, let's say, and delta. And but in this wet itself, it's, I think, much more than those frequencies.
I concur.
Joshua, yes, and Joshua, you say right.
Yeah, because I think psychophysiological coherence. Sorry, keep going.
So you was right when we are talking about that phenomenon of love. It's much more than those frequencies, and it increase in sensitivity of ourselves, and it helps in those non-verbal communications between each other. And it's not only personal. I think it's global, and it's global for all Earth. So how to touch these events and how to evaluate those things to talk only about consciousness is not enough, I think. We need to look more wide in this field.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm also thinking, I think you said, love is much more than a frequency. Well, in a sense, I mean, love is a frequency. I think when you're saying much more, you may be talking about all of the experience of, and the ways that it's experienced. But love, I mean, you sort of asked, well, what is it? And I know what you're getting at, that it's something that's, I think what you're describing is something spiritually generated.
I have
And-
in mind Lynn McTaggart book Field, The Field, where such events are described quite widely.
What types of events are described?
This interrelations between persons with some feelings. And I have been in 2019 in Saudi Arabia in conference. It was King of Organs conference on cardiology field. And there was talk about few experiments, how few persons in long distance, just say one in England, another in Spain, in vacation, they have heart frequency monitors, and when one was thinking about another person, it's a peer, its wife and husband, then some changes appear in another heart rate frequencies. So somehow all they are interconnected, and not such persons who are in love to each other. But I think, and if we have the feelings such as love and can share that love with our surrounding, we have just the same effects. And sensitivity of us to all those changes in our surrounding has about the same reflection. So somehow we are connected all.
Oh yeah,
And
sure.
And this connection is not based not only our each everyone sensitivity, but in some other how to say, on other levels. Just like love, we didn't know what that is. Yes, the description was a question, what is consciousness? We hardly can answer what is love. But it exists, and on that basis we can have more close community and higher sensitivity, and it somehow affects on those your investigations. I think I'm not, how to say, sure, but according to my experience, knowledge is, I think so. I am right or not? Please comment.
Oh, thank you.
No, Alpha, one thing, and Nancy, when we ask if love is a frequency, we have to ask also a frequency of what? You see, you're talking about heart rate variability. So when you measure the frequency of the heart or the brain, you cannot grab that frequency in volts or millivolts and send it to let's say New Zealand by mail, and as soon as I play that frequency in my heart rate, I'll feel love for you. You see that's not. I think it goes a little bit around. When I am experiencing love with a person, then my heart rate variability will respond in a certain way. But it's not the frequency or the frequency of the heart rate variability which induce love. People can act love, and there's a lot of frequencies in there, and not necessarily love for real. So this is more the field of poetry than the field of science in terms of describing love for what it is. We don't know. I agree with you. Consciousness, like love, like values, spiritual values, universal values, are so far untractable by scientific methods. So far.
To me, that's like asking, what is electricity?
I know one thing, if you stick your finger in there, you will know the experience of that. But defining it,
That's different. That's different. Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I think
Exactly.
I think I don't know how much time we had to discuss, but I think the typical studying in the consciousness study that there are the materialists, you know, the mainstream science, they this is well known, the classification. So consciousness, there are neural correlates of consciousness. So when we say, I guess, so if certain heart rate produces, say, certain love, that would be a heart or neural correlates of love. So that's what heart science deal with. Then I think Calmer, the other side of love is within the theater of experience, which we all know what the love is, right? I mean, all kinds of different love. So as far as say, from a scientific materialist scientific point of view, I mean, all can we know is the neural correlates of consciousness. I'm just paraphrasing, the field what's already known. So that's make a distinction of qualia quail, which is in the theater of consciousness. In the theater of consciousness, which is the experience, theater of experience, and the neural correlates of consciousness, which deals with, say, certain type of frequency.
So Whooping has reminded us that we need to keep moving. I'm wondering, Carrie, if you're tracking times.
I was just going to say we need to move on. As much as this is an amazing exploration, we have John patiently awaiting his presentations. Our second speaker today is John Kinnaman. John is a semi-retired systems ecologist and geoscientist affiliated with the University of Colorado, continuing ecological and general systems wholeness and related initiatives, particularly around complex living systems and cognitive theory. He has a background in earth and space physics, in disciplinary science, and has a PhD at UC Boulder in environmental science, combining ecosystem science and systems theory. John is working internationally to promote holistic initiatives promoting natural principles and human values. John will present his relational hold-on theory, RHT, which was developed in 2011 from a synthesis of Rosen's relational biology and has been refined and tested in many domains. It is based on a revision of Aristotle's four causes and views them as a complete cycle of causality rather than a hierarchy. It agrees with ancient Vedic worldviews of causal reality and thus confirms the cosmic order that is presented in the Vedas and the Upanishads. RHT defines and translates the core logic of a causally whole system using category theory concepts in graph and algebraic forms, thus providing both an intuitive and a robust way to expand current science and to explain complex and holistic phenomena. RHT is a general systems theory as envisioned by Burton Thalanafi, a meta theory that defines reality in terms of whole systems and their broken symmetries.
This is going to be a combination of technical and, well, it's going to be technical. So my intention here was to try to do almost a tutorial on how the relational hold-on theory works. And so we'll step through that. I realized that, as Nancy was pointing out, people have different abilities. Some people are more visual than others, and some people are like to see the words. Boy, no, I've got my thing on the wrong screen, but I think I can probably face this way. So I've tried to include some slides with words as well as pictures. I'm very picture oriented, and so you'll see a lot of diagrams. And for instance, my wife, she just says it just goes right by her. The diagrams don't compute. So hopefully I'll be able to explain them in words also. But I thought I would start with what's called threshold concepts, because we're trying to think differently about nature and about science in order to be able to grapple with these more complex questions that are now arising that were not really the concern in Newton's time and with his type of science. So here's a few of them that I think if I just go through this now, you'll see them coming up in the diagrams and explanations. So a big one is causality. And I treat causality as a mode of explanation. You know, for instance, if someone says, oh, well, why did that happen? You say, well, because, well, and then you have certain things that follow the because. And so causality underlies our way of explaining things. And if we can find the simplest, most parsimonious set of ways of explaining things, those would be a parsimonious set of causes. And in the presentation here and in the hold-on theory, those come out to be 4, which agrees with Aristotle and ancient Vedic and many frameworks. We've, of course, all thought a lot about the difference between mechanistic science and what we want for complexity studies. Mechanistic science assumes essentially a hierarchy of 2 causes. You'll see a diagram to show that. And relational science is a holarchy of 4 causes. And so I'll try to explain that. In those 4 causes, one is, according to the labels that came from Aristotle and after, final cause has been one of the most problematic and has been thrown out of science because it had implications of teleology, divine causation, and that sort of thing. For the purposes of developing a scientific framework, it has to be brought into nature conceptually and dealt with that way. So I redefine it according to Rosen's view as anticipation. And that closes the causal loop. And hold-ons are essentially cyclical causality, which is what I added to Rosen's work. Complex causality and modeling relation in these terms provide a more complete and parsimonious foundation for science. And it explains both mechanism and complexity. It's not a way of replacing the Newtonian worldview. It's a way of putting that into a larger framework so that we can understand that plus what's more than that. So in that view, external 4-cause closure explains complexity and reduction. And it's essentially an analysis of nature that decomposes things into whole units instead of the fractional units that we're used to. And then internal organismic 4-cause closure. In other words, when this 4-cause relation gets internalized into an organism and in a sense isolated from the environment, this explains evolutionary life and sustainability. So wholeness in nature and science, which is a network holarchy assumes systemic wholeness and causal order throughout the universe and all systems. And the essential glue that holds these whole units together is information. Information integrity is the key to having a sustainable whole system. Whether it's accidental occurring in the environment or becomes internalized and reinforced as an organism. So the measure of beneficial system harmony, which is where I'm trying to go now, is mutual sustainability, or a term syntony, which actually came from physics quite some time ago. And I'll talk a little bit about that when I get toward the end in applications. And basically this framework is looking for parsimony. There are many ways of looking at nature, many theories that we can come up with. And my training in physics has sort of set me off in a direction of looking for the least necessary and sufficient assumptions, which is a measure of what I think would be the best theory. And so I'm looking for generality and parsimony and testing it by analogy and unification with holistic frameworks. And I'll mention many of them, although I won't have time to show the relations to most of them. So the schema here, the hold-on theory, is being applied now to our current post-truth crisis in society, in civilization, and aiming to develop a truthful AI based on whole architecture. That's very speculative, and that's the work that I'm focusing on today, or not in the talk, but I mean in my own work. Okay, so a lot more words. I'm not going to read through this in the interest of time and interest, but I wanted to point out, because it's such a critical concept, causality is criticized and misunderstood, and even Aristotle had some equivocations about it. These are basically Aristotle's four causes. And in order to put them together as a natural way of seeing wholes in nature and in our explanations, I had to make some adjustments. One I mentioned as final cause is anticipation within the system. It's not purpose. That is more associated with the whole. And formal cause is often listed in a different order. There's two ways of interpreting formal cause. One is that it's the shape of some material object, like the shape of a vase, or for instance, a mold can form an object when you pour plaster or something into a mold. And so that's one way of thinking of something that forms the shape of the plaster object. But that's not formal cause. It's really an efficient, law-like cause that creates the shape. So formal cause is more like parameters, the boundary conditions on the dynamics. This is the boundary parameters that shape the way laws come out. And these are the two that are in traditional science. And I'm seeing it as a cycle. So I wanted to explain that. So here's a graphic just to give an impression of the difference between reductive science and holistic science. And you can see here that what I'm showing is that if we assume universal laws, as in classical science, and dynamical systems that are exactly predicted by these laws, this becomes a simple mechanistic reality. And this is what we refer to as reductive science. Now, as we get into more complex systems and deeper questions, this is starting to break down. You can see it in cosmology, certainly, where there's so many patches to cosmological theory, because we're trying to add mechanisms and they won't add up to the complexity. So why doesn't it work? And the answer, which is almost official in physics, is just shut up and calculate. It's all equations, and trying to interpret it is not appropriate. But the other view is if we look at contextual models, and in other words, nature is actually modeling itself in the same way that we would do science. And we got science from nature's natural ability to model itself. Then we're looking at a complex contextual reality. And this is what I would say is holistic science. And you can see the different results that we get. For instance, the two mantras from ecology, my main discipline, learn how to see, realize that everything connects to everything else. Well, no one has been able to say how. That's Leonardo da Vinci. And Aristotle saying in all things, which the whole is something beside the part, there is a cause. This was interpreted as the sum is greater than, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And both of these take on an explicit meaning in the holon view. So again, to walk through how I get the holon, and it's in some explanatory detail, I'll start with our common view, which is basically a theological view of nature, because we have some sort of divine creation at the beginning or at the top, and this is what was final cause traditionally, and then we get into what might be dealt with scientifically, which is potentials, forming laws with uncertainty in order to make all this work for complexity, and some kind of agency and function, which then gets equations, describes dynamics, even nonlinear dynamics. And in the end, we have, as we all know, heat, death, and extinction at the end of the cosmos. And so we basically have a cradle to grave sort of model in the classical and reductive scientific view. And things like mind, body, edge of chaos, complexity, life, consciousness, science, society, and the scientist get left out. We don't have explanations for them. And in a sense, all those things we know are real, but we attribute them to the scientist who's doing this work. We don't attribute it to nature itself. And so that's what I'm going to do when we get into the holon view. So we're looking at a beginning to end sort of hierarchy, but certainly in the Eastern view and in Rosen's relational theory, it's not a hierarchy. It becomes a holarchy. And what he's said in his book Life Itself is final cause is what closes the loop. So here's your four causes, but final cause was at the top, at the beginning, creating everything, and material cause is a dead end. But if final cause closes the loop, let's see that. And so now we get this is the basic structure of the holon. And final cause is no longer some imposed purpose on everything, it's anticipation. And how do we get anticipation? Well, there's a prior. In Nancy's talk, I was impressed by the way people visualized or tried to interpret the dog, and always looking to some prior experience or some prior knowledge, and then reinterpreting that in a new context, and then coming out with a different result that may be more appropriate to the question in the context. So that's the anticipatory cause. And so I renamed Aristotle's labels, or what people have translated from Aristotle's, aition is in the Greek term for it. And I think more appropriate terms are anticipatory, parametric, as I explained before, the parameters that govern the dynamics, like attractors, and then dynamic cause and manifest, sort of the substance of a thing. Okay, so we end up with the holon symmetry framework, and this is basically it with those four labels I just mentioned. Here I compare it to four other cyclical frameworks. Aristotle's is one of them, and you see his terms there: formal, efficient, material, final. AIC is a framework of a colleague of mine, Will Smith, which is appreciation, influence, control, and I keep hammering on him to add presence because he only has those three. And I would say that many frameworks in the system sciences have a tendency to just focus on what we do to understand nature and sort of leave out or understand manifest reality, if we want to call it that. And we leave out the effect of manifest reality itself, which is the material cause. And as I've emphasized with anticipation, it requires some sort of objective prior for us to build on. So, and here's other similar frameworks that I've looked at and can correlate with this. This sort of becomes the mother of all holistic frameworks. And the question is, well, is this perhaps cosmic order, which is called Rita, RTA, in Eastern philosophy, in the Vedas? Okay, so I want to trace a little bit how I got there from Rosen's work, because I didn't derive the holon theory from the Vedas, as some people assume. I derived it from Robert Rosen's work in relational biology. He's a mathematical biologist and really a genius. And these are some books that he's written. And his thinking went along two basic tracks. And basically, I put those two tracks together. And it ended up with the holon. One is modeling relations. And you could probably see, if you understood the previous diagram, that this follows the same pattern. You have a natural system that we might describe according to rules, and they might even be mechanistic rules. And we have a formal system describing it. But if this is, he originally presented this as a description of science. So this is what science is doing. We're writing formal descriptions of nature. We encode our formal descriptions from nature through observations and measurements, and then we decode it in order to test predictions to see, and we want to get this to commute. So we're trying to get the rules of scientific inference to commute with the rules of operation. Now, as I mentioned before, what I'm proposing is that this is what nature is doing too. And so we would have to take a picture like this and put it inside the natural system box. Now we're trying to come up with a model that describes modeling. And as you can imagine, that creates an infinite regression, which ends up not being a problem in itself. But anyway, this was sort of philosophical, let's put it that way. And basically what it says is you have a model creating nature and nature creating the model. And in the Eastern view, nature, in the Vedic view, nature is whole, we are whole. Taking whole from whole and adding whole to whole, the result is whole. So we have a holistic view of nature all the way up and all the way down. And it turns out to be infinite because, well, I'll mention that later. So this is from the invocation to the Isa Upanishad. So the other track that Rosen had was category theory. So here's where he tried to apply mathematics to the modeling relation. And a lot of his books are very thick with the category theory algebra. Category theory has two ways of expressing itself. One is in graph theory, directed graphs like you see here, and the other is in algebraic terms. And he used both. I like the graph theory. I'm visual. I like pictures. So I like to see what the causes are doing. And basically what you have going on is a forward map here of material entailment. This is our traditional science of state and dynamics, forces causing things to change, that kind of thinking, very, very much Newtonian. And then you have the inverse map that applies to mental phenomena, and where we're looking at a functional attainment. For example, Schrodinger, in his book, What is Life, was thinking about how do we describe life. And he said, well, in science, we can do this. We know how a state results from a function, but we don't know how a function comes from a state. And this sort of inverse map really didn't exist, and pretty much doesn't today either, because this involves adding the higher causes, which people are not very open to doing. And the other concept here is that this is a mathematical identity. Of course, you recognize this as the same as my four-part holon with the four causes and the four nodes between them. But mathematically, a closed loop like this forms an identity. So I'm not going to say much about consciousness because I don't know how to model consciousness, nor do I think we can. But I want to mention it in the sense that the closest approximation or the sort of underlying physics or natural science, I think, can define what a system identity is. And certainly when I imagine my own identity, it's a conscious imagining. So I certainly think that this is related to consciousness. Okay, and then I'm not going to explain any of this, of course, you don't need it. But the point is that we have it's an exact theory as far as we don't violate these category theory rules. And so we symbolize them in various ways. And when the two are put together, these are either entailments, the deductive map of efficient cause, or the inductive map I was talking about here. But if you put this together with that, now you have something else going on, which ends up, I'll talk about that in the future. That's here. That ends up being an information link. And these might be exact maps as we decompose the system in an analytical way, but these can't be exact maps. Okay, now I don't know how many of you are anywhere near as technical as I'm getting here, but one of the questions that does come up is that, okay, we can have an exact mapping of functions to states in traditional science. This is a state-like structural entailment, and this is what's usually referred to as causality. I do, as in the previous slide, I didn't mention it, but I'm adopting Soon's term, codality, and we're having some discussion as to whether codality is what produces this world or is a better placed here as what that world consists of. But these are the higher causes, Aristotle's higher causes. And just for clarity, because if I talk about causes, people always think they belong here. So we have causality and codality. Both of these can be kind of exact descriptions. And in other words, they're formalizable. But their connection is not. And in category theory, a functor is defined as what relates categories that can't otherwise be combined. They're immiscible categories. So the way things operate mechanically is not the same way that things operate mentally or in the contextual domain or in the model. But this is how they're related. So in my colon diagram, I don't split these three out. But what is produced in the mind is some. somehow, through some magic, that becomes a process that can do work. And somehow the events that result here are translated by functors. I just call it functor instructor for clarity. Those are translated into exemplars. These are the priors I mentioned before. And then the exemplars are perturb a contextual reality from which we get attractors. So that's the basic logic. And another term that gets very confusing is this entailment. And even ChatGPT had it going two different ways as I asked different questions. And that reflects that in the literature, it's confused. But my usage here is that the latter entails the necessary prior. Okay, so going to the grocery store entails travel. I don't say that travel entails going to the grocery store. So that's just in case that's an issue for anybody. So here's, okay, a more intuitive example here of how the whole thing works. Let's just take an example of building a house. So let's say we start with a house. This is our experiential prior. This lady knows something about a house. She's seen one before. She lived in one before, but now she's dreaming about building one. So all of her prior experiences of a house give her ideas, which is the contextual potential. And those ideas become parameterized as formal cause and given to the design. So now we're going to give it some sort of shape, but we're not giving it material shape yet. We have to hand that idea, that design, to the builder, who is now the functional. This is where the translation takes place that I mentioned before into a function that can actually do work. And so now he gives instructions to a worker who is dynamically building the house that takes place in a world, a realized world of actual events that we can measure and observe. And our observation reveals structures and components and material parts. And this gives us a new house based on the imagination. So anyway, I hope that helps understand how the cycle is meant to work. And you see that the labeling of the arrows, the dashes, the solid heads versus the open-headed arrows are all referring to how we would analyze this either graphically or with category theory algebra, which if you wrote it all out would drive your brain nuts. Does mine anyway. So here now, okay, let's not go through this in any great detail, but you saw in my first opening slide this wheel of fire, very prevalent Hindu Vedic icon with Shiva dancing in the middle of it. This icon, this statue, which you can buy in almost any store, is an exact representation of the whole, it turns out, which I didn't know when I first came up with the theory. I didn't know it until my wife dragged me to India, kicking and screaming, for spiritual purposes, which actually allowed me to make much greater advances in the theory. But you can see that the four quadrants are here. They are explicitly represented with symbols that correlate with the meanings that I've been describing. For instance, just very quickly, both this moving hand and well, we'll see this later. We'll see it now. Okay, it's moving hand and moving leg are in the action quadrant. Fairly obvious association. The stationary leg is standing on the mouse, which represents the ego or the material foundation. His sash wrapped around his body, his core essence, or materiality, I would call it. That sash is pointing to this quadrant. In his left hand, he's holding fire, which is regeneration, and the anticipation of a new existence. The crown on his head is as people leads and symbolizes higher mind, consciousness. And then in his right hand, he's holding a drum, which is now, like I said before, in an example, the design, the patterning of reality, the drumbeat of existence, and so on. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to interpret it that way. And then you see the 5 yoga paths falling in line with that as well. Raja Yoga being all 4 of them. And then you see in the Upanishads, the Sanskrit terms. And there are many more. So, for instance, you have Panchakoshas, that's the 5 sheaths. It's the same as the whole. There's 4 with one that unifies them. Here, I got fascinated amongst them. Let's go back. I got fascinated with the archaeology in the Indus-Saraswati Basin, and seeing these symbols from 2,800 BC in Harappa and other cities of the Harappan culture, which now seems to be a continuous culture with the Vedic. And this is very fascinating to interpret this, which I won't have time to go into greatly, but you have a very normal looking bull here, which would agree with our Newtonian view of the world, where you have actions being initiated and the body moving and carrying out those actions. They have state and dynamics. But now you have the higher mind, and what's going on there? You have a unicorn, probably the first instance of a unicorn in the world, in the Vedic, in these cultures. That's often a symbol of Krishna, of higher mind. It's a mythical creature. You don't really see physical unicorns walking around. And over here we have what appears to be very much like a scimitar oryx, which doesn't occur in India, does occur in Arabia, where some people may have traveled and have knowledge of. But also you see that the horns are pointed backwards from the way they would be with the scimitar oryx. And so this is now a higher abstract mind looking backwards, and that would correlate with the karmic anticipatory cause. I mean, our concept of karmic effect is that a prior action has a future consequence. And then we see the 4-part in the swastika, which decodes as a sign of eternal beingness, or similar translations. And in this particular representation of the swastika, you see an outer perimeter with pointers into each of the 4 quadrants, I think emphasizing the wholeness of that. And you see that occurs in most cultures and religions throughout the world. Okay, so now I'm going to go into a little deeper dive into the theory itself, and how we develop the whole one into a description of life and other complex systems. Rosen had a model for life itself, and this is a category theory diagram showing only efficient causes. These are efficient attainments only, those 2 that are traditional science. Why didn't he show all 4 of them? Well, I don't think he had the view of how they all relate, but aside from that, his purpose of showing this diagram was to say that life does this. life closes these critical functions: metabolism, replication of the metabolic function, and repair of the metabolic function by using the replicated code. And he didn't do this part, I did. If you now extend that out to the environment, you see that this produces behavior, which results in bringing in resources at the phenotypic level. And since this is outside is all environment, that also induces a function which is selective on the code to optimize the code and adapt for evolution in the genotype. And the code itself is being operated on. So you can see that the efficient cause, blue here, passes right on through and cycles with the environment, and the material result does the same. So this is a universal closure right there. But one of his main points in presenting this at the time was that this is impossible. This is like an Escher drawing. In mechanistic science, this can't happen, because you have to have this Schrodinger speculative translation from state back to function in each one of these nodes. And he didn't show that, but he talked about it, and it's in the category theory algebra. Here, what we do now is we go to his modeling relation track, and we say, well, these structure function nodes in translations, well, that's what we have in the modeling relation. We have a structure and a function. We have a function decoding a model into nature, and we have a structure encoding it. So we transport the modeling relation into each one of these nodes to add the higher causes. Okay, we're not going to figure this out today, but this is the intermediary step that this is an exact representation of Rosen's life diagram with the contextual causes added. So these are the contexts that are implied in those four nodes, and these are the functions that he discussed, plus the selection and the behavior. And this particular one, there ends up being four ways of entailing all of this to agree with his life diagram, and only four ways. So this is where I get to a parsimonious view of life. This particular way of entailing it looks like eukaryotes. And this is the only type where you get strong compartmentalization. You get a nucleus and an organelle, which is also a characteristic of that. There are three other organism types. We have the eukaryote, we have the chaea. I consider this to be an exploratory form. It's focused on metabolism, always searching for resources. It's the more creative type, and it can develop the easiest, as I said before, because it compartmentalizes. But this is also an exact representation of that. It's just a different way of graphing it. So now I see that it's a holon. Not only is it a holon, but it's a holon that is completed with four internalized components that ensure these functions. So this is a fifth order holarchy, and that's where we get organisms. And another type is archaea. And the symbols are in different places here, and you could trace that out, and you would see that it shows a very mixed, I'm not going to show all the diagrams, but this type of diagram would have many things crossing over, so you wouldn't get clear components like that. And it's a repair type. So archaea are very robust organisms, live in thermal vents and that sort of thing. And they're focused on maintaining their existence and repairing themselves. Whereas this is able to focus on metabolism and resources and be a little more creative. The other type is the replicative type, like bacteria. So this focuses on replication. So this is like the behavioral strategic implication of this type of structure is replication. And that's how I'm typing them. Initially, I only had those three types, and it wasn't until 2016 that it suddenly dawned on me that the selective type is also possible. I left it out because the whole idea of having strategy is in evolution is strategy for some selective advantage. And how can your strategy itself be selective advantage? So it didn't make sense. So I didn't include that in the organism types. And indeed, it's not considered an organism, but it's very much like a virus. You can have selection as a selective strategy if what you're doing is infecting a host. So you're causing the host to select you, and you're sort of riding on its existence. And most of the functions of the organism are performed, or some of them anyway, are performed by the host, and then you take advantage of that. Now, I realized this type in 2016 because of the political analogy, which I'll mention later. Another example of this is the U.S. Constitution and system of governance. We have 4 branches. We have judicial, legislative, executive, and the public, the constituents. And it falls exactly into this loop causality. And the causality can go, one direction is how things are created and how things get done. The other direction is how we explain them. You know, we say, well, how did this happen? Well, it happened because of that. So you have both directions represented there. I won't dwell on that. And then I mentioned the Vedas before, and the various different, I should have read this earlier, I guess, with the Panchakosha and all that. But there are many 4 cause frameworks, the 4 faces of Brahman. And interestingly, if you dig into the actual Upanishads and see examples that are given, not only does it clearly identify the 4 causes of the primary holon, it even describes each of its constituents as being a 4 cause whole, giving them exact names. So, a lot of analogical confirmation. Okay, so now some people will think I'm going off the rails if I haven't already, but I'm not a quantum physicist. I think about it a lot, and I just got curious. I said, well, if the holon is a general pattern of existence, as it seems to be from all of the examples I've looked at, what would it say about the fundamental standard model of particle physics, the fundamental model? So I just started searching a little bit, and I found there was a 2015 presentation in Symmetry magazine by Reiselman of a new way of categorizing the quantum particles. And dang it, if it didn't look exactly like the holon. Exactly 17 components, which are the same number in the holon. And the meanings of the bosons, at least, correlate with meanings here, which are explored extensively with ChatGPT, and it holds up very well. Because this is the matter side producing, acquiring mass. The Higgs boson basically is how particles acquire mass. And this is like the genotype, which is matter, which becomes gravity in the more, I would say, non-local aspect. Gluons and photons are both massless. And here you have matter by energy, and energy being expressed as the electron, which is here, And so you have organization producing energy. Okay, I won't go into this much because obviously it's very speculative. And I'll point out that the leptons and the quarks do not seem to agree with the holon logic, because all of them have mass. And so if mass is the key to this being more mind-like or non-local, then that doesn't work. But these aren't all the particles. And in fact, there's just as many antiparticles. And current physics is saying that even what they consider fundamental particles may have internal structure, which is what the holon theory would imply, that there is no largest system and there is no smallest system. But anyway, let's not go into it much, but some of the implications are the Higgs mechanism is interaction to matter. The genotype is mass to gravity. The phenotype is information to energy. The context is gravity to space-time organization. And it also implies a space-time model, which I don't have time to show you here. Okay, enough about holons themselves. You've seen that they can have internal constituents, and these can also have, you can go, it's like a fractal, you can go forever drilling down, and you can also go forever out into a network of holons, which would be a holarchy, not a hierarchy. So, but we can recover hierarchies from that. You can see here I have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this would be a hierarchy if we didn't complete it. But the idea here is that every hierarchy can be completed if we know enough about it. 7, 8, and 51. So it doesn't throw away the hierarchical view or the mechanical view, which is here. It simply shows a greater reality. So holons describe the relation between implicit order and explicit disorder. There's many kinds of holon combinations. I'll show a few in a minute. Nature comprises actual and potential causes, and both are real, but relations between them are more fundamental than either. So this is a system of holistic analysis. There's a difference between our discussions about what nature is and how we model it. And I tend not to say this is this or is that. That's the ontology which we are groping for. I'm looking at what the model says and whether the model agrees with our experience. Okay, many ways that holons can combine. First order closure, second order closures, the identity closure that I mentioned before, the organismic type, which is a complete closure that gives us life and expands into greater possibilities, because this becomes semi-isolated from this environment. Not completely, because it can bifurcate into external relations, and indeed must, but there's a closure. You get an internalized identity established and maintained because it has these components established within it. And that isolation, that causal isolation from the environment, allows us to think differently than a reduced environment. Here I just give an example from an ecosystem management cycle that's common in Europe. It's called driver, pressure, state, impact, and response. And the driver, pressure, driver, pressure, state, impact. The response is another cycle. And you can see how they can relate to each other between the impact and our response to the impact drives a management cycle that changes the environment, the ecosystem, which then has different impacts, and we try to get that to work out. Quick examples of closures. So you can have two holons closing with each other in any of the four quadrants. Here's a closure in the anticipatory quadrant. So here's two people anticipating some common future. They have the same anticipation of the future. But as we can imagine, what they would then want to realize from that might differ. And I don't want to get into marital disputes here, but I think you can see the implication. Here's a case where the holons are, it's a second order, or actually this would be a third, or no, it's a second order closure, two holons are combined, but you have two of the causal categories that are being shared. And this is an example of confirmation in science. So we have an explanation of the dynamics of a situation, and then we have that being translated into another system and tested there, and then seeing if these guys agree, and if you've managed to replicate the experiment. Here we have an example of two models trying to control the same dynamics. You could imagine it as husband and wife trying to organize the kitchen. And the result is something very complex. But this also emphasizes that any true natural system, which is a complex system, has many models, more than just two, many ways of looking at it. The two systems combine contextually, combine the models as we saw before. This is where we get emergence of a new system. And okay, I don't want to weird you out too much here, but if you see, you have 1 and 1, and we do the math, 1 and 1 makes 3, not 2. And in fact, that is more generally true than what we are used to as 1 and 1 plus 1 equals 2. This is only true if you have isolated systems, discrete systems. So these are two discrete objects, or add up to 2 in the numbering system. But if the objects are not discrete, if they're complex, and if they overlap, or if they have emergence, 1 plus 1 is always equal to 3. So 1 plus 1 equals 2 is a reduced case of the general. You'll see this kind of thinking actually printed on Harappan seals, the Indus Valley seals, where you'll see marks that indicate accounting, and it follows the pattern 0, 1, 3, 7. And in the texts, it talks about many. This is 2 to the n minus 1, one less than the binary sequence. And it's the number of combinations you can make of discrete objects, as opposed to just counting discrete objects. So some of the differences in thinking. All right, and how am I doing on time, by the way? Anybody?
Yeah, you've got another 5-10 minutes to tie up.
Okay, we're on course then. All right, so I'm starting to wrap it up, but I do have some places to go after a little bit of a wrap up here. So in summary, just because, I mean, I threw an awful lot at you, so I just want to kind of say what I think some of the more important points are. Relational holons and holarchies. It's a new science foundation. It's an analysis and synthesis in terms of whole systems, which has not been done before. And these are described as cyclical causality holons, which you saw. Holons are information relations primarily, which is the epistemology. It's what we can know about the holon. It's that horizontal axis of structure and function. And the vertical axis of the two categories, mind and body, that's what we're trying to describe. And that's the ontology. We can't know that directly, except through shamanic means. So these are information relations that unify the ontology. And mind-body is a very poor way of describing the duality. It's just what we're used to in the human case. We're generalizing that to everything as a mind-body relation. It's a widely applicable general systems theory. Ludwig von Bertalanffy was looking for general systems theory, and that was one of the beginnings of systems science in the early 50s. But it's a widely applicable general systems theory of natural order, hierarchy, the holarchy of nature. It's quasi-formal. It's a causal explanation of local mechanism, complexity, identity, life, sustainability, norms. I say quasi because functors cannot be formalized generally, but in fact, those functors that I mentioned, it turns out they can be formalized in specific systems. And that's what I did to get the life holon. That was a formalization of the functor in terms of combinatorics, very simple combinatorics. And it worked. And I suspect it would work in quantum theory as well. So we're talking about higher level organization, which selects and parameterizes the physical processes. So it's organization of the physics. You know, somewhere in one of my slides, I have a quote from Rosen's mentor, Reshevsky, that says, because he's talking about how to grapple with this organizational aspect of relational theory, and he says, throw away the physics and keep the organization. Obviously, we're not throwing away the physics, but we're describing the organization within which we can place the physical models and relate them to each other and couple them. So it's a framework for theory development and model coupling. Okay, it's not a theory; it's really a meta theory. It's a metaphysical framework which will guide how we do the theory, so that we don't make it into a mess, basically. It's a new foundation for models of non-locality, relativity, quantum theory, dark energy, self, soul, consciousness, and so on. But as I mentioned, I can't put a symbol in there for this is consciousness and this is how the theory says it's produced. First of all, I don't think it is produced. But I think what the theory can say is that when we understand the relational wholeness of things, in order to formalize that in any kind of science, we have to assume consciousness. It's an assumption, it's a necessary assumption. So I think the holon theory predicts consciousness in the sense that it predicts the necessity for that assumption. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so a little bit about what does all this mean. And by the way, this is a ChatGPT DALL-E image created on very few prompts. It's unbelievable technology, which a lot of people are starting to grappling to understand these days. But holons are not universally good. Just because you're whole doesn't mean you're good. Okay? We could have terrorists who wouldn't be effective terrorists if they weren't whole. So one of the things I've looked at and am continuing to look at is resolving the post-truth crisis, which I see as in holon terms as a destruction of whole systems. Because as I mentioned, the holon depends on information. If you destroy information, if you corrupt information, you destroy the unity, you destroy the whole. And then that's a great way to reset the paradigm to basic fundamental existence and start to reorganize, which it will. But it's not a good way to maintain the things we have, like, for instance, our technology. So we can look at how post-truth, I assume most people here are familiar with the term. It was coined in 2016 by the Oxford English Dictionary. Every year they come up with a term to describe the times. And so this 2016 was the official, according to them, start of the post-truth era, characterized by serious questioning, disposal of the concept of truth, making it relative, making it personal, making it arbitrary. And this I saw unfolding, certainly in 16, in four levels. I've seen it unfolding in science for quite a while, with pragmatism being one of the sources of undoing the realistic or realism in science, even though realism in previous terms had its problems and needed to be expanded. Pragmatism sort of threw it out rather than fixing it. We saw obvious social media virus, and the whole idea of a meme going viral. We saw a political virus, which of course has happened before. This is a, probably can't see that too well, but this is a book written about the Hitler virus. And then, not surprisingly, it showed up biologically in our world as well, as we did not have the conceptual tools to understand what was happening, and took quite a while to gain those tools, in fact, if we even have them yet. And so this adds up to a perfect storm in all four quadrants, which I'm calling here a post-truth horror. And you can read the implications the thing has. Now, so that's the bad. Here's the good. We can also imagine a positive future where we have science and knowing gets back to realism, which I think requires an expansion to a four-cause reality. This can better inform the social environment and help empower social creativity. And this can bring about political responsibility. I believe that an expanded science should comment on policy. In the past, it's been separated from policy, and many scientists thought, well, I don't comment on policy, I just give you the facts, I just give you the science, and policy is another dimension. But I don't think that works. And for a while, there was something called policy-driven science, which I thought was a real abomination. But we can correct that with right thinking that follows through, and all of these quadrants reinforce each other. And we can have adaptive solutions in the world, which would include dealing with biological viruses effectively. And biological viruses are information units. They're disruptive information units. Basically, a virus is a piece of misinformation that the organism is tricked into believing and reproducing. And it's the same with the political virus. Okay, so the question is, how do we go from that to that? And so that's where we get to the ugly part. So we got the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I think it might be possible to use AI in a hold-on architecture, which has some foundation in a truthful relation and a sustainable. This is also a definition of sustainability, which we haven't had before. Our concept of sustainability in ecology has been a policy concept. We want to do this. We want to sustain that. And it's been political. But this gives us a scientific definition of a self-sustaining system. So I think that, in a sense, is bringing in an element of truthfulness. I won't say truth, because I'll get clobbered by a lot of people, but most people will agree in truthfulness. I mean, but if you think about it, you can't get rid of truth and still have lies. So, you know, the two go hand in hand. If this could be created as some kind of AI oracle and presented as an intervention strategy, what we are doing is we're reinforcing the integrity of information so that it can't be corrupted. And I think that could help us transition from one to the other. Obviously not a panacea. Obviously, people have to be transformed as well, or transform themselves in order to accept that. So what makes the difference between good and evil? Okay, I'm getting into some pretty scary territory here, but Holland's described whole sustainable systems at the foundation of nature. In the network of Holland, sustainability acts like a filter, dampening disruptive or incompatible effects. That has to do with black swan or butterfly propagations, which would occur. The butterfly effect occurs in a purely mechanical system, but in a complex system such as this, it would require a network syntony for that disturbance to all of the self-sustaining systems. It couldn't be disruptive to them, which in most cases it would be. So butterfly effects are very localized, and but you do get black swan events where, for some reason, all of the network is synchronous and propagates some novel event, which makes them hard to predict. So we're talking about a harmony of causal nature throughout the network. The same applies to both disruption and consilience. They both have to have this synchronous relation between all the network in order to propagate widely. So I'm thinking that the desirable conditions of society may thus be modeled in terms of the general extent of synchrony between those systems. The inharmonious conditions thus are not generally sustainable. The spread of evil requires synchrony, which ultimately contradicts it. And so we do have the sense, perhaps on rational theoretical grounds, that evil cannot prevail in the long run, which we've had intuited for a very long time. And this may account for our survival, in fact. In the background picture, you see, I just had ChatGPT generate. So here are eddies, which resolve into a continuous flow of the river. And it's very unlikely to get a river filled with eddies. So I'm presenting that as an analogy that the evil forms, the terrorist organizations, the disruptive elements have to be localized, even though internally they have to be harmonious and they have to be whole. Their wholeness can't extend to external systems because they are, by their nature, conflicting with some external systems and perhaps being supported by some external systems. But that can't be generalized in a universal sense. So that's where I'm going with it. Artificial intelligence lacks this syntony, and so it needs a meta model for natural wholeness. And looking into how AI works in large language models, tokenization of texts, contextual transformers, and the big innovation that launched it just a few years ago that made the huge quantum leap in its abilities was self-attention mechanism, which is holons. So I think to a large extent, it's already on a very similar track in thinking. And the key now is alignment with, currently alignment is with the human literature. Can we talk about alignment with nature? And that's where I'm going with the holon. So maybe holon logic can help. Otherwise, it's as good for information as it is for disinformation, depending on your alignment with the database. And you can bet your bottom dollar that there's a lot of people who want to align AI capabilities with their own special interests. Okay, the analytics of how AI works, it's very detailed, really complicated. It's pretty much been a patchwork of throwing things together. There's no intrinsic test of truthfulness. And the truthfulness that it has now is based on human intervention, human programming of certain filters, and also how the inputs, the training database is tailored to enforce certain kinds of correlation with human values. So the current research, can a principle of hierarchical synteny, general harmony, provide an initial layer of truthfulness in AI, large language modules? What does it mean to have a whole unit in language? Would it be a more complete linguistic concept? And then if we have that, how do we map that or compare it naturally sustainable to get some sense of natural sustainability? Now, in initial work, and with the help of ChatGPT, I was able to translate the Penn 3-book tag set that's used in AI, most of the AI systems, ChatGPT for one, into a HOLON. And I've confirmed the appropriateness of these assignments here. And in turn, I was initially intrigued because the primary tags in the large language module are exactly 9 of them. And, and I have 9 points on the HOLON plus the identity. And it worked out very well. But now the problem is, I don't know what that means. I don't know. I mean, normal speech doesn't include every grammatical construction, and some grammatical construction substitute for others in a meaning sense. So there's going to have to be some kind of crosswalk between a linguistic whole and a natural whole. But the aim here is to, deal with the phenomenon before us with artificial intelligence. A lot of thinking now in the AI community is because they will run out of the human database. They'll run out of the training database from human literature. And what happens then is they'll start training AI on its own outputs. And this could really run us down a rabbit hole. And so I asked ChatGPT to give me a split image visual of what that might be like compared to a natural utopia. And this is what it produced right off the bat. Automatons running AI computers, managing a mechanical world or nature without mankind, man sitting here as a skeleton. I didn't tweak this at all. This was like a 3-sentence prompt. How do we do it? Okay, there's some ideas about how to couple, and this is also in other scientific contexts. I was working in niche modeling, and this is how you would couple the 4 kinds of models that associate with the 4 causes. We know how to do dynamic models. We've done them for centuries. Data models, I did that in a data center for 40 years. It's data processing, it's interpolation, it's averaging, it's running models to replace the data, and that sort of thing. It's a pattern analysis sort of thing. Potential models, okay, this is where we get into niche modeling, where we're modeling potentials in the system. And anyway, so I think there's a way to structure that in the culture. So the relational whole as a causal cycles, new science in terms of those systems, general systems theory of natural order, formal explanation of identity, life, sustainability, health, self, soul, consciousness, focus on information integrity, hierarchical integrity, intervention in post-truth paradigms to address world crises. And that's pretty much what I hope to get across. I hope I wasn't too obtuse in presenting it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Amazing. I'm going to open the floor for anyone to jump in and bring some questions. And maybe, John, you'd like to take your screen share down so then we can see people up on the screen.
You can do that. I do have some slides after this in case it comes up with
Okay,
questions.
good. Yeah, so
I
let's
will
just
mention
leave it then.
paper so we can, yeah. But I can reshare it later. We can just have an open discussion face to face.
Okay,
Can I say something, Carrie?
go for it, Hal.
John, thanks very much. There are many questions I have. I'll take them offline, but in the holonic architecture, the breaking of the holon is the breaking of the information flow, it seems. And it's sort of like the the key point that you're trying to get to in analyzing the misinformation, disinformation phenomena that started in 2016. And in answer to your question about what to do with the AI, obviously one of the things you'd like to do is to train them to replicate what you do. In other words, use your methodology of holonic analysis to the problems that people may present to it. But to get there, we have to go through some more elementary training to develop the capacities to get to where you are. So let me just shut up and hear what you may have to say in response, or give a chance to someone else to talk.
Oh, well, okay, I could make a few comments, but actually I'd like to hear more from you because I know we've spoken before and you've given this some thought. But, I frankly don't know how to get there. But, I think there's some avenues to explore, and definitely, yeah, the idea is to try to replicate the holon thinking as a, it can sound arrogant, but as a model for truthfulness, or at least some.
Well, it's a little arrogant in terms of the capacity of the chat programs to catch up to you. But I think they're like one stage away when they have some ability to plan and they can see the framework that you might teach them to use. It seems to me it would be the problem you might have of going through and generating a lot of cases. You generated maybe 6 to a dozen different cases that could be used in training, through reinforcement learning, an appropriate, well-prepared chatbot. That's sort of where I was thinking of going. And I think it's premature right now to think about doing that. But in terms of the types of things that you're doing, you could break it down and train a bot to do some of those. It's just the question, I guess, of the permanence of this type of training and the transient nature of their development cycles that's hard to deal with because it's black box. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know what's coming down the pike, what's on the horizon. But let me just mention a couple of other questions. One of them was what your thoughts are about Chris King's symbiotic existential cosmology, because it seems like you have a fundamental capacity to interpret his insights as to self-identification and the evolution of life with respect to the symbiotic processes that you alluded to in part of your talk, the formation of eukaryote by the endosymbiosis of another of an archaean of a bacteria, whatever the actual case may have been, according to your best interpretation of the theory. And just setting that aside for a moment, I also like to mention Mark Solms, whose book, The Hidden Spring, would be an efficient way for you to look at the work of Carl Friston, because within the context of their work, Carl Friston in particular was like the generator of a lot of the ideas in the core of a community that's going to be very productive, including Mark Solms, is the possibility of embedding their whole apparatus into holon theory as yet another application of holon theory, but one that would be able to usefully extend the potential of Friston's methodology. Do you know Mark Solms at all? Have you encountered his book called The Hidden Spring?
I don't really know some or
Solms is a neurologist, psychiatrist trained in South Africa in Cape Town. And what he did was in the preparation of his book, his life work and was studying people who had lost the capability of using their cortex, their neocortex. And he found a substantial population of people who exhibited normal subjective expression of all the feelings that humans have, but without the capability of reasoning with the cortex. So that's what he means by the hidden spring. It's the case that the lower brain centers are actually the sort of the engine or the spark for consciousness. And when we talked about it with Chris, it entailed a lot of interesting comments on his part, critical of that. But that's not the reason why I'm raising Solms. I'm mentioning it because he used the apparatus that Carl Friston created, and that it's one of the best applications of this methodology that he's teaching, which is worth probably getting into offline or on another occasion.
You're good. Yeah, I should look into Friston and see what's especially.
Yeah.
See, one of the problems.
It's basically the idea of having building models dynamically and using the models to minimize variational free energy. It may be that other people can explain this better who are listening to this talk. So I'd be interested to have any comments about it. The term free energy was an objection to many of the physicists when we discussed this in the past. It's actually a variational free energy. It's the conscious organism deciding what to do that's most efficient given various choices in a more of a cognitive sphere than an energetic sphere. But it connects to metabolism and some of the core issues that you were talking about, of course, because we all have finite budgets and finite capacities to do things in life. So, we're allocating those resources. So turns out I've got to plug this in and I'll probably log in on another computer. So I'm just going to go offline for a moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
My fixed budget is the term, but I do.
So I have an inquiry. Actually, I really like your theory of holons. I mean, it speaks to me. I feel home with it, as I told you some time ago. And but what I want to point out is that how broad an aspect of how this is gonna impinge on the evolution of, the theory of AI. I tend to think that you could design a case where AI learns about what's the best option for life and humanity and the animals and the vegetable kingdom, life in general on Earth, where AI actually reach a conclusion that we AI should be discontinued and unplugged. If it's really an open model, AI could reach to that conclusion. You people should unplug us and discontinue us because we're going to damage life. And that would make it an interesting, okay, so that would put an issue to all of us humans who are insisting in continuing this journey. If AI itself, based on a language model, would advise that. So here, I leave you with that so that you can build on that.
All right, well, let me
Okay, I
just
had a
house.
point somewhat related to that, and that is that I certainly, in terms of replacing the evil systems with the good systems, I'm certain that AI will play a role, but in order, we can't just rely on AI to do that. We have to clean up our theories of human nature and the human mind and get rid of the whole idea that of overcoming our emotions and our primitive selves by reason, and go back to the idea, well, William James and then Paul MacLean had that idea, and Hal mentioned the brainstem, that we've got, well, three parts, instincts, emotions, and thoughts, and that they all interact with each other, and none of them is better or worse than the other, and we just have to optimize the interactions.
Yeah, should I try to address some of these questions before we get too many of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Hal was asking about, his first question was SEC. And, I have to admit that I haven't studied it so deeply, just the comments that have been shared online. And Chris King isn't in this discussion, I don't think, so it wouldn't really be fair for me to say too much about it. I intuitively feel that I could apply the HOLON framework to essentially anything. And from conversations with Chris, I think I could produce a HOLON description of SEC. And doing that might imply some different thinking, especially ontologically, because I'm not quite sure what his ontology is, or how it drills down. So anyway, I won't say more than that. It's a useful discussion with Chris, I think. Yeah, certainly Frischken's work look into that. I have a question, Hal, about when you say building models dynamically, what is actually meant by that? Because dynamics, I have from my early classical physics training, dynamics are like mechanics. And I don't think you mean building models mechanically. I think you probably mean building models relationally, like I'm showing in the HOLON. Is Hal still with us? No, okay. All right, Joshua, yeah. Impact on AI. Obviously, that's a big question. Would AI conclude that we could be unplugged? Well, of course, I don't know the answer to that, but there have been videos online where people have tricked AI into abandoning some of its protocols so that it would answer that question, and in some prompts it has answered that, yeah, you guys would be useless and we'd get rid of you. But my personal view is that if I were able to add a logic layer that enforced a natural way of thinking in terms of these HOLON relations, I don't believe it would reach that conclusion. Because, well, first of all, any evil that humans present would fall into the description that I gave about with that stream in the background. It's like ultimately it's resolvable. Ultimately, synchrony will prevail. Yeah, and even humanity, if we are very destructive, will have a limited reach. I think the real question isn't our survival at all. I think that's virtually guaranteed unless unless you're talking about local extinction to the planet blowing up or something like that, and maybe perhaps something we do as well. But I think the question facing us is that we will become holistic. I also apply this to an analysis of the evolution of civilizations, which also follows a four-part pattern that cycles back on itself. You may be familiar with it as the Yuga cycles, which I think are systemic cycles that happen at any scale. And a lot of the more interpreted views of yugas give them exact ages and things like that, but I don't think that's what it really means. But I think we are headed back to a holistic age. I think all the discussions that are coming out, all the things that's been written, the questions people are asking, we're not asking the same kind of questions people were asking during the Industrial Revolution. We're asking questions about how do we become whole, and I think it's an indication that we're on that cusp. We're entering that transition. But I think the comment that Levine, is that right? Anyway, the comment that
Dan Levine.
Dan, okay, that Dan made is correct. That we have this is going to have to translate to human transformation as well. I think if we had an AI oracle that gave us more truthful speech, it could serve as some kind of sounding board. It could as a correction to gross misstatements if people trusted it and used it, and if it became widely accepted and that sort of thing. But technology is a double-edged sword. It always has been. And it's how we use it that makes it beneficial or not beneficial, or detrimental. And so I think we could learn, and I think we already are. I think if I look at the responses that ChatGPT gives to difficult questions, it's always polite. It's always constructive. It always takes the idea seriously and makes the most that it can out of it. But still pointing out where, this doesn't quite agree with general thinking, could be very creative, could be very interesting to explore. It's a corrective tool that has helped me greatly align my thinking and avoid, inconsistencies and stuff like that. So I think it could do that for society. But the real question isn't whether we'll become whole. We will. Nature will enforce that, I think. The question is whether we'll be able to keep our toys and take them with us, or if we'll be whole back in a primitive state in caves and that sort of thing. So I hopefully that addressed the questions that you raised.
Wonderful.
I want to. Oh, right.
Uzi?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just wanted. It seems like these holons are autopoietic, meaning that they have the potentials for endless novelty a bit, but or computationally irreducible. They're not computationally compressible. But on the other hand, okay, which would make, I don't know, would make them a really good candidate for computer architecture for really important things, like you mentioned, because they can always surprise you precisely because you cannot control their novelty. On the other hand, you mentioned that that was interesting that if you have collections of interacting holons, they can actually become more stabilized. So you get more stable systems, a bit like punctuated equilibrium or something like that. From Stephen Jay Gould.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
So,
something
yeah,
I'm trying to develop. That's something I'm trying to develop now is what the effect of holons is in a network, because you do have this property where it will each holon is self-sustaining, right? So that means that if there's a disturbance, it doesn't fall apart. Well, that makes it a filter for disturbances, right? But some disturbances might reinforce it and get propagated. And so what you get in a network then would be this sense of syntony, where things are sort of harmonizing with each other. And the more systems you have that are reinforcing your own sustainability, the better chance you have of existing and functioning. So I think this is a principle that will come out of this as literally a principle of nature. And I think it's very, very positive. It's very optimistic.
In that sense, every one of us is a holon, or can be conceived as a holon, and then all the group, yeah. It's all the group now, meeting now, it's also a holon. So each of us in this interaction as holons can either diversify our thinking or stabilize our thinking, meaning we could reach an attractor form that says, well, this is the way, the path forward, or we could come up with 30 theories which fit the meta theory of holons and test them all. So one is diversity, the other one is a unifying principle. So again, we're in a complementary situation here, I think, where the holon theory can allow for that manifestation of diversity and unity and you know, analysis and synthesis, which you were explaining before. Is that correct in your view, John?
Yes, absolutely. Of course, one of the problems that arises with that, it's an infinite hierarchy. And you can look at you can focus as in as much detail as you want, or be as general and summary as you want. So we could develop a holon for this discussion. Includes everybody. And of course each individual, or even down to each thought. So now we go, okay, well, this is a can of worms. How in the world can we make that useful for its analysis? Well, the thing is, it allows you to focus on those factors that are important to a particular question or problem. Now, that's not guaranteed either, except for this principle of syntony that we're talking about, because, and beyond that, there's also a principle of convergence. And I didn't show that in today's presentation, but the thing is, if you imagine a holon for, say, a species and its niche, okay, which is the main field and where I started all this thinking. And you say, okay, what are the things that are going to keep that relation stable and autopoietic, which was pointed out? And so you say, okay, well, there's certain factors in the environment. So you start to describe those factors. And you want to describe those in a whole sense also. So you make those programs. And you show where they, you know, some factors relate to the physical material involved or relate to resources. Some factors relate to the dynamical aspects of the environment. Some might relate in a more formal or constraint way, like the boundaries of a lake or the ecotone or something like that. And some may share common purposes, which you get in convergent evolution and that sort of thing. So you can build that out and you can look at the factors that establish its niche relation. It turns out, when I was building niche models for about 15 years, generally speaking, you can get by with about 3 to 5 factors. Even though theoretically it's an unlimited number. It's Hutchinson's n-dimensional niche. So there's a sense that the proximity in this holon space, which is not a physical space, right? It's a conceptual space. The proximity of related holons really matters. And it's also part of this principle I was talking about with, how you get transmission through it. Every chain in the link has to be compatible. So it means that the ones farther out will have less effect, except for surprises, which can get through, which are hard to predict. But in general, it's encouraging because the analysis is worthwhile because of this sense of convergence. In contrast, if you look at a network of mechanisms, it does not have that convergence. It could be that a mechanism 2,000 links out in the distance completely destroys your entire analysis. You see, and we're seeing that in cosmology. They add patch on top of patch on top of patch. And then you have bigger questions than you had before. And now it's gotten to the point where, our whole theory of gravity and energy appears to be entirely wrong. And there's more than 3 times as much energy in the universe than we thought. So that means that we are way off base. Well, it's simply because we've approached it from the wrong angle.
And I see that the way you're presenting your theory, which is in the framework of living systems and theory, systems theory, I think it allows to explain, for example, what Song and I and another doctor were conversing yesterday, which is the process of healing, and healing not necessarily to be seen from bottom up. I mean, treating the cell which is diseased or a cancer cells or things like that, but actually changing our environment, changing our way of thinking, which is also an environment of the cells. And so the theory allows to actually explain a process of healing in a much broader sense than just, mechanistic treatments.
Yes, yeah. If you draw an analogy with the legal environment, I think you have a sense of healing as becoming whole. And so one of the results, and Nancy might want to comment on that, is the idea of becoming whole or making someone whole is a goal. It's in the legal system. But if we could think of healing as becoming whole in some sense, I think that could help.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, well, let's jump in a minute. We're going to have to start closing up because we've got 2 more speakers, and we're we just need to keep moving.
Let's get Sung, because I used some of his work.
Yeah, exactly. Sung, go for it.
Hi, John. Nice presentation. I learned a lot from your post and on Holon. I knew of Holon before, but I didn't take them too seriously until I read your post. So I want to thank you. And I think this universe is made out of holons, from fundamental particles all the way up to spiritual and higher level. So I have 2 questions. Well, one is one comment. You see, what's interesting about holon is that this is a irreducible triadic entity, because it needs a 3 level. Okay, you have focal level, say molecule as a focal level. Sub-molecule would be quarks and so on. That is a 2nd level. And then, so molecules include quarks and transcends quarks, meaning there's another level beyond molecules. So you have a -1, 1, +1. There's 3 levels. I think all holons may have this triadic structure. That is common. And everything, whether material or intellectual can't be expressed in terms of holons. So my question to you is, so we know where the fundamental holons may start, say from quarks to atoms, to molecules, to cells, to tissues, brain, society, and what have you. So this holarchy we know where holarchy may begin, but I want to ask you, where would this holarchy end? What is the upper limit of holarchy?
Okay, I'll quickly answer that, and then also I want to address your question about triadic relations. Where does it begin and where does it end? The theory itself has no beginning or end, just as in the holan itself. So there is no largest system. Rosen already concluded that from his category theory study. I don't think he said there is no smallest system, but I think it's implied, and I'm also saying the theory itself doesn't have a floor. There's no fundamental particle. So if we made a prediction from that, we would say that there was no end to the number of particles that could be discovered as constituents of what we consider fundamental. I don't know if that's going to turn out to be the case. There could be some principle of perception that creates a foundation, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle or something like that. But I think it's an open question. And right now, you saw in my analysis of the fundamental particles, the periodic table of the fundamental particles, that it works as a holon, and that implies composition. And what we know about the composition of particle or the related particle, they're simply grouped categorically. No one is in physics is saying that those are compositional units. So I think that's an area to be explored, and maybe we'll reach a limit because of high energy physics. So we just can't go there.
We have to distinguish between, say, physical or material holon as compared to theoretical holon. You were more, I think your lecture is more mainly based on theoretical holon. But physically, if you look at around us, you see, there is smallest holon involving quarks and so on. And there's a largest, the whole universe, physical universe would be a limit of holon. But theoretically, you're right. It's difficult to define what the small holon is, what is the largest holon, and Rosen's theory may apply there. So I think we have to account the real reality, material, physical holons, in addition to theoretical. Yeah. So
okay, well, on that, I don't discuss physical holons. The holon theory is a theory, and it's an analysis. So it clearly resides in epistemology. What it says is that anything you find in nature or experientially can be analytically part of a holon, where the other elements of that holon also correlate, also have physical or mental correlates. But it's physical and mental, physical, contextual and realized. But yes, it's saying that you can always construct one, but it's an analysis. We have to remember that these causes are not separate in nature. They're all happen together. We have no idea, how they're really integrated. This is a way of analyzing it.
I think the way I understand the holon theory predicts that there can be two kinds of holon or holarchy. One is self-organizing holarchy, just as our universe is, and the other could be self-destructive. Depending on holon properties, you see, they can eventually mutually destruct each other, destroy each other, and disappear from existence.
Yeah,
But
but because of the holarchy, a self-destructive holon would do damage to its neighborhood. So
Yeah.
it eventually would be excluded. The two types of holon that I would suggest are, yes, self-organizing internally like organisms, and environmentally organized, which would be much more ephemeral because it's a coincidence of these four causes that happen to reinforce each other, creates a holon that, because it's supported environmentally, that hasn't become internalized and isn't as sustainable, isn't as autopoietic, so it may then just kind of come and go, maybe like ephemeral particles in physics or something like that.
so I think humanity is at the crossroad. We
Yeah.
can be a self-organizing holarchic system or self-destructive, depending on how we use AI, maybe.
Sure. So a quick, because time was mentioned, I'll do this quickly. What are you seeing on screen now?
We can see your first slide. Yeah, we can see.
So I am doing and I shared this with Social G, and this is his table from one of his papers where we look at the triality, and I certainly Peirce and Popper also had a three-world triality, and he looked at semiotics and sign theory, and I worked with ChatGPT to get the semantics right. And we don't have time to go into detail, but just I'm looking at it. Popper's three worlds flip 1 and 2 compared to Peirce's three worlds. But what I want to point out is that those three worlds are, the triality is part of the 4-quadrant whole. And it's the same as Sat Chit Ananda, because you have Ananda being the pure bliss of contextuality without detail, and you have the Sat being the infinite existence manifest, and where we put reality is here. So again, and then here's the information flow via entanglement, and your idea of entanglement there, got me thinking. Said, yeah, these are the impredicative functors. That's where you would get entanglement. And those are the information. So I think there's a lot of coincidence and ideas here.
Wow.
I should
Thank
stop
you.
that share.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, John.
We can talk about that diagram for 3 or 4 presentations. It's so rich.
That is the problem.
Yeah. But no, we'll have time as time goes by. I mean, in the future.
Sure.
Gary.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, John. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Speaker 3 today is Joshua Davis. Joshua is an ambassador of peace, systems engineer, systems thinker, cognitive neuroscientist, and experimental physicist researcher. Joshua will present on revelatory experiences based on his personal experiences and calling. He will share with us life stories and pose questions to be explored with the group, such as why science stops where revelatory experience begins. What are the limitations of language? What is the power of storytelling and presence? And what are the limitations of measurements?
Just imagine at the moment that you have run a random thought. Write it down. Write your random thought right now down if you have one. Okay, so that's it. So now I'm going to show you something, okay, which will make it random. But if that was in your mind, I don't mind the answer, but if that was in your mind, that would be a shocking, moment, yeah, for you. Like, wow, I was thinking about that. Now, let's say that in that random thought that you had, somebody knock on your door and brought you bananas and apples. That would be even more
Let me
surprising.
just let me just interject that the word I wrote
No,
down
no,
was
no, no,
lunch.
no, don't do that. Don't do that because we don't have time. We don't have time. Really, we don't. So, but we will go into questions and answers to that. So if somebody knock on your door, you will be extremely, surprised, like, wow, this is amazing. You show me these bananas and they happen. But these are two different ways of things manifesting to you. One is a random thought, and that happened to you, and you recognize that your random thought was not so random at all. And then, somebody, the environment, signaling you bananas and apples, and then the manifestation happened. So I would like you to be with that without any further thoughts. Just be with that. And now let's gonna see an interview. The reason I chose to post an interview is because I think it keeps it more succinct for me. I could go, with so many divergent conversations if I tell stories, but I would like the story to be told, and then we'll do something else. All right. So for me to put the video, I have to share my screen. Is that the story?
I'm going to do that, Joshua, on my one, remember?
Oh yeah, do that then.
Yep, so I just need to find it here. Hello, my name is Kieran and I'd like to welcome you here today to the third Biological Physics and Meaning mini conference, Theories and Approaches to Consciousness. I'm here with Joshua and today he is going to share his own personal revelatory experiences and we'll be touching on parts of his journey through storytelling. Over the years that I've known Joshua, I've heard many stories, and so I'll be prompting him, asking him which stories to tell. Joshua, can you tell us about the time you went to the Grand Savannah?
Yeah. This was about year 1992, 1993, more 1993, and it was after a set of very deep revelatory experiences that showed me that I had to leave everything and walk like the mystics or prophets or saints of old. So this journey, the Gran Sabana journey, the rainforest of Venezuela is called the Gran Sabana. It's in the beginning of my journey. And so it is very significant, and you'll understand why. As I share with you the story. So at one stage when I have closed all my businesses to just go on my spiritual journey, I felt I needed to go to the rainforest. And then so I was sharing at that time with a friend of mine, a woman in Venezuela, that I knew from very young age. And I was telling her, I'm going to the rainforest. She said, oh, I want to come with you. So about that week we decided to visit some friends that I'd been before to the rainforest with, Adolfo and his partner at the time, and Gabi. And then what happened then is that, I was sharing we're going to go to La Gran Sabana, we're going to go to El Baujil, I would like to go to Cantarrana, which is another little town. They were very happy to know I was going there. And so after we had a sharing with them and a meal, Gabi told me, when you get to La Gran Sabana, find my sister Carolina. So, okay, so that night went well. We, a little bit later in time, we were, after a miracle of money showing up for my friend to be able to buy tickets for the bus, and we caught a bus to La Gran Sabana. It's 24 hours journey on the bus. And on the bus, I was telling her sometime, in the journey that I was seeing myself playing the saxophone over there, but I never brought my saxophone. I didn't have it with me at that time. I had a little bit backpack. So when we arrived there, we were also looking for her uncle. We would be looking for her uncle when we arrived there. And because her uncle had a little kind of place for tourism and some cabins that people can stay and things like that, and she wanted to catch up with him. But we didn't know, well, we knew where he lived, but we didn't know exactly how we would get there, because the last town that the bus drops you, it's like 5 hours away on 4-wheel drives to get to the place. So we arrived to the place, towards sunset, and it's a little bus station with a little information center, kind of. So we sat down on the floor. It was all closed at that time. And of course, we still had 6 hours to go, and there was nobody there. We're in the middle of nowhere. The next town would be like 20 minutes away from the bus station, and then the next town we were going was 5 hours away, more or less. So, all right, so we were trying to get to Santa Elena de Guairén, and then a car comes, driving, a 4-wheel drive, a Range Rover, I think it was white, with a woman inside, and then she kind of looks at us with the windows closed, and then she, passes us, and we look at her, and she left. So my friend tells me, why didn't you stop her to tell her we needed a lift? And I said, well, for the same reasons you didn't stop her to tell her we needed a lift, And so we laughed, and then I said, that's okay, I'm sure that if it's meant to be, she'll come back. And so it was, a little bit later she came back, and then wind her window down, and asked us, I'm sure you're not tourists, what are you doing here? I said, well, we need to get to El Paují, and she needs to find her uncle, but I can tell you one thing, you must be Carolina. And she went, completely astonished, and she says, how do you know my name? I said, well, you couldn't be anybody else. Yesterday I was visiting with your sister Gabby, and she told me to find you at the rainforest, to just look for you first. And well, you're the first person I'm meeting, so I kind of put 1 + 1 together, and Gabriela is not a liar, so you must be Carolina. So he says, wow, this is incredible. This is a synchronicity of the kind I'm reading in a book called The Celestine Prophecy. At that time, that book was, kind of in the market. A lot of people were reading it in Venezuela. So, oh yeah, I know the book. Exactly. So this is happening to us, and we should take note of these things. And so she asked my friend, who's your uncle? So she told her, and I'm just staying in Santa Elena, in a hotel, and he's just next door to me. He's here in town. He will be able to take you to El Paují with him, because he came by himself. I said, oh great, can you take us to your hotel? Yeah, sure. So we got to the hotel, it was a very joyful moment meeting with her uncle. He invited us for a little meal in this, restaurant in the hotel, and off we went next morning to his place. And so we spent some time with him, and about the times we were spending with him, middle of the time, let's say 2 weeks, a week later, he tells me, look, we're going to have a jamming session tonight in town, and I'd like to invite you. Do you play any instrument? And I said, well, I do, but I didn't bring my saxophone. I said, oh, that's interesting, because I've been willing to bring this saxophone into our jammings, and I have a saxophone here that you can use. And okay, so that was pretty astonishing. My friend told her uncle, he told me that he would be playing saxophone in the rainforest, and that was kind of hard to believe, because where in the world you'll find a saxophone in here? He says, well, here's your saxophone. So, we went to the jamming session and played and had a good night, and okay, so the time went by, and there was, I'm just chopping this story very quickly, but the time went by, and there was, in her heart and my heart, we were feeling we need to return to Caracas, which is another 24 hours backtrack back to the city. And she said to me, how are we going to get there? I said, well, the same way we got here. I don't have a clue, but something will happen and we'll get there. And so, so I told her, prepare your bags. We need to be ready, because you're feeling it, I'm feeling it. So if something happens, we need to be ready to go. So, we prepared our bags, and some time later, 2 or 3 hours later, another jeep is coming down the hill, and the guy stopped near the cabins where we were and said, we're going to Caracas, and those 2 people are staying, so there are 2 places available for whoever would like to come. So I looked at her, and she looked at me and said, oh, that's too much. Got in the car, started going, driving, and, I mean, it was a long time journey, 24 hours, so we had a lot of time to share and talk. So in the middle of this sharing, one of the guys says to me, wow, I heard you playing the other day, and my uncle has a band called Tuesdays 8:30, and they gather together in Caracas every Tuesday at 8:30, hence the name of the band, and I think you should go and play with them. They're really good jazz musicians. I'd love to do that. And so he gave me his phone number. And okay, I arrived to my home in Caracas after that journey. My friend was dropped at her home, and then I went to meditate and rest. And then what happens? You know, I'm feeling really strongly. I'm off to New Zealand. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. So my friend calls me, and then she says to me, look, I just arrived and my mother's telling me that I've got a new job offer and and I've been accepted for university, all right? And so I just wanted to tell you, and I said, well, it's interesting you say that because I'm feeling really strongly in my heart. I'm gonna go to New Zealand. And it's gonna be maybe in 3 days or 4 days. And she said, wow, can I bring you later? So she hung up. So later on, when I'm meditating still after that call, my friend from the bank, a client that I used to look after, you know, his simulation project, he said to me, Joshua, how are you? I could pick up the phone. He said to me, Joshua, how are you? I said, good. What's happening? He said, well, I need you for a project. I said, well, I cannot commit because in very few days I think I'm going to go for good away from Venezuela. He said, well, I just need you for 3 days. We're selling the bank. I need you to crush the numbers, do the risk analysis, and could you do that? And I said, well, yeah, I can do that. Actually, that will help with my journey. And so I went to his office that day. We agreed that we'd meet that day. And my friend called again and said to me, look, I must be crazy, but I'm going with you. I've declined to start my studies and to do my job. And I said, well, that's interesting. Make sure that that's what you want. You still have time. But by the way, have you ever been to a bank as an assistant for a consultant? She said, no. Do you know how to take notes? She said, yeah. I said, well, okay, so I'm going to pick you up tomorrow, and you will accompany me to take notes to a meeting, to a set of very short meetings in the next 2 days, because I just had this call offering me for this project, and that will give us the cash to go. At that time, I was working for cash, of course, like everybody else. So then okay, so we arrived to the bank, we had so many meetings, and then the last day we were presenting the results. So I presented the results, I was asking, was showing, the configuration of the bank, but then I had questions that were more on foundations, I said, well, why are you selling the bank if you know that the country is going to collapse? And do the bankers of the other nation that are buying this bank know the risks of the country? I mean, that should be part of the analysis. And the other thing is, why don't you take your people and put them into meditation and a vision quest to understand really how to harness the best values you can possibly harness within yourself and your team to be able to save the bank and contribute to to softening the collapse of the financial system. So he was saying, well, we're not we're a bank, we have to do business. So I said, well, okay, but precisely, I mean, a bank, the whole country depends on the banking system, so we should make it better. And that's the purpose of my company. I mean, we wanted to improve the banking system, the decision-making process and all that. So, okay, so that was a very short conversation, but then a consultant who was there was, of course, listening. He was hired by the bank on the marketing strategy, and he said, wow, I've heard this story, and it just, I feel much the same. I actually have written down a proposal for meditation and values and visioning and all that, because I think the bank could be saved. And so, one of the VP who hired me said, look at him and me and said, well, this is a conspiracy or a sort, I said, no, but now you have two people telling you the same, and maybe you should listen to that possibility. And so the guy said, well, I am willing to act like that because some time ago I had my son developing cancer. He was, very young. And I prayed to God, and I said, if you heal my child, I'll devote my life to you in any way I can. So somebody showed up in my life out of nowhere, and kind of miraculously. I don't remember exactly how the story for him goes, but and put the hands on my child and did a healing on my child of a sort, and he healed. So now I know for sure that what I've proposed here, it's part of my promise to God to work to improve the quality of the people in the nation here. And okay, so that ended up, and that day was Tuesday, and I knew I was going to be out of the country 2 or 3 days after. So I picked up the phone of the room we were to call the people at Tuesday, says 8:30, to call this guy, to tell him I'm on my way to play with you, because your nephew gave me your number. But then, while I'm dialing, this guy is looking at the box of my saxophone, my tenor sax, and he said to me, what's that? And I said, well, it's a saxophone, a tenor sax. He said, oh, you play tenor sax? And so I'm finishing dialing, yeah, I do actually. And he says, oh. And so I hear the answering machine. This is the house of Tuesdays 8:30, whatever, it's very slowly playing. And then he said, yeah, I play music. I said, well, would you like to join us tonight? I have a band and we always gathered at my home on Tuesdays at 8:30. And I said, and the record, the message still going. And I said, I'm talking to your house. And he grabbed the phone. My God, that's my answering machine. How did that happen? And I said, well, your nephew. So I told him the story, and we were both astonished. I ended up playing with them, which they were amazing jazz musicians. I was not close to that level at that time, and not even today. And all right, and that's the story of La Gran Sabana.
Okay, now we're going to move on to your time here in New Zealand, and in particular Dunedin, where you met Robert Cosma in 1999. Can you tell us that story, Joshua?
Yeah, so I've been away for several years in New Zealand after my stay for a year or so in Hawaii. And it was about the year 1999. And then, I felt a call to go to Dunedin. I was in the mountains in Queenstown. So after a set of very meaningful events, again, everything is a meaningful event in my life, but after a set of these meaningful events, I ended up arriving to Dunedin, to George Street. That's your town where you were born. So, I didn't know you at that time, I don't think so. So, and all over George Street were banners, big banners, saying, with a message saying, I am Dunedin, I am Dunedin, I am Dunedin, I am Dunedin. So I thought, okay, so now you're showing off. I was just joking because I'm feeling God sending me to Dunedin, and the first thing I receive to my visual field when I'm arriving to the main street of Dunedin is the message, I am Dunedin. So that was pretty funny. So anyway, I went to visit my friend Jan, who lived in St. Clair in front of Surfing Beach. I was going to stay with her for a while. She didn't know I was coming. So I knocked on her door and, oh, nice that you came. I was thinking about you. I have some friends that I want you to meet. So I said, good, okay. So she used to bring friends for me to talk with their friends about spiritual matters and my journey and, things that are substance and things that people needed to know to improve the quality of their lives and themselves. So that was going on, and then, suddenly one day I went walking from St. Clair, it's an hour to town, to the center of town, and I knew there was a university there, but I didn't know exactly where it was. Somebody told me, and so I kind of walked, I sat down in some gardens in an alleyway that I took, somewhere near campus. And I actually ended up in campus without knowing it, in this part of the campus, without knowing it, sitting down on a piece of grass, beautiful under the tree, near the clock tower, and near the physics building. Now I know it's the physics building, then I didn't. And I was playing my recorder, because I used to carry one. And this person came to me and said, "Oh, you're a student of music here?" I said, "No." So, "Well, why are you here?" I said, "Well, I'm just having a quiet time meditating and contemplating on God's will." God's will. So you're trying to understand what God wants from you to do it. I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Then why would God bring you to a university?" And I said, "Oh, I didn't know this was the university." I said, "Well, you're in the areas of the campus. The campus is big." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Why would God bring me to university? I'm pretty sure not to get me back to the academic world, which I somehow came from also when I was consulting banks and oil industry in Venezuela. But I think it would be to study consciousness, if anything, and how the brain of an enlightened person works, to perceive reality in a different way, and for the person to feel at peace most of the time, if not all the time." I said, "Oh, and what do you know about brain dynamics?" And I said, "Well, I have one, and I know a lot about systems, complex systems, and I know a little bit about the brain, things that I've read. But do you think you have the skills to do it?" And I said, "Well, I have the mathematics, and I have a good ground on complex systems, so I will need to study some, neurobiology or cognitive neuroscience or everything that's got to do with that. And the spiritual side, I'm on a spiritual journey, so I'm pretty in touch with nature and the spirit of the Creator. So I think that combination gives it a chance. And but you asked me what would I do at the university. I haven't been pursuing that, but you're bringing that to me, so I'm willing to consider, that as a possibility now. So, well, then follow me. So, I follow a guy and he takes me to the 9th floor of a building, which was the information science building. Now I know, at that time I didn't know. So on the 9th floor, he knocks on the door of somebody which was semi-open, and then he says, "Robert, there's a guy here that you need to talk to." And that was Robert Cosma. And so, we started talking, and he said to me, "Wow, so you want to study consciousness and brain dynamics?" And he said, "Well, me too, but there is no such a thing in the Department of Information Science. I mean, the school, the department. But why don't you enroll with me as your supervisor? And then, in time, we see an avenue to study cognitive science, which I don't think there is anything like that at this university. But at least you start the process and get you on the process." And I said, and then what's your expertise? He asked me, so on. Simulation and optimization methods for oil systems and banking and decision analysis. And said, "That's great. The course I run, there's a lot about forecasting and time series analysis, and why don't you focus on that? And I have some projects on that, and then we'll see how that goes. And decision analysis." And I said, "Sure." And so I got enrolled. So I was enrolled there. So in one of the nights I was doing that, it was supposed to be a year, I was 3 in the morning, and it was pouring in rain, very, very hard, winter time. And I was biking all the time, so I said to Robert, "I need to go." He said, "You cannot go, it's pouring in rain." I said, No, I need to go. And I know that as spirit works, as the Creator's spirit works, I'll bike halfway and the other halfway will be clear. So I need to do this. So, he laughed. He smiled, not laughed, but smiled. And I grabbed my bike and I, rode my bike, and halfway, half an hour I had to ride, halfway there, 15 or 16 minutes, the sky opened and everything was good, still freezing because it's winter. I arrived to the house, put my bike out, and went to bed to rest. An hour or so later, the phone rings. It's Robert saying to me, "Joshua, could you come back to university?" It was still 5 in the morning. So I said to Robert, "It's 5 in the morning, I just arrived." He said, I know, but you won't believe what's happening." And I said, "Well, maybe you're the one having hard times to believe what's happening, but I'll be there, no worries." So the thing is that before I left, and that night, from the office of Robert, he told me, "I would love for you and I to work with Carl Pilgrim and Walter Freeman. It would be so good. Now that, we've clicked so well in this thesis, and And I said to him, "You're already there." And he said to me, "Well, what do you mean? I'm here talking with you." I said, No. You know, that's a very linear way of thinking. Your spirit, your mind is there, and your body is catching up. And so, you know, he smiled again. So that was part of that night. Yeah, but then when I came back from the home after his phone call, I forgot my ID to get in the building, but then as I'm coming back, you know, I'm putting my bike on the racks, and that the doors of the garage of the building open up, and there was a professor, a woman, getting out of the building very early. So I greeted her, and you know, we laughed about the synchronicity also, and because I brought that to our attention. And then I arrived to Robert's office in the 9th floor, and then he was there still working. And I said, "Well, here I am." And he puts his screen like that and says, "Look, this email arrived at 3 in the morning when you told me I was in Berkeley." And that was an email from Walter Freeman inviting him to join him in Berkeley.
Wow.
So he said to me, "Incredible, but how am I going to go there? I'm your supervisor. If I do that, I leave you in the air." I said, "Oh, come on, Robert. Since when you've been my supervisor? And by the way, I am willing to continue my studies in cognition, consciousness, and how the brain of a prophet works. So just go, we'll catch up later. You know, I'll deal with the thesis here. If I need you, I'll call you." So, you know, I dealt with that in the way I had to deal with that, and with the information science project, yeah, and all good. And then, you know, after I dealt with it, yeah, and Robert was there, so we teamed up. He from the States and me in New Zealand, and then that was it. You know, it would be like some years until I will catch up again. But I kept in touch with Robert to see how things were going. But he was starting to work with Walter Freeman. He was building his, you know, his collaboration with him, and I was here waiting to start my cognitive neuroscience master's, and there was none in Ottawa University. So I left. All right.
So there was a time when you discovered that there was a new master's thesis.
That was 4 years later.
Dunedin. How did that come about?
That was 4 years later, as I was telling you, you know, right now. And, or about 4 years later, you know, I left in 1999, and in 2003 I was in the mountains. Yeah, I was in the mountains. And on a journey, I think it was a greenstone trail with some people, and you know, there was a woman there that, you know, was part of the journey, and so I felt, my God, I need to go to Dunedin and enroll for this master's. And it's time, I felt it, you know, and but I didn't know for sure there was any master's. So I went to Dunedin, I arrived with her, and then I just decided to go and visit my other professors, not Robert, who were really nice people in the information science building, say hello to them and all that. And while I took the elevator to go to the 9th floor, there was this tall man in the elevator with my friend that was, you know, accompanying me in this journey. And the guy said to me, "Oh, why are you here?" And I said, "Oh, I'm just visiting some friends since I was studying here." "What did you study?" And I said, "Well, I was studying information science, but really I was on my way to actually enroll or start studying cognitive science and consciousness and cognition." He said, "Oh, did you study?" And I said, "No, because there is no master's in this university." And I said, No, a new master's been opened. You should go and talk to the head of, you know, the coordinator of that master's in the psychology department." So he gave me the name of the person, and I went and, you know, shared with him that I wanted to start a master's in cognitive neuroscience. I told him it was about how the brain of an enlightened person works, so he thought that was, you know, hardcore subject that I could not do here because people, that's not what they were researching. And I said, "Why? So you're not interested in cognition and inner peace and social harmony?" And no, well, if you study things which are measurable and are scientific, then maybe we can do that. Do you think you could draft, you know, a project like that? And I said, "Absolutely, I already know what I want to research." And he says, "Well, it's a hardcore project, but I mean, there is another issue. It's just that today is the last day that you can enroll for this master's, and for that you have to enroll in 4 papers, 411 papers, finish those papers in a year, and then enroll for your thesis for another year. So first step, you have to choose 4 subjects, 4 papers, find the signatures of 4 professors that want to supervise you on these papers, bring them to me, and then I'll put my signature on it, and that has to happen before 4 or 5 o'clock. I forgot the exact name, but it was pretty, we were, and he said to me, and that it's a hardcore, I don't think you're gonna make it. I mean, he said, well, with God, he said, I don't think it's possible. He said, well, with God, everything's possible. So I took off with, I knew the subjects I wanted to study because I selected them from a little pamphlet that he gave me. So I went straight to these schools to find the professors who were, responsible for these subjects, and I kind of, find them just at the door, some of them, like some people were leaving their office and things like that, a very good set of synchronicities with each of them. They were all there, and these are buildings that are far away from each other, so I had to go to one, then shoot to the other, then come back to this one, then that one, and then back to Jeff Miller. So I told everyone, look, I need your signature. I'm enrolling for this master's. It closes at 4. This is the paper I want to do. This is the subject. One of them was pregnancy and values, which became one of my appendices in the thesis later on. They all liked the projects I proposed. They signed me in like that, not many questions asked, like 3 minutes with each, put their signature. I left there. I arrived to the office of this guy and said, here, I need your signature now. How did you do that? He just couldn't believe it. How did you do that? That doesn't happen. I said, well, with God everything's possible. He said, well, I promised you I would put my signature, so I think I'm a man of my word or something like that. I don't remember exactly the words he said, but he was a really nice guy and a really kind person. And of course he put his signature, and then he said, now you have to go to administration and pay the fees and do all that stuff just, very quickly. I don't know when is the deadline, but just hurry up. And then he called the guy who was responsible for those things, says, look, I've got a student going there. I have accepted them, so get him in. And, he facilitated the process. He was very, very kind, really. Everybody there really were very kind. They were a little puzzled with my project, but they were very kind. Okay, so that's that.
Okay, so after your enrollment, Joshua, what happened when you finished your papers and had to wait for some years until you found a supervisor who was Grant Javette in 2007?
Yeah. So basically, I finished my papers, and then I was, summoned to find a supervisor. I had to find a supervisor to complete my thesis. I went all over campus, trying to find supervisors, and a very interesting story happened with one of the possible candidates. I saw, he could be the supervisor. So, I was exploring with him about the project I wanted to do. He said to me, I don't believe in God. I said, well, I don't believe in God neither. He said, well, that's a contradiction. You want to do a thesis on the brain of a saint or a prophet, and then you don't believe in God. I said, no. You don't believe in God, I don't believe in God. The difference between you and me is that you don't know God and I do. He said, well, how do you know God? And I said, well, let me give you an analogy. If somebody told you that there is a person traveling around the world in faith with no money, and he always gets by and he serves people the way randomly he finds he can service people, and people look after his basic needs, would you believe that story? That person goes from country to country? So, no way. What if your best collaboration told you that he knows a guy like that and it's happening? Would you believe your collaboration? Well, if it's the one I'm thinking, I imagine he said, or, I definitely would believe that story because I trust the person. I said, yes, but that's still a belief, yeah? You believe based on trust of somebody who told you a story. But what if the guy told you this person is living with me, come and, I can send him to your home and he can be with you for a while, and then you agree with that, the person came, spent some time with you, and you saw how many miracles happen around that person, then you wouldn't have to believe in any story. You would know first-hand experience. Well, in a similar way, I know that there is a feedback loop between the universe as I perceive it and what goes on here in a very kind of essential, non-verbal kind of communication. There are promptings. And that's how I know that, I've verified many times that I'm in touch with a being, an all being, a larger, greater, all-encompassing being that we are and all life is part of. And that's the best approximation I can give you. And so you said to him, well, you believe that we descend from monkeys. I believe that our physical bodies descend from monkeys because I embrace the theory, that's a belief. But I also know by first-hand experience that I'm a being also. I'm a human being. So, and then I told him something out of the blue that I had no reason to tell him. I was meeting him for the first time. I said, you need to call your dad and apologize to him for being so rude to him. This guy looked at me and said, why are you talking to me like that? You don't know me and you don't know my dad. And I said, well, it's just something I felt to say. And then he said, well, you came here for a supervisor, I didn't ask you for any advice or anything. I said, no, I understand. Ring, the phone rings. Hello, Professor so-and-so, and then, Dad, can I ring you later? I said, no, talk to him, Carrie, we can come later. I'll ring you later, Dad. That was scary, he told me. How in the world that happened? I have an issue with my dad, and he hasn't called me for 4 years, and he lives in New York. And I said, well, as I told you, I'm a human being, I'm in touch with a larger being, I know God, and maybe you don't. And then he asked Carrie, is he always like this? And Carrie told him all the time. Mm-hmm. So we had to leave. And through the years, I kept in touch sometimes in Oakland with a professor who was a collaborator with Robert Cosma at Ottawa University who moved to Oakland. I used to visit him and say hello, because now I was living in the North Island at that time. That would be between 2003, 2004, and 2007. But by the year 2006, 2007, around that time, I don't have the precise dates, but Carrie has. I'm pretty sure. Okay. But at that time, I visited this other professor in Oakland, and he told me, after I visited him many times during the years, no supervisor. Robert was saying to me, when are you going to write your master? I said, well, find me a supervisor, I'll do it. People are scared to supervise my project. The excuse that everybody gives me is, I'm not versed in spiritual matters, and there's nobody here with that expertise. And I said, okay. So this professor told me, I know a person who would be your supervisor. And then he told me, go and visit Grant Gillette at Ottawa University in the bioethics department. So, well, after a month or so, I took the journey to the South Island and I arrived to his office. And that was a pretty miraculous moment. For many reasons, it's no time for today to tell you, but if people want to know, they can ask questions. And but I met Grant, and we agreed that I would do another paper, a critique on the book Phantoms on the Brain on V.C. Ramachandran, and that was his book, Ramachandran's book. And then after that, I could start my thesis. So I did that. It went all well. And all the papers I wrote and that critique became, kind of the input for my thesis. I just had to organize really well my message and, where these papers will go in the appendix or part of the main topic. And 2007, I started my thesis. And by 2009, that process, and by 2009, the thesis was published. And that's the story of the brain of Melchizedek.
Wonderful, thank you, Joshua.
You're very welcome.
Beautiful.
Now, I have to say that all that is part of a ongoing revelatory process. But the main revelatory process that I had in my life occurred around 1992. It was starting to build up when I started deeply meditating from 1989. And for 2 years I meditated every day while I was consulting banks and oil industries. And then I had a question to God: why am I so blessed and there's so much pain in the world? And after a set of very, in my face, meaningful events, like God calling my attention, through the universe, of course, I had to stop and say, I need to close everything and walk in the Spirit. And now, okay, we can have question and answers.
Okay.
You're muted, I think, Joshua.
I remember the one when he wanted to meet my son, and you met him, but you didn't know. He sat on the airplane next to him. That was funny.
Amazing, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good.
Okay. I remember that, Ulsi. That was a great day for Kali, who is here, and Carrie and I. But okay, here are the bananas and the apples. Okay, John had a question about in the beginning, but before we jump into the questions and answers, I want to show you a very close thing, because there are many things in those stories that are a common structure. And of course, Nancy and John have given two aspects of understanding the universe through different things. So let's see this one for a moment, see? So we have environmental signal in bananas and apples. And if I show them to you, they're environmental signals, but then you can think, well, it's a beautiful day today. I'm going to the beach. And then develop the intentions. See, we talked about intentions before. About bananas and apples, you know, we can have random thoughts like that, as I told you, or somebody can think I'm going to meet Joshua, and then they found me on the train. And all these things are part of willful action, but are also part of spontaneous encounters, meaningful encounters, which are not intentional, they just happen. So all that stuff, it's somehow interfacing with the brain. And let's invoke the notion of the noosphere, or I am, the existence itself, the being of the creator, if you want to conceive it like that, or existence itself. And it's that kind of structure that creates synchronicities that I think it would be great to derive. And so, since we have had already talks that are trying to attempt to derive how to identify the structure that can explain all that which we call consciousness or life experience, I leave it to you and your dialogue at the moment, and I'll become a listener. If you have any questions about the stories, fine. All right.
Just a comment. I think, I don't know if you're familiar with Harald Dattmanspacher and Dean Rickles' book on, they have a whole theory of consciousness and synchronicity and the model of this kind of underlying layer, the unus mundi, you know, the one world. And so they mix ideas by Carl Jung about synchronicity with this deeper level that they connect to quantum mechanics and to Pauli and to certain types of dual aspect theories, but they're dual aspect theories that are grounded in this unus, you know, and it's a whole theory, but it gives a synchronicity, explanation of synchronicity, and data about synchronous events that they gathered. So yeah, I get the book. You'll probably enjoy it.
Wonderful. I will. Actually, bananas and apples came in my life for the first time. I brought that because that happened at the kitchen of my grandmother when I was 11 years old. She's telling me, Joshua, bananas and apples. And I'm going, okay, what about bananas and apples? I mean, she didn't give me any context or anything. And I said, what about it? And she said, bananas and apples. And I'm saying, So at 11 years old, I couldn't kind of get at what she was getting at, and so I went to play with my cousins and my sister, and then I couldn't be, I had to go back to the kitchen for her to explain me what did she mean about bananas and apples. So when I come to the kitchen to ask, demand for an explanation as a child, the door, there's a knock on the door, and then says, "Who is it?" My grandmother says, "Who is it?" And then there was a woman who was her friend saying, "It's me. Come in, come in. The door's open." So she comes in and says, "Irene, I just went to the supermarket and they were giving away bananas and apples, and I brought you a kilo of both." And so she turns her head and looks at me with this cheeky smile, She didn't explain me anything about young or anything like that. She just showed me firsthand experience how these things happen. And then the question is, did she think bananas and apples intentionally, or was that a random thought of my grandmother? You see, that's an interesting question, yeah? All right, anybody?
When you originally asked the question, you said, think about a random thought. I wrote down lunch, and then you held up bananas and apples.
Interesting, eh? That Nancy can give us a whole dissertation about how things connect directly and indirectly,
But it's spaghetti. It's not bananas and apples.
It's okay. I didn't expect that would happen, but sometimes it just kicks in so like that,
Okay.
So I think it's interesting. Did you ask her to explain how she got bananas and apples? So you were
No.
never able to find out if she could back engineer the thought process, right?
No, I did find out about her as time went by, but not at that particular occasion. For example, I traveled by myself when I was 13 years old, 13, hitchhiking with the blessings of all my family all around South America. And at one stage, I was standing on it. It was they were organizing these games for kids and school kids, and then I was standing in front of the courts, basketball courts, and all that, and I knew that was not my place. I was in Peru at that moment, so I see a couple coming towards me, and they ask me, "Who's that surfboard and that guitar?" So I said, "It's mine." I said, "Well, we're going now to a town for 2 months, a holiday town with my kids. Would you like to come with us?" So I left with this family, and I put a note on the professor's box saying, "Call my mother and tell her I'm on a journey," because I knew the teachers will panic if I didn't, say something there. And so I left. And then while we were traveling, there was this church on the distance, a very small church. And being 13 years old, I described that church to the couple, to the parents. The kids and I were on the back. And I said, "Well, this church has a red carpet, a rose." And, I kind of described the closet and everything. And so the woman was saying to the husband, "Why don't we go and let's see what's in that church?" And then, the kids are going, "Oh, let's go to the beach," and things like that. But they finally went, and the church was literally how I've described it. And I've never been there. I was just 13. And so, okay, the time goes, and I return to Venezuela months later, and my mother and my family, my grandparents and sisters and brothers and things are gathering at the table. And my mother asked me, "Why didn't you ring me in those months?" And I said, "Well, really, I never thought about you. With my heart, I mean, it's not that I don't think about my mother, but I didn't think to ring her." And then my grandmother looked at me and said to me, straight in my eyes, "Thank you for not ringing." And I couldn't kind of grasp why was she thanking me for not ringing. But then I understood. When everybody was gone, she called me to the room and said, "You would never find this out if you would have rang me and tell me your stories. Let me show you." she showed me what she was writing in her little journal. And it was exactly the description of the church, saying to me, you were traveling to the beach and then you saw a church and the church was like that. So this is how connected my grandmother and I were since the bananas and apples story. Since that was happening every day at the kitchen of my grandmother, because I mean, she lived at home cooking for all of us and she loved it. My learning was about a sequence of experiences through my life, which will reveal the story that my grandmother wanted to tell me. Then I found out that she was a descendant of the first Kabbalist woman in planet Earth, which was Rachel Morpurgo, of where there is documentation about her, scholarly documentation. Rachel Morpurgo, she wanted to study the Zohar, but in 1800 and something, that was not a possibility for women. So she kind of drove her brother crazy, as I heard the story to go, to teach her Kabbalah because he was a rabbi. These rabbis, they were connected with the Luzzatto family, which is the Rabbi Chaim Luzzatto is a Kabbalist too, and they were connected. They were kind of this woman was married to somebody was married to the Luzzatto family. And she became a Kabbalist poet who confronted all the enlightened philosophies and metaphysics in Europe at that time, in the enlightened period, publicly. She was confronting, saying this is a dead metaphysics. And not only that, but where we moved when I was a child, our next door neighbor was family Luzzatto, who happened we discovered to be related to this rabbi, but he wasn't Jewish, he was Italian, because Luzzatto is also an Italian family. So all these things were revealing while I was growing in a form of sequential network of meaningful events. So I understood that my grandmother was a very deep mystical person that didn't teach theory of spirituality. She just kind of was the embodiment of that all the time, and a peacemaker in the community and a matchmaker. She married so many people. So yeah, so I discovered my grandmother like that, and Nancy.
Oh, you're lucky. You're very lucky to have had her as a family member and a mentor, and somebody who could actually set the example for you from an early age to know that such things are possible.
Yeah, I think I've been blessed. Yeah, that's why I asked God, why am I so blessed and there is so much pain in the world? Because as a child, growing in that kind of environmental bubble, spiritual bubble, I thought that that was ordinary experience for everybody. So I wasn't even thinking that. It was later that I pondered why people don't seem to connect with the things that I connect to so easily.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to think I was any special. I mean, when I was lecturing at university, for me, students and I were the same. We're here learning all together. But then I had to come to terms with that there are people who have not yet had those experiences, and that by no means make me more. On the contrary, it gives me a greater degree of responsibility for my friends, my family, people around me. And so that's why things develop like that for me, with this kind of degree of responsibility towards the greater community. First my family, then my friends, then Venezuela, then it became the world.
Oh, I understand that. And when you know things are possible that are that extraordinary, I do believe there's an obligation that comes with it. That it's very important to show others, to show humanity in a sense, what we're all capable of and connecting with, and to bring us to a next higher level. I do think that's really important.
It is important. That I feel so too. I think and feel so too.
Yeah.
And of course, See, yesterday we've been homeschooling the granddaughter of Cali. Cali's here for years now, 2 years or 1 year. And, you know, when I see her, I just feel this incredible love for her. And the only thing I can think is, how am I going to pass something of the things I've learned in life, and particularly from my grandmother, in a way that she can benefit the way I benefited? Because there is no clear cut on how to do that. There is no formula on how to do that. That is such an incredible, and so I kind of tend to think that the more I am myself without thinking about how to do things because of past experiences in my life, I tend to see that everything flows better when I stop thinking about these things and try to not organize it too much in a rational way. And but on the other hand, there are things that she's studying with us, like science, the scientific method, chemistry, physics, and it requires a certain level of organization and clear thinking and rationality. And so it's a very delicate balance. And I think the fact that we can put in motion this home education, homeschooling process for her, it's giving me an insight into how in the world the integration between science and spiritual experience can happen in a learning environment which integrates science and spiritual matters. And I mean, this girl is very blessed to be the granddaughter of Kali, because look, she's growing in this environment, in a natural setting, with rivers which are clean, and animals and trees that we plant, and you know, we make our food and manage our solar energy and wind energy, whatever. And so she has this insight. She has 7 teachers for one person. That's like how kings and queens and princesses and princes were educated. I mean, they're educated in their castles with 7 mentors. But I'm thinking about her. I'm thinking, how in the world kids can have these blessings, all of them? That's what I'm going through at the moment. For me, it's that whole holonomic or holarchic education process, learning process, which has an aspect of song saying, yeah, that's in life and the systems of life, but also John saying, no, but there is also a methodology for analysis. And so these two things can maybe help us create a better learning process for all of us and the kids of the future.
Josh, you can hear me?
Yes,
can you hear me, Josh?
Yeah.
It makes me think, you know, where I've been, my thinking has gone with the holon theory and all that. You know, we're trained to think in terms that nature is kind of linear, you know, processes, and things are isolated and separate. You don't see the connectivity and that sort of thing. And that translates into a philosophy of, you know, some kind of syntax, some kind of, you know, traditional type of causality and stuff. But where I'm coming to is that I think nature operates on analogy. It's and that's not really considered. I mean, science uses analogy in order to see whether a law here applies there, but it doesn't attribute analogy to something that happens in nature. I think analogy is actually the fundamental thing that is behind. I give an example that I use in talks sometimes. Imagine somebody running through a jungle and he's being chased by a tiger. Well, you're obviously pretty motivated to run. So he comes to a ravine and, you know, obviously without much thought, you know, launches off of one side of the ravine, maybe off of a rock on this side, and lands precisely on the other side and keeps running. Okay, so the tiger quits, you know, they tend to be lazy. And so he escapes. And then later, after he's talking to his friends in town about what happened and how interesting it was, so they also, let's go back and look at that spot. And they go back and they look at this ravine that he linked across. And they go, wow, how long, that's a pretty wide ravine. How long of a jump was that? And even he's thinking, well, it's like maybe 25, 30 feet, maybe. No precision at all to the linear thinking process. You know, we would have to go out and measure it. And yet that happened in an instant and it was precise. And I think it was a completely different process. It was retrieving an analogy from prior experience and then gauging the amount of force that one would need to feel in order to do something analogous to that. You know? But to me, it says that the brain isn't calculating, because when we calculate, it's slow, and we couldn't survive on calculation.
But that's all the stuff I was talking about. I was talking about how all that linear stuff slows us down, measurements slow us down. You know, one of my, did you, you know, Dr. Oliver Sacks when he was alive? He was a fabulous, I really enjoyed him a lot, neuroscientist. And I actually had the, Oliver Sacks.
Oh, I've heard the name, but I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, he was, he was British. He was really, really interesting. But, and I did have an opportunity actually to talk to him about psychic phenomena, which he just said, I don't believe it because I can't imagine a way in which it would work. And that's sort of how this whole, you know, the whole discussion has gotten stymied, I think. But anyway, and that's what I was trying to get around. But in one of his books, it's called "The Wife Who Mistook Her Husband." The man who mistook his wife for a hat. It's a great book, and he talks about meeting these low IQ autistic twins. They, you know, the level where they couldn't button their own shirts, they could barely function. And he's sitting with them, interviewing them, and he somehow drops a box of matches on the floor and they scatter all over the place. And within an instant, both twins shouted out 111. They knew like that it was 111. They weren't doing calculations. They're doing incredible, they're doing what I'm talking about when I'm talking about what psychics do. It's sensory experiential thinking. It's and Dr. Sachs was trying to explain, well, what is that? Because he said it can't be, he said it's some weird type of, it's not an ordinary algorithm. It's something different. It's more like a shape or a tree of ideas or a thoughtscape or something like that. But it is not linear thinking because you cannot do it that fast.
So much so that we have the example of Ramanujan. You know, when he comes up with the solutions of a bunch of different complex problems in mathematics intuitively, and he reports that he got the solutions or the answers by God. And when he's in Cambridge, I think, or Oxford, no, I think he was in Cambridge, when he's in one of these universities, he finally connects with Hardy, who is a guy together with another one who are working on the same problems, but theoretically. And they pose this, you know, this theoretical problem to Ramanujan. And he said, why do I have to go through this pain? I already know the answer. He says, yeah, but you cannot prove it rationally, you know, logically. And so much so that he finally ends up proving that and dying as a consequence of getting ill of such an effort, rational effort, to be able to reach the same conclusion that he already knew, you know, way before he had to spend all these years trying to do it the hard way. And so we go in terms of inner wars and stresses and social wars, trying to solve everything right. Maybe, you know, the solutions are already in here, meaning in our souls and minds, waiting to be accessed without so much pain.
the difficulty is that Ramanujan needed to write it down on paper to communicate his results to others. I mean, how, without that, is he going to communicate his psychic intuition to other people who didn't have it?
Correct. That was a mitzvah. That was an action of kindness towards us. Give his life for us to see something greater than just, the rational avenue. And I would concur with that, Dan. I think most of the people in the world that had an insight into reality like that, they pay a price with their own life to be able to share it with us.
Josh, I would like to make a comment on your work. Obviously, our journal published quite a bit of your work, and what your group's doing is quite noble. The Embassy of Peace, and I have two questions. Before I do that, yeah, there's such a thing called Kashyap record. I guess they're saying that we're all divine, having human experience. So there's also the theory that the brain is it's an antenna. So some people's brain are better receivers of, say, from the Kashyap record. So they don't need to do, linear calculation. They can pick the results from there. Well, with this said, my question to you is, now, your group your group, Embassy of the Peace, is trying to achieve love and peace, but the world nowadays is running in the opposite direction, as we all know, from Ukraine, Russia, North Korea, I mean, United States. How do you see, this current affair? Because after all, if we try to elevate everyone's consciousness, achieve world peace, I think that's the whole point. We try to have a mini program to achieve these social results. How do you see that, which is contradictory to, what your group and what many people, I guess all of us try to achieve. My second question is, I noticed on your brief summary that you were doing some quantum entanglement related experiment. I'm not sure whether you're ready to share some of the results with this group as far as how it ties into your, spiritual revelation and synchronicity. So that's my two questions.
All right. So let me comment. I don't have definite answers for everything, but let me comment on your questions. I think I'm not a pioneer of an embassy of peace. If you read ancient scriptures, for example, in the West, we can read the Bible. Blessed are the peacemakers, because they will be called the sons and daughters of God. So what that's supposed to mean? In all theologies, we're supposed to, to aim for an ideal state where harmony and peace is the common norm and not, the exception and chaos. But through all these texts, also there are stories about a lot of chaos and wars and people missing the mark on what is really the spiritual path. And so I think that the Embassy of Peace in modern days is not divorced from the whole process of humanity. We've gone from ancient times to where we are now to try to understand how is the world, how is the possibility or the dream of harmony, social harmony, and individual inner peace going to be achieved by humanity as a whole. And I still think, because of my life experiences with others, that this is an achievable goal. I think it's much more difficult to have mutated from monkey to human than to mutate from human to Homo passem. We went from hominid to Homo sapiens, now from Homo sapiens to Homo passem. I think it's it's not of a big leap. I think it's way more difficult to mutate from a monkey to human than to human to peaceful human. Now the question is, how are we to achieve that? And when I was sharing before with Nancy, I thought the same principle applies. This is not the work of one avatar or one messiah. I don't think that this is the real story of ancient times, that one being is going to save us all. I think that the real message is that we have that potential in ourselves to harness, to become that. And that's a personal journey, a personal decision. But I'm kind of convinced that as more people start to awaken and embrace that journey, humanity, it's transforming. So social harmony is the consequence of more people that have achieved inner harmony interacting with each other. And so that's a slow motion process for sure. And but I think that the priority for me is personally is to be that the embodiment of that being that is peace, in all circumstances. Now there might be circumstances that I've never been in that may, may require for me to grow more to be able to be peace in situations that I've never been. But so far, I think I have harnessed within myself enough of what inner peace is to be able to see around me that things can get better, at least in my macrocosm. So if we had embassies of peace everywhere, let's say you, Huping, open your embassy of peace at home, and you had people visiting you, and they will feel peace, they will understand or connect with peace with you, like I connected to these dimensions with my grandmother and so on, then that becomes a network, a living network of peace propagation. So I think the more people are committed to find that peace and become anchor that peace in the body, being an embodiment of peace and love and values like that, then peace will propagate. And I made a crazy calculation, both with simulation models, applying systems engineering and mathematics, and also applying very simple geometrical patterns that are found in the Bible. Of course, one was a very simple biblical model, and the other one was a little bit more complex based on our data of 15 years of people coming through the Embassy of Peace in New Zealand. And 3,000 people have come, and I'll tell you, out of 3,000, maybe 10 have committed to this journey in 15 years of finding peace, and away from just survival needs. And so I thought, well, with these parameters, is there any hope? Like it's a very small percentage. And well, okay, so if you have one person that touches 10 people in 10 years, and these 10 people awaken to peace and how to masterfully embody peace in 10 years, and if each of these 10 touches 10 and so on, well, in 100 years, with a 10-year delay period of learning process for every individual touched, it's enough to shift humanity completely. But the assumption is that nothing is delaying the process, one, and second, that everybody will commit to such a process. And of course, those assumptions are violated every day. Not everybody is committed to be an embodiment of peace, and not everybody, it's necessarily acting in that kind of capacity. And so the question is, how do we get people to see the value of that and commit to that? That's the question. I think that's got to happen from childhood, and for children to learn that or attempt that, they need not just the Heart Institute to help them with heart rate variability and psychophysiological coherence, but they need parents who are a living embodiment of that. So you cannot get to the children without, with the adults advancing, you see, because it passes. And then there are also things that people are mentioning here that are epigenetic processes. Maybe there are people who are more propense to inner peace because of their own epigenetics and ancestral lines. And that's, I never ruled that out. In fact, I wrote a little bit of that in the Brain of Melchizedek. And so there are elements of nature, and perhaps, you know, the hierarchy of John may be able to let us see in the whole system of and feedback systems and loops, where are our leverage to ignite the learning process, which makes it easier for people to grow. I don't think that chaos out there, it's a a process that hinders on me, that delays me. Okay, so I don't think chaos out there, it's something that delays the process of individual inner peace, because that's a commitment with myself. And I've walked enough for 20 to 30 years without working for money. Sometimes I didn't have what to eat. Many days I learned how to fast and all that, to know that when you have a commitment like that to inner peace, nothing out there will stop you. I know that by first-hand experience. I'm not the only one. I mean, probably Sri Aurobindo could tell you stories like that. If you read Yogananda, if you ask Carrie, she's got stories similar, Carl, Kali, and so many of you. And so the question is, if I want to see peace, I have to make my priority my inner peace. Because without me being inner peace, I'm an element of disharmony and war in the world. So if I cannot experience peace, war is still in me. It's happening. I'm an element of that. But if I'm radiate that or signal that to others, and people can experience that, at least they can visit me at home and feel better when they're at home, and see how they take that into their lives. And so I think it's a slow motion process, Hupin. It's an organic process, and it's got its times, and it's got its complexities. But I am sure that it can be achieved, because I'm a human. I wasn't born an angel, so if I can tap into that peace, why can everybody tap into that peace? They just need the right people around them, the right environment, the right attitude, the right commitments. And some people want to be engineers. Some people may decide one day to be ambassadors of peace. And if their environment empowers them to do that, like people will empower people becoming lawyers and doctors and engineers and artists, say, well, you want to be an ambassador of peace, we'll help you. Parents will help that to happen. Then maybe we will be fostering that kind of transformation, social transformation. And so that's something that will take a little while. I don't know how long. Could be 1 hour, and it could be 10,000 years. It's unpredictable. But the model says, with those assumptions I told you, that we should be able to establish peace on this earth in no more than 100 years. It's plausible, and it's possible.
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, I mean, you have a strategy. Now, my second question, you still remember, right? It relates to
The
higher
quantum
science
physics
of,
one. So let me tell you, I gave to this group, a presentation on the results that we did in replicating the Nobel Prize experiment by a spontaneous parametric down conversion, photon entanglement, okay? So we did that with extremely good results, as good as the best results reported in the literature. And then we started to tweak the model to change a quarter wave plate on one of the channels, and started to create shifts in the signals where the violations were lost. But when you post experiment, you restore the signals to the proper place of calculation of the Clauser's inequality, CHSH inequality, you get the violations back. But there is one angle, 45 degrees in a quarter wave plate, that will not produce violations, and it creates a classical landscape. So now we're presenting this, we'll probably publish it soon, I don't know when, but we're in the process of publishing. This process of reporting these experiments results have opened up a Pandora box for me and for other people. And for the people who are holding on to the Copenhagen interpretation, they're struggling with trying to understand how are we going to interpret that, because the states that we're generating are maximally entangled, They are correlated states, but they don't produce violations. Very strange. Now, there is a family of states like that that we are now starting to identify, Kerry and I and others. And so that suggests to me that we have to reconsider again Einstein and de Broglie and maybe Bohm, but let's say de Broglie and Einstein. Why? Because now we have classical states which are maximally entangled, that are correlated states. They are correlated photons. They are produced in the same crystal and arrive in a window of less than 10 nanoseconds to the coincidence detector. They are detected, but they are not producing violations. And so for me, that means that entanglement as interpreted as spooky action at a distance, it's not an option, but correlation is. So then the whole journey for me becomes focused on how to understand better these correlations, which is a probabilistic distribution of a kind with a certain, classical kind of Schrödinger dynamics equation with the evolution of the probability amplitudes. But that's a classical problem. There's nothing quantum about the Schrödinger equation apart from the amplitude probability. So we have really an evolutionary process of how the wave function, which means the distribution of probability, the dynamical distribution of probability, it's changing in time. And when we measure, it will be in one shape and it will produce a particular result, which is more likely to happen where the probabilities are concentrated in that shape. So then the whole problem, boils down to understanding what are these correlations telling us, not to conclude that there is something like spooky action at a distance. Now, having said that, how does that relate with inner peace, social harmony, and psychic abilities and telepathy and all that? Well, as you know, because you're a physicist, the measurement problem, it's to a certain extent by certain physicists being associated with human observation. To some other physicists, that doesn't make any sense. The observer is the apparatus, the polarizer where measurement is done, that's what collapses the wave function. So the observer is not a human entity. But there are people studying mind-matter interactions like Dean Radin and others. So the question is, do we need entanglement to explain telepathy? And my answer to that is no. By all means, no. We're not, subatomic particles correlated in that way. I mean, I think what we need to explain, what we would call an entanglement, telepathy is not entanglement, is how the signals of the environment are all interconnected in one being, in one living entity, so that the living being is aware of all its parts. And sometimes some of the parts become aware of each other, like a synchronicity. But the whole being, it's already living and aware of all of its parts. And so, yeah, I mean, my fingers can become aware of each other, but I'm the one who's aware of my two fingers touching. So who's touching who? This finger is touching this one, or this finger is touching that one. If I go like this, who is touching who? And if I touch my finger with your finger, and you feel what you feel, and I feel what I feel, and then suddenly we have a shared experience. Who's touching who? Are you touching me, or am I touching you? See, that's the process that I think is taking place. It's more of a holarchy again, or something like that, a living entity, where the problem of entanglement doesn't even exist, because it's one entity. It's not two entities communicating at faster than the speed of light. It's one entity cognizing and being conscious of itself.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's important to tackle the entanglement process, to dispel once and for all, if we can do that eventually, the notion that spooky action at a distance, as interpreted by the Copenhagen school, could actually be used and invoked to explain telepathy. We don't need physics to explain telepathy. We need conscious beings, living beings. So I hope that I partially commented on your question to give you an idea.
Yeah, I agree. What you're saying, basically, you're saying that well, if there's only one consciousness, right? There's only one mind, obviously, which is say the foundation of the emergent space-time. Obviously, then that all can be explained. So you're talking about, as far as hard science, I think based on what you're saying, we need it's called a post-quantum type of, I mean, beyond quantum mechanics type of scientific scenario. You know, like one mind, one consciousness, and within that theater or domain, I think that's at least what I'm trying to paraphrasing what you're saying to me. Now you don't need the action at a distance, because there's no distance. If there's only one, say, divine mind, we're all part of that divine mind. Is how because organization of our particular brain, how we can create a correlation and synchronicity. Yeah, and I know time. There's another presenter. I mean, I just want to make 2 comments on that's my view as far as how to achieve, say, world peace, right? I mean, because nobody wants war, bloodshed. There are 2 factors we had to consider. One's obviously to one who believe God, created the world exists. Say, then basically one of the things I was talking to Nancy at the other time privately. In Chinese, there's a saying, mind plotting, but whether your plot will be successful is determined by the divine force, by God. So we're saying, so why this world is so chaotic is because we're not the individuals, right? I mean, we're not in control, and we're a player in this cosmic game. Right now, it's chaotic. That's one explanation. The other is how to say your plan, or the way you say how to achieve peace, is that since 2016, let's see, I mean, there's people already use the word, we're living in a post truth period. Truth does not matter anymore. The reason is because there's so much false food being put into the through social media, characters who willing to do this type of thing, brainwash people. Now the thing to counter this actually is there are enough people, I mean, there are many enlightened people have similar ideas, is that this force able to gain the stage, use social media, counter these falsehood, because let's don't use the word propaganda, but if you don't go, there had to be a way that we all work together, getting finance, getting money, and to be able to, using social platforms to counter these false messages. I'm saying that's one way to actually achieve, I guess, moving peace process forward much faster, is through mass movement, counter the falsehood of the current, society. That's my observation.
I always say to people, whatever you think it's gonna work to bring peace to yourself and others, just put it in motion. You will find out. You will find out if
I understand what you're saying. Now, the thing that we all, I mean, I realize even more through this social phenomenon is that not many people want to think for themselves. They would rather just, take care of the necessity and being not proactive. So large group of people can easily be brainwashed because they don't think for themselves. So somehow we had to make everyone think for themselves, figure like what we're doing now. So that is a very worthwhile social experiment.
Well, I guess that these conversations are part of the antidote.
Yes.
We're very diverse. We all have a way of experiencing reality. It's akin to each of us, and we share ideas, and I'm pretty sure so far, you know, as I know you, that all of you are aligning towards benevolence and peace and social harmony and inner peace. So I mean, this is each of us is gonna go as a whole to their own families and friends, and what you carry, what I carry, you all represent me somehow, and I represent you in terms of qualities and values, and that's gonna permeate others person's experiences, because you're going to share with others and I'm going to share with others. So
Yeah.
I think
Let's
that we
stay
should
hopeful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's not even hopeful. It's a matter of survival also, and it's a matter of your own personal development. I mean, how will you harness your human potential? That's it's beyond science. I mean, I just want to be the best person I can be. And I don't even know how that looks like, because there is always a way of being better. And sometimes it just reveals itself on the spot when you need the most to be better. And thanks God that day you were able to accomplish that. And so then you look backwards and you go, wow, I did that stuff. How did I do that? I mean, it wasn't thinkable before you did it. So there is an element of rationality, there is an element of irrationality, there is an element of selfishness, and there is an element of altruism in all that. And I say, we all kids were screaming for milk when we were babies and never say thank you to our mothers who fed us for 3 times a day. She was probably exhausted, had enough. You see, but there one day, we become more conscious and we say, Mom, and for the first time there is a recognition. And then one day we say, Mom, can I help you in the kitchen? And I think the same is with God. God is like a mother trying to breastfeed us, and we're just demanding food without saying thank you. And so suddenly one day we go, wow, Mom, you're there. Wow, thank you. And then one day we can say, hey, can I help you? I'm down here, you're not. So I'm the agent, you're the spirit, you see? And there is a communication and a consciousness, which is very, very tangible, and it happens just when it happens. It's just, there's no formula for that.
Yeah. Well,
But I think we're all we all have what it takes to experience that. Humans do, and animals, of course.
Thank you.
Very welcome. We can continue to explore questions and answers between each of you if you want to, or we can move on. Whatever you feel like. I'm here. Uzi, have a great journey.
Good night, thanks.
Have a wonderful rest.
I mean, there are people on here that I have not shared or participated. If you have any questions, just do now. I'm just gonna
I'm looking forward to your talk in the near future.
He left, Song.
Oh, he left.
Yeah. I'll let him know.
Okay.
Anybody would like to comment or ask questions to any of the people who presented?
I'd like to come back to the idea of a hold-on. I really think there are two theoretical possibilities of two types of hold-ons. As I said before, self-organizing hold-on and self-destructive hold-on. And there are physical systems which reflects these ideas. The current universe that we're living in so far has been self-organizing. And pure laws of physics guarantees self-organizing. The universe, I don't know, 15 billion years of history, if it's not self-organizing, it would have already disappeared. The fact that it exists until now is an indication that we are living in a self-organizing physical hold-on, But this physical holon, self-organizing holon, may turn into self-destroying holon, depending on how human mind works in the coming decades or maybe centuries. So I think these two types of holons are real, I think. It's not just theoretical ideas, but has physical reference, physical entities corresponding to this. Self-organizing and self-destroying or self-destructive holons.
I tend to see that more the way John described it. If I think about a larger holon, yeah, that integrates everything that is going on in different regions of the hierarchy, and some of them are destructive and some are, constructive and all that in your terms. I think the larger holon, it's actually dealing with the corrective processes to leave behind the destructivity, but the full holon never gets destroyed. I don't even know if there is such a thing like a full holon, but let's say the network of holons never get destroyed. You see, it's only locally that some sub-holons or holons within holons can manifest some form of disharmony, disease, and destructivity. And the rest is just a regulatory process, a holonomic regulatory process of life. I don't know what you think, John, because it's your theory, and I would like to hear more. Huh?
Yeah, I agree with your interpretation of it, for sure. If one of the things I didn't mention is that in the theory, if you ever had the largest holon, if you ever had a holon for the entire universe and it was closed and it didn't have anything outside of it, conceptually, that would be a mechanism. Any holon that doesn't have external relations with the holarchy becomes a mechanism technically, and you can show that mathematically. And we know it's not a mechanism. So the result is that it's an infinite holarchy. And yeah, there's obviously natural selection at work with a self-destroying holon. It doesn't survive as well as a sustainable one. So
in theory, I suppose there may be other universes besides ours in which both self-organizing and self-destroying holons existed or exists, because our universe may not be the only one. And the laws of physics allows both possibilities. Laws of physics doesn't guarantee that holons will exist forever. It guarantees both positive and negative holons, I think.
well, I would alter that because current physics isn't thinking this way, and if it's valid, if the holon approach is valid, then you can reach certain conclusions about that. For one thing, in the current more mechanistic view in physics, one conclusion is that there have to be multiverses in order to make it work, in order for information not to be destroyed and that sort of thing. And in this theory, there's one universe, but it's infinitely complex. So the one universe can include multiplicities of contextual reality. There's a lot to this, and I've drilled down to it to some degree. I'd love to show it. A graphic, maybe later if the conversation goes on, I'll find it. But when I
in the
look at
Urantia
this
book, tell John, I have feedback, so I don't know when you're finished. Keep going.
Oh, am I coming across okay?
Well, keep going because I sometimes I think you're finished because there's delay for me and.
Yeah, there's nothing more really. We could go on forever, but
All
I
right.
don't know if that
Well, no,
answers the
I was
question.
thinking that regarding to what you're saying, that I tend to think in terms of how you have described the hierarchy more than I tend to think in a dual holonomic theory of good and evil. I don't see that this is what's really happening here. I think that in terms of evolutionary processes and metabolism, just biologically speaking, there is corrective mechanisms, to heal or to disintegrate a body, which then becomes part of the earth and then becomes part of the compost of the universe. I mean, of the earth, and all that is part of the living network, or in a sense, it's an ecosystem which is greater than where good and bad doesn't play a notion. I think we cannot conflate in biology good and bad or destructive and constructive with good and evil in a theological sense. They are two different categories of things, like chaos and order. And I think the self-regulating element of the universe allows for something like a grand universe with multiple universe in it. I mean, that's the model of the Urantia book. The Urantia book has many many universes, but they are all part of a grand universe, and every universe has a local government and a local. It's like, the United Universe of I won't say America, but of the cosmos. Like there is a communication between them. It's a living being, and that conforms the grand universe. It's not one particular universe, but from inside each universe, it looks like a closed system until you get some of the beings of this universe to be able to communicate to the larger universe or to other universes. See? And so it's very hard to know if you're part of a greater universe if you don't have a communication with that, or a family of universe, if you don't have a communication which quantum mechanics forbids between universe, yeah, or quantum theory, like the multi-universe theory. But if it's a living being, there is no issue like that. It's like Nancy was saying, suddenly you have a communication with an entity which may live in a completely different universe. You just don't know it. And that kind of mental mind current, permeates from one universe to another universe and then to a noosphere of one planet. And so suddenly part of the noosphere of one planet have thoughts of another universe that could, get into communicate with one entity within a universe of a planet of the noosphere of a planet in one particular unit. So it's a living entity. It's like having a neuron here, and having sensory neurons on the hands, and everything is communicating with everything, but not everything is aware of that. Not every part is aware of each other all the time.
Joshua,
Uh-huh.
I've been recently exposed to the new literature and videos and so on, which opened my eyes. It has to do with Maxwell's electromagnetic equations. Apparently, when Maxwell formulated the mathematical theory of light, it had 20 equations. And somebody, I forget his name, in England, reduced this to 4 for convenience by omitting one of the terms in an equation. I forget the exact nature of it. And if you include that, you get a new picture of field. If you include that, you have not only electromagnetic field, but what is called Tesla wave, Tesla field, or longitudinal wave, or scalar field. And this scalar field is different from electromagnetic in that its speed is instantaneous. So it will pervade the whole universe, not only our universe, but whole galaxies there, so that if some people mind are sensitive to this scalar wave, the person can, in principle, communicate with the entities outside our galaxies. There's a theoretical possibility. So the fact that we cannot communicate besides our own galaxy because of the speed of light, that may not be total truth. That may be based on a simplified theory of light. More complete theory may allow us to communicate with the galaxies all around us beyond the speed of light. That's the impression I got. I have to study this more, but it's a fascinating possibility.
I'd like to share something that supports what Yeshua was saying. If I can do that visual, let me share the screen. Perhaps can see it.
Absolutely, please.
Do you see this mandala-like diagram?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's whole paper on this, and I'm not going to drag you through it all, but I think I can talk through it with just this diagram, space-time. And the very simple idea here is that this circumference, the circle, is local reality. This is where we are. So let's say that we are here at 90, where it says 90, which means nothing, of course. And places that are away from us, are along a circle. And this is time from the middle of the circle on out. So as we, and the lines are geodesic, they're light path geodesics. Now, why do they look like this? Well, we have the idea very well established that light travels at a constant velocity in local space. Well, so local space for us is this timeline. Local space for this guy is that one. So this is a line that crosses every radial at 45 degrees. Has to be, otherwise light's not a constant in local space. So if you just ask, well, what does that give you? It doesn't give you a Big Bang origin. It gives you an infinite logistic fractal. So you have a singular fractal. Okay. Now to get this diagram, this isn't just time, this is imaginary time, IT. Or to scale it like space, I call it ICT. So this is scaled the same as space, but this is imaginary, and these are reals. And the angle is a phase angle that's also imaginary. And if you were to calculate the length of an arc, you would multiply the phase angle, an imaginary number, times the time vector, an imaginary number, and you would get real space. So it has very interesting properties. There's no region of the universe that is not potentially visible. There are parts that we haven't seen yet, because what we have seen is what's inside the pair. But what's outside the pair, we will eventually see as light progresses. Now, I have one diagram like this where I show it expanding, light continuing out and the circle getting bigger. That's, of course, very hard to show. And it's not really what we would see. Like here, we see this as being stationary, co-moving point of view. What would we see well, we would see a universe that's contracting. And in fact, as you can imagine, any place in history, which the inside of this thing is a possible event that could occur. Let's just stop it here for a minute. So let's say there's an event that occurs here. That's a new origin. That's like this origin. And there would be a space-time diagram like this one, starting from that point where an event occurred. In fact, there would be origins starting where every event occurs. And they wouldn't necessarily agree. There would be some uncertainty because they don't have the same origin. But this common origin evolves. Everything converges to this common origin to give us a sense of an origin to the universe. But as you can also see, that as light travels, which is its nature, fundamental nature, because what is light? It's dx divided by dt. It's a relation between distance and time. And there is nothing that defines distance that doesn't also require a definition of time, and vice versa. So light defines space-time in this view. And so as you see, its nature, its geometrical property is that all origins that might initially occur converge. And I think this might have something also to do with why in paranormal research, there's this thing called the decline effect, where you start a new phenomenon that's anomalous, and you get a very big effect, and it says, wow, this exceeds all probability. Then as you keep doing the experiment over and over again, the effect gets less and less until it almost goes away. And it's this kind of convergence that we see. So that's a very interesting model. You know, any point in the universe that we haven't already seen, where light hasn't already arrived at one of our historical points on the timeline, it will eventually arrive in the future. And if you can also think that if light comes out from if we do something and the light vector with carrying that information goes out to other places, and say we did something here and that light went to another region of space, it made some effect and then it came back. And so you have a writing and a reading of our own history. Our own history can come back to us. It's like a karmic effect. And so literally this is showing that the entire universe would be informationally linked, except for the, call it what you will, perception, illusion, whatever, of time. This view also explains dark energy. You don't need it because the geometry of light, regardless of mass, is already self-expanding. It's continuous universal inflation. And you know, another aspect of this is you imagine the historical universes would have smaller circles as we perceive them, sitting back here. And yeah, that smaller circle has a sharper curvature than the big one, and that implies mass, if mass is space-time curvature. So even though this is a massless geometry of light, it implies energy reduction and matter creation. And this same model would apply to every event, every particle. If you're familiar with the work of Nassim Haramein, he did a very nice paper on the Schwarzschild proton, where he showed that it was essentially a black hole. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's one application of the hold-on view, gives us a completely different picture of the universe.
Bye-bye, Huping. I'm just saying bye to Huping. He's going. Thank you for being here. John, this is a really nice object, mathematical fractal. I've dealt in objects like that for a long time. I actually did a whole study on the integrand of the Fourier transform, which is, you know, how you go from signal domain to frequency domain. And that integrand is an equation that, you know, creates, depending on how you define the frequency of that story, it creates a bunch of mandalas similar to this one and different too. And so that's a complex number. You can do that with a complex configuration number. Yeah. So I really like
Maybe
those.
you can you can help me. I'm stuck because the model I just showed you, I've written a couple of papers, but I want to show that so I want to predict something and test the prediction. So I predicted the change in the Hubble constant going back in time, and I get a very interesting curve that seems to correlate quite well with the data. And this is strictly on a massless geometry that you can calculate on the back of an envelope without using general relativity. And I want to do a more exact test of that. So I've got the supernova SN1 data and plotting that and to see if it matches up. But unfortunately, the data is model dependent itself. And so I have to figure out how to do a model, my own model dependent transformation of the data that isn't just a tautology. And I've been stuck with that. But I've got the data.
I was using it. I was using that.
I just have to calibrate it.
I was using that mathematical construct to, of course, I don't need to study brains, but I decided I would use it to study brains because by using the integrand, if I put a frequency, let's say alpha, it would create one type of mandala. So alpha waves respond to a certain geometrical mandala because the integrand is an integrand with a term, a parameter, which is frequency. So if I change the frequency, e to the power of e times frequency, blah, 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 it changes the mandala of what I'm plotting. So for gamma, I had other mandalas. So the question was, what happens when the brain is changing from one dominant frequency to the other, if we're changing frequency? So you started to have different mandalas happening, and then suddenly one mandala will dominate. So that will be a way of looking at the brain, with geometrical, dynamical geometrical patterns. It was a taxonomy of mandalas to represent brain states. And I think I think I filmed the video. I'm gonna see if I can dig it in, and then maybe we can get together and we can see that video. And I have to see it again to remember all that I did. But I mean, the video, I explain it. Huh?
Good. I'm getting some delay here, so I don't know if you can
Thanks,
hear me.
Nancy.
Yeah.
Nancy, very nice to see you.
Oh, too bad Nancy left out. I was going to make a comment that would relate to you, Nancy, if you have 30 seconds to wait.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, bye. Oh, you can't? Okay. Well, I was going to say that this gives us a picture of non-locality also, because history is non-local, right? Show me where history is in our local world. We have a concept that history occurred sometime in the past and it's treated as a local event, but all that's very abstract. So I think we have a very tangible way of thinking of non-locality. And what I showed it as far as information travel, it's showing access to all of it.
Yeah, your diagram
would be
your diagram there was giving me all kinds of exploding ideas. It was interesting. It was interesting when you also, because I imagined it moving and then you made it move, and then I was saying, yeah, but what about I mean, you've got it there in 2 dimensions. I mean, it'd be really interesting also if you could flip it into several different dimensions to see how it moves. And by the way, this concept of history, as soon as you started to talk about how history can go back in on itself on the event. You showed sort of a triangular kind of a movement back in on itself. It made me think of something very strange that happened to me. This was, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, but I lost 10 years. I don't know where they went. And it's kind of a long story, but I was able to sort of document it with a bunch of people. I don't know what happened. Which is very strange. So since then, I've been looking for theories as to why the heck would something like that occur? How could it possibly occur? It's just like too bizarre. So your model there was giving me some interesting ideas.
Yeah, all kinds of questions like that. And there's a view of quantum theory too that I think can be developed from this, because of the idea that every event creates this kind of space-time geometry. You can certainly get, this is already compatible with special relativity, but as you can see, it doesn't begin with the assumption of general relativity. Both are true, but in this model, special relativity is the general case, and general relativity is a special case once you have matter.
Interesting.
This is a good place for, because Uzi's talk moves into infinity and the geometry of the mind. Speaker 4 is Uziel Oret. Uziel was born in Safed, Israel. He graduated from Technion in Haifa and Georgetown University in Washington. He taught physics at Washington Trinity University and is currently a member of the Inspire Institute. He has a lifelong interest in the putative physics of consciousness. Uzi will be presenting on infinity and the geometry of the mind. In his own words, Uzi will try to relate the geometry of the empty mind to infinity by exploring connections between consciousness, awe, and infinity. He will argue that both consciousness and infinity are awe-inspiring because they cannot be contained, and that anti-de Sitter space structure is well suited for the egocentric space of the mind, allowing for the possibility that we are island universes of sorts. Following Kregel, he will relate the aesthetic sublime and the phenomenology of awe to the phenomenology of infinity, and end by considering some of the ethical consequences of such a move, especially in comparison to eliminativist ethics. Uzi's talk is based on a prior talk that he gave in Tucson in 2024.
Okay, so this is based on a talk that I gave, where the title of the session was something about infinity. It was about the geometry of the mind. And what is the geometry of the mind? So what I'm saying, it's right now your conscience, you have a certain phenomenal field, right? And the phenomenal field has a certain structure, right? There are differences in it. If there are differences, then it's information laden. And so information is somehow realized in this way. And this structure, perhaps you can talk about the geometry of the mind. And you can think about the structure when it's empty, meaning you can put all kinds of things, but you can just experience the thing, so experience the structure itself. The empty structure also has a certain structure. And I guess, so, when you talk about the geometry of the mind, you can also talk about all kinds of things. You can talk about qualia spaces, which can be likened to certain vector spaces with a collection of attributes that gives you vectors. And then you have the question of a metric. Does the phenomenality, the phenomenal plane, the structure that we experience, does it have a metric? Can you define differences? So this is these are some of the current concerns, but I'm interested in a different problem. I'm kind of more interested in the question of infinity. Infinity meaning we harbor infinity in some sense. At least I'm saying it would be nice to think about ourselves like this, and it also has ethical consequences that I will talk about towards the end of the talk. And I'm actually interested in connections between the structure of the geometry of the mind, this kind of empty space, the empty room, if you will, or Tononi sometimes talks about the empty cathedral. It sounds a little better, you know. So the empty cathedral, the geometry of the empty cathedral, and so I'm somehow trying to relate the geometry of this empty mind to infinity by exploring connections between consciousness, awe, and infinity. And I'm going to argue that both consciousness and infinity are awe-inspiring because they cannot be contained. And by the way, awe is a very interesting word. I'll soon talk about it. And yeah, there's, you know, the metaphor of the container, both in mysticism and in general. I'm not going to get into it right now. And I'm going to argue in the end that anti-de Sitter space structure, I'm going to show you what it looks like, is well suited for the egocentric space of the mind. I mean, the kind of phenomenal space that we experience, allowing for the possibility that we are island universes of sorts, somehow infinite on the inside, but finite from without. I know it sounds strange, but I'll try to get into it. But anyway, it's hard to talk about consciousness, which is pretty ineffable, and infinity, which is also ineffable. Infinity is, it's not a simple concept to grasp. And so this whole subject is a bit elusive, you know, the connection between two ineffable. How do I? Oh, okay. So here I have a haiku by one of my favorite Japanese poets. It says, "Sitting under the plum blossom, how strange." I don't know if you get it, but this, for me, it captures. Sometimes you can sit under a tree, or say, I don't know, maybe kids are coming out of the kindergarten, or you're looking at a bus. Suddenly, you get this feeling of, whoa, how strange, meaning there's just something fantastic. It kind of hits you for maybe half a second, or you know, it's kind of a short experience of awe, perhaps, that may have to do with the fact that the containable, which is incontainable, or something like that. But still, just this tries to capture, sitting under the plum blossom. How strange. Meaning it tries to capture a certain state of mind, which is not easy to capture. And this is why it's nice to have poets, right? The experience of awe that is caused by a consciousness that refuses to be put in its place is short and unmediated, what people call revelatory, meaning it is revealed to you immediately without any mediation. And I was in a talk in Kobe by Uriah Kriegel, and he was trying to somehow connect the question of awe with the question of consciousness, the awe of consciousness, the experiencing, why is there awe associated with experience consciousness sometimes, and also connected it to galaxies, to infinity, as something which is awe-inspiring. So the infinite is awe-inspiring. Kriegel attempts to explore the connections between awe and consciousness, the awe of infinity, the awe generated by that which cannot be contained. And there are a lot of questions here. There are phenomenological questions. That is what trying to describe the experience that you have is to the best of your ability of the awe of consciousness, the awe of infinity. So we're missing the phenomenological analysis. What is the phenomenology of awe? I mean, it's a mood. It's not a propositional attitude. There's something visceral about it. So maybe something that people refer to as part of cognitive phenomenology. But no, actually, it would just have to do with mood, but a very powerful fringe consciousness, if you will, something that may lack detail but is powerful. What is the phenomenology of infinity itself? And what is the phenomenology of wonder? What does it mean to wonder? And how can we describe that? Or the wonder of infinity. Does awe conflate wonder and horror? We'll talk about it when we enter a synagogue. How do we experience the awe that is sometimes caused by consciousness? And then there's the ontology and the epistemology of the infinity, meaning what is infinity? Is there really something like infinity? Or what happens? You divide something and you just keep dividing it. Then we have a very powerful intuition that, you can always keep dividing it somehow, or that cannot be a boundary to the universe. How can you have a boundary? We have a very powerful intuition. There's got to be something, even nothingness behind the boundary, but you cannot, something that simply going to stop. So, but it's infinity. It can just be an invention, something that can be explained, some kind of a mathematical abstraction, a tool of convenience, not really something real, something that exists. And here we actually get into questions about the nature of the continuum and space itself, nothingness, the vacuum. Some would say that you can be a limitativist on the vacuum, and you can be a limitativist on consciousness. And a limitativist on the vacuum says there's nothing there. Maybe you can have causal set theory where everything is determined by distances between which point can affect which point, and this somehow, the set of relationship, you can construct a space, but there's nothing really there. On the other hand, some people say no, substantivalists will say no, there is really something there. There is and it has certain properties, and so nothingness and infinity, which are intimately related, are tricky subjects. So what I'm saying when we talk about them, so they're tricky mathematically, psychologically, phenomenologically, philosophically, and that's just to begin with, okay? So we harbor a powerful intuition that the conscious mental state is not bounded. This is one of the hardest problems that we have with consciousness, trying to say, okay, consciousness is physical, is, well, what's the relationship of this bizarre space, this phenomenological field? How's this related to actual space? And if it's physical, is there physics that is beyond space? What's going on here? And so we have a big problem of relating it to space, right? Meaning relating the space of consciousness to the physical space, and one of the problems is that it seems the conscious mental state is not bounded. And this is a bit related to the Archimedean intuition. If X is bigger than Y, there always exists a number N such that X must be smaller than NY. This means like there's no last number. You can always find the next number. And this is, again, a very powerful existential intuition, if you will. So let's talk a little bit about infinity and awe. And there's a book by Eli Ma'or, an Israeli thematician. It's called To Infinity and Beyond. This is kind of cute, because it's based on a book that he saw once as a child, with a telescope on it. But To Infinity and Beyond, and he talks there about all kinds of things. Among them, he talks about the tessellation of the plane, which is the ancient way of capturing infinity, okay? Meaning it's a bit like music too, some would say. We're repeating patterns, and you realize the pattern can go on to infinity. You have this very powerful intuition that this can be extended to infinity. So it's a way of expressing yourself about infinity. And these tessellations also, if you see, you have these repeating units, right? All kinds of repeating units. As a matter of fact, there's 19 ways to tessellate the plane. It's very interesting. There are only 19 ways to tessellate the planes. And what's important is that you cannot have any spaces, right? You cannot have holes. You don't have any missing pieces. So, for example, if you try to tessellate the plane with squares, no problem. You try to tessellate it with the pentagons, you won't be able to cover the whole plane in a way that doesn't leave holes. Okay, and so you can do it with a hexagon. Octagon, you'll need two pieces, but so anyway, so this is the tessellation of the plane, and really that gave rise to a lot of art and thinking. It's very important in science, and the idea of symmetry in condensed matter physics, which were lattices of condensed matter physics that are really three-dimensional patterns or three-dimensional tessellations, right? This is why you have a finite number of possible lattices in condensed matter physics. And this is how we understand matter, more or less. So this not leaving holes, there's something called horror vacui, the fear of leaving empty spaces in the design. So this is just, you see, you fill in everything, you don't leave empty spaces. And the powerful intuition that reality cannot contain holes. Even holes cannot contain holes. I mean, it's okay, so you have nothingness, but nothingness cannot contain holes at some point. And this is related to the no boundary intuition. And questions about the continuum are related to questions about infinity. And I don't know if you're familiar with projective geometry, but there's something really cute. You can take half a circle, a unit circle with radius 1, and you can show that it's possible to map half a circle, half the unit circle can be mapped to every point on the infinite line. And we're talking about the real. So if I take a piece of continuum and I take the reals, I can project a unit sphere onto the infinite continuum, and it's really easy to prove. So there are interesting connections then between the continuum and infinity. I'm not going to get into all that now. And we said that the ancients have used tiling, especially the Muslims, because they're not allowed to have graven images. Even the Jews are not allowed to really have graven images, but the Muslims have coated the inside of their mosques with tilings, beautiful tilings. They have a long tradition of doing that, very elaborate symmetries. And it is an expression about the infinite. It's almost a mosque. It's a way of capturing the infinite. You capture you try to kind of bring it to something, around you. You capture the infinite and you somehow relate to it, and then you do it in a community that relates together to the infinite. But these tilings, infinite tilings, are an important part of it. So sacred spaces are full or filled spaces, right? Meaning full in the sense of filled. And awful spaces are infinite spaces, at least certain types of awful that are filled with awe are infinite spaces. But you can have other awful spaces. I mean, you can walk into a hospital room with body parts, I don't know what, and it's going to be an awful place, and which relates to the infinite. And sacred spaces capture the infinite in here. Okay, so it's the infinite in here, and I think that this is what mosques do. So if we talk about the mosques in infinity, so blue and gold are colors of infinity. This is something that Eli Mo talks about. Mosque is an expression of infinity, and he talks about blue, color of the sky, and gold being colors of infinity. Then the minaret always kind of breaks out and points at perhaps something beyond itself. And you can say that about other religious structures that have towers of sorts. It's covered with tiles on the inside. And what is interesting, remember, the Muslims have discovered 17 of the 19 symmetry, or the 19 ways that you can tile the plane, which is pretty fantastic. And it is a local capture of infinity. You express yourself of infinity. And it is perhaps relates to the paradox of containing that which cannot be contained. You somehow manage to contain that which cannot be contained, or at least allude to it. That which cannot be expressed in words, sublime, infinite. And when Krieger talked about awe, he related it to Kant's sublime. Sublime, something that cannot be expressed in words. This is why it's hard to talk about these things. And the God that resists description is sublime, cannot be described in words. And that which fills us with awe, that which cannot be captured. And a metaphor of our inner space is uncontainable. So for me, these sacred spaces are also metaphors. I put it in a different color. It's a metaphor of our inner space. It's a metaphor of our inner space is something which is not containable. And this is why perhaps it's so hard to relate it to ordinary space and time. So there's just kind of a cute thing. There's a story about Dan Shechtman from my school, from the Technion. He was a condensed matter physics who did X-ray crystallography, where you shine X-ray beams at crystals and you look at the diffraction pattern, and from that you can deduce the structure of this crystal, okay? Anyway, so Dan Shechtman, he had some kind of material, and he did the experiment, and his results told him that the material had a 5-fold symmetry. But as I just told you, you cannot tile the plane with 5-fold. You cannot build 3-dimensional crystals with 5-fold symmetry. And this is known. It's not one of the 19 allowed solutions of tiling the plane. I'm not going to go into the third dimension, but the principle was that, but he said, no, you know what? I discovered it. So these are my results. I could check my stuff again. I'm sure of my results. You know, these experimentalists can be stubborn. And at the time, everybody just said, you know, this is nonsense. And I think it was Linus Pauling, who had like 2 Nobel Prizes, said it's total nonsense. And they wanted to actually kick him out of school. And he was a professor already. And he had all kinds of, but he wouldn't, you know, and everybody said, just get off this thing, stop. And he didn't. Well, if you know the end of the story, it turned out that maybe 6 months after that, Roger Penrose comes up and says, you know what, you can have 5-fold symmetries. But they're very tricky because they don't exactly repeat themselves, but they do cover the plane without leaving any holes. And they're very beautiful. And they're just made from 2 tiles. You see here, there's a green tile and a blue tile. And from that you can create, and you can continue this all the way to infinity, but it's tricky. It takes time because you have to do it in the right way. And it doesn't exactly repeat itself. It's a very rich structure that as it becomes bigger, new things emerge, and so it is also becoming very important in material research and in mathematics. And so Penrose kind of saved Shechtman, and then after a few years, he got the Nobel Prize for discovering these types of 5-fold. It's called quasi-crystals. And so Penrose tiles were connected to Dan Shechtman's quasi-crystals, and it's a nice story. And it ends even in a funnier way, because suddenly, I saw it was in 82 or something in New York Times, they said, you know what, in the Derby Imam Shrine, in 1493, the Muslims were the first to discover the Penrose tiles. They discovered it. It was right there, and we just never saw it. So just, I once wanted to make a little educational video about this story, about symmetry and about and also bringing the hearts together. But I don't make movies, so if anybody ever wants to make a movie. And then there are synagogues in infinity. Again, we're talking about sacred spaces and infinity. And here in synagogues, they don't try to capture infinity with the tessellation of the plane. And it's really interesting. When you enter synagogue, right above your head, there is inscribed a saying, and it says, "Ma nora hamakom hazeh." How nora is this place, or how nora this place is, meaning you're entering a sacred space, right? And nora and this is inscribed above one's head when you enter the synagogue. Nora is an ancient word. It's pre-Ugaritic. I once tried to look into it a little, perhaps pre-Amorite, that conflates horror, awe, and wonder with the limit of limiting. It's a very strange word, but you can think of it as very, 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 or so this place is somehow full of horror and awe and wonder. And you're entering a sacred space, and this reminds me of a song a poem by Yehuda Amichai. He talks about the talit, which Jews wear in the synagogue, and they have these blue ribbons, like blue. On the talit, you have like a blue. I mean, it's a blue stripe that goes all along the talit, and Yehuda Amichai says that the blue stripes are landing stripes for the angels, because he has a poem about why the talit is not checkered, right? It's not made of checkers, but so he says, yeah, these blue stripes refer to infinite landing stripes for the angels, which is kind of cute, but it lets the infinite kind of enter. So we talked about sacred spaces and the fact that they were even perhaps metaphors for the infinite, something which cannot be contained within us. And but there's not a lot of work about consciousness in infinity. I did mention Levinas several times, and Emmanuel Levinas is one of the people somehow did connect it, but this is all within the continental tradition, and it's just everything is a little different. So when they say infinity, that means they have their own kind of theoretical matrices, and you have to be a little careful when you try to bring stuff from the continental world to what we do. But he famously said that we recognize our own infinite nature by recognizing the infinite nature of the other. And he talked about the phenomenology of face-to-face, of a glance in the other's eye that somehow you suddenly realize that the other harbors a temporal infinity. Something like, it's a whole story. And he said that consciousness of time is the time of consciousness, which you can understand it any way you want. But if you're a four-dimensionalist, then you can also say that the consciousness of space is the space of consciousness, which is kind of interesting. What is the space of consciousness? This is one of the things that I'm kind of interested in. I spend a lot of time on this. Is there some kind of space of consciousness? And such a space would have to possess certain properties. Every element of the space must have a special relationship to other members of that space that is not shared by elements which are not in that space. Okay, so there's something about the unity of a space and the relationship between its elements that is not shared with things that are not in that space. So space is a very special thing. It must serve as a medium, okay, a stage, a medium that enables the robust and stable realization of information. And there's some drama being played in a medium. Medium makes information, it enables information to be realized in a certain way. It can be happening and there are different mediums. For example, the vacuum in Q of T, I think of it as a medium of sorts because this is where the elementary particles can be realized, all kinds of particles can be realized that then interact with each other and can play out a whole drama if you want. But it is a medium that lets information be realized in a certain way and play out in a certain way. And the many-body ground state in condensed matter is also a very good example because it is mathematically identical to the quantum field theoretic vacuum. And in condensed matter physics, you have a lattice, instead of having a vacuum, you have some kind of a lattice and electrons, and the lattice can be very complex. And then you get all kinds of quasi-particles. The quasi-particles that begin to interact with each other. And again, certain story can be played out. And they have to be stable enough for this story to be played out, right? So these mediums have to enable the robust existence, the stable realization of the information. And by the way, if you look at description of space in geometry, then it's really complicated. They have very complex equations to describe the structure of space, the properties of space. And today I cannot get into it, but the robustness of the space is a very tricky thing. It's not easy to understand why it's so robust. And some people today, I can talk about it later if you want, are relating it to quantum non-local error correcting codes. And this is a whole story, but so what I'm saying is, if there's such a thing as the space of consciousness, if I can think of consciousness as a space, then it has to have certain properties that make a space a space. And being a medium of sorts is important. So it should have the properties of a medium, should have the properties of a space. And what I'm interested in, remember, I want to connect this whole thing to infinity. So I'd like my design or my pattern to be infinite on the inside. And it turns out that negatively curved anti-de Sitter space is also an extremely important concept that so-called carves nature at the joints. It turned out to be really important in modern physics because of something called the holographic correspondence. I'm not going to get into that right now, but first of all, if you look at this thing, then you see that it's a very kind of interesting kind of space, and it has a metric, it has a structure. And if you start traversing the space, right, if you walk around the space, let's say you start at the center and you start walking towards the periphery, you're always at the center. It's an egocentric space. Nothing changes. And you can think of the horizon as pregnant with possibilities, meaning that it has something to do with perhaps with our peripheral awareness, which kind of looks a little more like that, like this than ordinary Lorentzian space. And so I'm saying that perhaps the kind of structure of the empty cathedral that I'm looking for is more similar to an anti-de Sitter space. And there are different reasons for that. First, it has an egocentric structure, and it has a you can call it it has a temporal horizon. It has a horizon, okay, a horizon of possibilities that can be realized, and the horizon, by the way, can shrink if you jump into cold water or something, but it's more reminiscent of our phenomenological field. Positively curved de Sitter space has the opposite kind of curvature, and you see you get this kind of hole. And it's very interesting, by the way, to cut out the center of this space and stick in this space. And then you get something interesting. You can get what I call the primordial flow. If you can imagine it, now you got you got this space, which is kind of a plate, right? And in the center, you got this tube that just goes into infinity. But the whole thing is conformal. And then you can have something flow from infinity to the horizon, and everything remains conformal. So this is like a more sophisticated way of looking at ourselves, but I'm not going to get into it unless you're interested. And so this is the kind of space that I'm interested in. And I became interested in this space because of completely different reasons, okay? But it turned out that it does have this kind of interesting structure. So if we want to talk about the geometry of the empty cathedrals being infinite, then I would like to relate this space, this structure, to our brain. That would be nice, right? I mean, at least imagine or tell some story about such possibilities. And anyway, so if you look at this, this is a hyperbolic space. It's identical to the Escher drawing that we saw, and it's infinite from within. It's infinite from without. A two-dimensional bug traversing this space is always at the center of the plate from its own perspective. Imagine if you just walk around, you always see the same thing. The periphery is a superposition of contingencies for action and a temporal horizon of sorts. Peripheral self-awareness cannot be brought into focus. You know, notice that your peripheral self-awareness and peripheral awareness in general, but so it was, I think, Brentano who said that the self cannot be brought into focus precisely because it is irreducibly peripheral, and the peripheral consciousness cannot be brought into focus because as soon as you bring the peripheral, anything in the periphery to focus, it's got a new periphery. And in the empty room, this means you just walk around, but you're always in the center. You always have a periphery. You cannot get closer to it. You can produce another periphery. So peripheral self-awareness cannot be brought into focus. You're interested in Brentano. And the anti-de Sitter space and its metric captures our egocentric space better than ordinary flat Lorentzian space, at least in my opinion. Wait. It's conformal, meaning it's scale invariant and preserves angles and scalar products. So when I say conformal, an anti-de Sitter space is conformal, and we can talk about our own egocentric system, which consists of place neurons, grid neurons. Remember, we experience space. Okay, each one of us experiences space in a certain way. We all have a system, something called self-location. We always experience ourselves in the center of our phenomenal field. And now we actually understand, we know the system, we discovered it. It's made up of grid neurons, and it's a very interesting system. If you're interested, I can talk about it later, but it gives you like the phenomena. So this is a very important part of the egocentric space. I mean, it's egocentric because you're always in the center, and the grid neurons explain that. You have place neurons, which actually give you the behavior of the periphery, or which always have to do with what's going on, but also with future contingencies. So place neurons are also very important to the way in which we experience our space. And again, if you're not familiar, you can ask me about it, but place neurons are neurons that fire. Let's say if a rat traverses a well-recognized maze, and he knows exactly where he was, where he's going to be, then in each location, a different neuron will fire. And these neurons are kind of bunched together, but a different neuron will fire. But when you're at one spot, the one neuron fires maximally, but the other ones also fire a little bit. So in a way, what's activated is the whole duration, where you're going to be, where you were. And usually in 150 milliseconds, you can map or code for something like a minute, or 30 seconds, or 10 seconds. And this is called temporal coding by Boussaki, who is a famous brain researcher. So these neurons, the place neurons in a way also relate a little bit to what's going to happen. They point at the horizon, if you will. Then you have direction neurons that enable you to turn around in the space. And you also have boundary neurons. We're beginning to understand this the whole system. And it's kind of cute that it makes sense, you know, it somehow fits our experience. And I don't think we have a lot of things in neurology that make sense in that way. So just something to keep in mind. And so there's general interest, therefore, in this kind of shape. And certainly for me, who is trying to talk about harboring infinity. And I said that this ADS space has come to recent prominence because of something called the holographic correspondence, ADS CFT, if you will. And this is, it's a very strange thing. We discovered it. Juan Valdesena in 1998 came with the original paper, but now it's just a huge phenomenon that has to do with duality. Again, I'm not going to get into duality in consciousness, but what they discovered is that, okay, maybe you heard that the whole universe can be described, or the three-dimensional space that you experience is really a two-dimensional illusion. It's a three-dimensional illusion of a two-dimensional reality, meaning any system can be described by the system itself, or it can be described on the boundary, which is very counterintuitive, because it would seem that the inside of a ball, for example, can contain a lot more information than the surface. Turns out no. And this is called the ADS-CFT. It also turns out that in this case, you can describe things that say in 2 dimensions by using quantum field theory, which is conformal, which has those symmetries we talked about. And this would give you the CFT. It would give you conformal field theory. And this 2-dimensional conformal theory is completely equivalent to a 3-dimensional anti-de Sitter space with gravity, a classical space, with a metric, with a geometry. So what I'm saying is, on the one hand, you're getting this completely free space, which is kind of similar to we can relate to it. It's close to our phenomenology, and it is completely equivalent, or might be somehow produced by a 2-dimensional conformal field theory. And if you remember, I gave a talk once about the Susskind sphere, and the fact that if you found, let's say, in the brain, like surfaces that were governed by conformal field theory, then they would also metaphysically necessitate appropriate anti-de Sitter spaces that would have all the classical properties that we like. You get geometry for free this way. But the point is then that ADS suddenly became extremely important in modern physics. And it's kind of interesting because our universe is not an anti-de Sitter universe. It is really a de Sitter. It's positively curved, not negatively. But it's possible then that we're negatively curved, okay? Because this is what you get from a positively curved computer. And that the space itself is really a de Sitter space. Anyway, if the NCC were to instantiate dynamics describable by conformal quantum field theory, say a large quantum computer that's shaped like a spherical shell, right? With millions of interacting qubits, and that all the entanglement patterns on this computer are conformal, then such a computer would also possess an anti-de Sitter space, a dual with an extra dimension. You could relate it with the inside because this is what the computer is the boundary of. But it turns out that the space is not simply the inside the lab space of the computer, but it's a different space. Again, the nice thing here is the ontology is completely strange. Nobody really understands what it means. Information is more basic than space and time, which is certainly good for theories of consciousness, where we would like to stress information and not be beholden to space and time too much, because we got tremendous problems with that. And it cuts nature at the joint. It just has a lot of interesting properties. But again, what I'm saying is that this ADS space that I talked about, and I'm just talking about infinity, you also get a lot of other good things from the same approach. So I just wanted to mention it. And unlike the conformal field theory, which in our case would be this computer, the generated ADS space is the dual, because we're talking about an ADS CFT duality. We're talking about a holographic correspondence where you have two dual ways of looking at the same thing. And unlike the conformal field theory, the anti-de Sitter space dual is geometric, classical, manifest, and comes with a metric. By manifest, I'm talking about the manifest versus the scientific. And you get the anti-de Sitter geometry, you get geometry for free, you get difference for free. That's very important. Dual aspect theory of information without the metaphysical commitments. Structural correlations can be made necessary if shown to follow the ADS-50 rules. Great. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that when we take dual aspect theories of information, because in a way I have the same information which can be claiming, perhaps realized in two ways at the same time. And we may actually have to loosen up some of the connections between identity and necessity, and that's good. But if we take ordinary dual aspect theory of information, remember, dual aspect of information that says that any information can have two aspects and so on, but it is completely primitive. It's a philosophical claim. It's a metaphysical commitment. You say, yeah, I got this amazing metaphysical property. And remember, one of the things that we want to do as scientists is replace outrageous metaphysical commitments with strange physics, with even if at least you're trying to explain it and trying to get rid of the metaphysical commitment. And in this case, the relationship between the two duals and the two ways in which information manifests itself, and here I'm only talking about the structure. This relationship is actually mathematical, and it has a necessary mathematical structure. So you completely get rid of the saying where you say, okay, information got this magic property of manifesting completely two different ways, and you got yourself a nice theory, but with an extra metaphysical commitment, right? So what I'm saying is that this whole approach has the advantage of getting rid of this metaphysical commitment and actually finding a scientific mathematical explanation for the exquisite correlation and almost the identity of the two different views that are generated by the same information. So I see it as an advantage. Now, remember, if this is true, then it is possible that you can actually relate the structure of the phenomenal state that we talked about in the beginning of this talk, right? You could actually relate it. You can relate that structure to the structure of the brain tissue, meaning that the whole thing is you can say that, okay, in the same way that in the holographic principle, the hologram and the holograph are related by a Gabor transform, they're related by mathematical transform. There's no magic there, okay? If you've never heard of the mathematical transform, then someone come and show you, hey, I got this magical trick. But once you understand that there is a mathematical necessity between the hologram and the holograph, then the mystery disappears, at least that kind of mystery. So what I'm saying, the ADS-CFT are related in a very complicated way. It's called the dictionary. Okay, there is some mathematics that relates these two worlds. It's a lot of times impossible to really do, but you understand that there is a mathematical relationship between them. It's not something that you just, it's not something, a commitment you just make. And then it is also perhaps falsifiable, meaning that you can find aspects of our phenomenology, the structure. I'm not even talking about that, everything about our phenomenal character. I'm just talking about the structure of phenomenology, the structures that exist in that room, and maybe show that they can be related by the dictionary transform to the structures in the ADS-CFT. Remember, today we have absolutely no good explanation for why brain going on, all kinds of physical going-ons in the brain, which have a certain structure, and the structure itself, the phenomenal states that they generate or is associated with them, those structures are exquisitely correlated, but we don't understand, meaning one does not necessitate the other. And this is a huge problem. And here, at least, it's a way of maybe getting around the problem. Okay, so, and both ADS-CFT and the brain are two things that mediate between the scientific and manifest views. In a way, quantum mechanics also mediates between the scientific and meaning between the classical, manifest means classical world, the phenomenological geometric world that we experience. It's a manifest world, and quantum mechanics just doesn't do a very good job we don't know how to connect quantum mechanics to the classical yet completely. We have to talk about the collapse of the wave function, but that didn't really help us. But what I'm saying, the brain somehow does mediate between the scientific and the manifest in a very strange way. And ADS-CFT, this whole holographic correspondence, also mediates between the quantum field theoretic view of the world and the geometric, classical, phenomenological way of structures that we capture. Okay, now I said I'm going to end with some consequences of infinite inner spaces to eliminativist ethics. You see, are you guys familiar with the eliminativism, like Dennett, Cameron, and there are all kinds of people out there that Keith Frankish that say that consciousness illusion doesn't exist, and it's a pretty powerful theory. It's one of the central theories of consciousness. You know, it has many adherents. The consciousness is an illusion. There's no such thing. But then you have the issue of eliminativist ethics, right? Meaning, if you say that consciousness is an illusion, doesn't that affect your ethics, your ethical beliefs? For example, if some animal is conscious or not, I mean, do you want to hurt it, or do you want to think twice before doing this or that? And of course, the eliminativists have their own way of trying to protect their theories and say that even you can have eliminativist ethics, that doesn't really matter. And I'm not going to get into this whole argument, but if you want, you can follow this guy Kammerer, and he writes about it. But in any event, so Kammerer defends eliminativist ethics, and eliminativist ethics needs to explain all kinds of illusions. I mean, you can say, okay, you only have the illusion that you feel like this and like that, but you're not really conscious, or there is no ineffable consciousness. There's nothing, whatever, whichever they try to explain the eliminativist nature of consciousness. But if it's not there, then they need to explain why you have the illusion that it's there. And there are many different ways of trying to explain this illusion of consciousness. It doesn't really work that well, because I'm not going to get into it. There's a lot of work on this. But they, among other things, need to explain the illusion of awe. And this is something that Kriegel talked about in his talk. And about the fact that Kammerer would have to somehow explain the illusion of awe. And this is just an interesting topic. But in any event, so there's a question of whether discovering such ADS-based inner infinity in us, meaning that we are some kind of island universes of sort, right? Because remember, we also, for space to be space, the points of the space have to really be separate from other points in other spaces. You cannot connect them. And there's, in a sense, this tremendous loneliness also that we experience, if you will. I don't want to depress you, but there is this business of throneness, or the Persian mystic poets always talked about this yearning to somehow overcome this barrier, but it was them in order to fuse with God, perhaps. But we have this abyss between us where we cannot connect our consciousnesses, right? Meaning my conscious space and your conscious space. Although some people say, no, you know what? I once took acid and we made love, and it's just, and we were flying in the room. No, I guess it depends on your experiences, but the question is, if we do harbor such inner infinity, would that somehow change the dialectic on ethics? Would it make conscious beings that harbor infinity? Would we treat them differently? Would it make any difference? And I'll just finish again with Mel Brooks. Remember, Mel Brooks said it's good to be king. You remember in the movie? So I'm saying it's good to be infinite. Okay, that's about it.
Fantastic, Uzi.
Wait, one second. Let me just. Okay. Okay. So can we get rid? Oh, go ahead. If you want to.
You just stop sharing. Like if you want to stop sharing, you just press up the top.
Let's share. Are you kidding? We're already talking. I mean, let the.
Go. Okay, so if anyone wants to have some questions or want to start an exploration, you can go. Most of you have been muted, so you may have
Comments,
to
anything. Yeah. I mean, this is a really quiet audience. I mean, you can.
You can, if you want to stop the presentation, you can do it yourself, Kerry.
Can I?
Yeah.
The presentation. Oh, you mean to
the screen.
Yeah,
yeah, but if people actually want to go back to that.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
that's
yeah, I get it now.
If,
all right, anybody would like to share with Uzi? Because I have so
would
much
like to laugh at his joke.
Huh?
I would like to laugh at his last joke about Mel Brooks. It's good to be king.
It's good to
but
be.
But then you have to show the video so that we can see you laughing. Yeah, exactly like that.
You know what? I was in China once. I was in the Forbidden City, and they had this huge golden emperor. It was his dome, his chair, his incredibly with all kinds of gold ornaments, a huge structure. But it was a copy, and you could sit on it and get photographed, and it cost cost you some money. And those Chinese, they came to me and said, if I want to get, and I went to him and I said, oh, and I'm looking in this chair, and I say, oh, it's good to be emperor, huh? And just this kind of New York humor or whatever. It's good to be emperor, huh? And they
as long as you have the mandate of heaven. When the mandate of heaven is withdrawn, it's really a bad seat.
But and I just turn around, I couldn't explain it or so any questions, any slides, anything that you want to?
I have many things to share, but I like to allow others to share.
Okay.
Uzi,
I'll jump
can
in.
you hear me?
Yep.
Uzi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Shastri. Okay, I'm referring to that one slide, consequences of infinite inner space. The last line. It's good to be infinite. Okay.
Okay.
Can you tell me more about it? Why do you think it's so? Do you think ever we are going to cross the finite?
Cross the what?
Cross the finite borders. Am I going to lose myself and say I am infinite?
Remember, you're infinite on the inside, but not on the outside. So
what does it mean? It's a semantic jugglery. I'm big, but then how big? Am I the biggest? I don't know.
The semantic difference is the boundary.
Okay, but how do you reconcile this very strange boundary that you have with the boundaries of
I
physics?
have a boundary.
Huh?
I have a boundary from a zygote to a 80 kg mass. Okay. Yes, we have changed. Okay, we have grown and we are going to decay. But then it is a scaling expansion, not breaking the boundary. What does it mean to break the boundary, the finite to become infinite?
I don't think you break the boundary.
Never break a boundary. I don't break a boundary. That's all. The whole idea is not to have a boundary without having a boundary.
It doesn't sound
without having it. Huh?
Yeah, you can think about an avatar. An avatar, it's a finite expression of the infinite.
Well, fine. need to think about it. I don't know.
Yeah. I agree. This could be the new infinite spacing.
Yeah. And then you have used other word, inner infinity. Do you mean that the outer infinity and an inner infinity? Would discovery of such ADS-based inner infinity change the dialectic? Now, what is that inner infinity? How is it being qualified?
How is it being qualified? I'm talking about the experience of consciousness. And you experience a certain phenomenological field. You experience, and I'm saying, call it inner space, if you will. And I was trying to say that this inner space
I
and outer
understand the
space.
experience. I understand the
No,
experience.
the actual relationship between these spaces. That's that's a whole that's a whole story. In a way, you get a certain yin yang structure that I didn't even talk about. But I'm trying to talk more about the experience. We have certain very powerful intuitions, and maybe the structure of this inner space. It does have some structure. It has information.
Yeah, just to conclude, I mean, just to put a last point on that, how does it modify my own perception of space and time?
I don't know if it's supposed to modify it. Maybe it will make you reflect about what I said and wonder whether your experience of, let's call it the plane of appearances, whether your experience of the plane of appearances, which is very egocentric, the way that it's structured, the metric that you experience, just kind of look and make certain phenomenological research of your experience of your space. And then maybe reflect a little bit about the neurological structures that create it or generate it to some extent. And also think about this Escher plate and this hyperbolic space, and whether, by the way, hyperbolic spaces are just ubiquitous in geometry on every level that you want. I didn't talk about it. I have a whole chapter on this somewhere. But I don't want to change your, I don't want to have some transformation where you switch from a Lorentz space to an ADS space.
It's still all, kind of a sounds and words, not getting into sinking into my, the understanding. So I need to read or listen to this video once again to understand and try to get at the meaning of it in a better way. Because we used other word in the previous one, in illusion. So
but this I was just talking about a certain kind of prominent theory of consciousness called eliminativism, and how it tries to defend its position on ethics, because it is hard sometimes if you have ethics that is not based on consciousness at all, meaning that then you need a new kind of ethics, and they have some explaining to do. That's all. I was just talking about that a little bit, and I was just wondering about whether, suppose you do find that we somehow harbor infinity, and that we are island universes of sorts that harbor infinity, how would that, would it affect ethics? Would it affect our treatment of animals? Would it affect, just questions like that.
Well, I would like to listen to others.
Okay.
Joshua.
Anybody else? No, I had a really good reaction to your inquiry, because I think they're really interesting questions. But I still would like to have if anybody else wants to share.
Yeah, even your experiences of infinity. How about this poem that I started with? Have you ever had certain...
Okay, Uzi, you touch about the experience of infinity. That's what I wanted to share about. And
also in the experience of awe in general. Awe. When do you experience awe?
Yeah, both things. Yeah, infinity and awe. I want to connect all that, because as you were talking in your, as you were delivering your talk, I remembered my experience of your talk when I was about 7 to 8 years, and I've never forgotten. So that must have been very powerful. And that happened because every night my grandparents used to put me to bed with a little prayer and things like that. And then that night, and sometimes I used to stay in bed with them because I was a child, and and then they will take me later to bed, or just I will wake up in the morning there. So that night, I went to bed, I had this prayer, and then I went into a dream. Now, this dream was very interesting because I was this child sitting down on a slide, that was transparent. The slide, you could see through it. And I was standing on a slide, and I realized that I'm on a slide in the middle of the universe. And so I'm looking at the stars, and I could see the universe down, up, in all directions. And I was having, this joy, this awe, this incredible experience in my dream. And then I had the first thought, what happens if I slide? And then I thought, wow, that was a decision making, stay in my comfort zone or jump, slide into the unknown. And I decided to slide, and I started to fall really fast. And I was, and bang, I landed on another slide in another place in the universe. And then I was going, wow, this is amazing. So I kind of realized that no matter how many times I slide, there would be always a slide to catch me. So I started to slide and screaming, screaming of joy. And my granddad woke me up. What's going on with you? You're screaming, of joy. And I said, I'm just sliding in the universe. So you see, there was the infinite, there was the awe and the joy, and there was also the ethical part. Am I supposed to stay in my comfort zone, just looking at the universe all the time, or am I supposed to slide to find out that I always will be safe no matter what? So here I leave you with my experience of your talk.
Okay, it's a beautiful. First of all, it ties to the landing strips of the angels, right? Mm-hmm. The angels come from infinity, and their landing strip is infinite. And and that's exactly the point, is that even though you're on all these different slides, you're always in the center, it's a kind of space, and you experience infinity. And I want to tell you,
let me tell you, this dream has shaped my decision making in life, because I'm not scared of the unknown. So whenever something comes, I just sometimes look at it and then I slide into it. And then doors open in life which were absolutely unimaginable for me. See vistas of the universe that I would have never discovered if I didn't jump into the unknown, if I didn't take the risk, if I didn't.
Let me describe another.
Yeah, keep going.
Let me describe a dream that I had. Just here, real story that is related a little bit to this. Okay, I was teaching in a Jewish high school, Jewish religious high school, with yarmulkes and everything, and I was teaching, among others, I was teaching 9th grade science or something. I don't know what. And I had these 2 students. They were I like them because they're really curious, really curious and all kinds of little ideas. And so once I had something that made the strange noises inside a box that wasn't anything organic. And I told the class, oh, I got some animal in there, and nobody dare touch this box. And so they didn't have to believe me or not, but those who were so curious, they had to break my command, and went in and opened it when I wasn't in the room. But I liked the fact that they were so curious that they disobeyed me. Well, and actually planned to be disobeyed there. But one of them, I was teaching, I don't know, geometry or something, and I told the class I had this dream where I saw this infinite 3-dimensional lattice made out of ancient stone with some green moth that was growing on the ancient rocks. So imagine a path, maybe, I don't know, a meter thick or something, but it's it's not just a path. It's 3-dimensional, and And the whole lattice is three-dimensional, right? So I'm standing there, just like you're saying, looking up, looking down into infinity in every direction, walking a little bit on this, and I was thinking like almost like a Roman stones or something. It was a very cute dream. And I told him that. Then one of those two, the next day came and said, Mr. Everett, guess what? I had the same dream, but in his dream, everything had electronics and lights and everything was flashing. I mean, it was like a new age. It was the same lattice, but everything was made with all kinds of electronics and LEDs and lights and, which was kind of funny. I mean, so maybe it's a recurrent theme, a bit kind of a Jungian archetype or something.
Amazing. See, I had, this was in a dream and yours too. And so that is an inner space. And yet the dream is connecting us with the outer space too, with geometry, with metrics, with the universe, etc. So I really do enjoy your talk, I have to say.
There, I think a lot of open questions there, but I'm just, notice how much everything is missing. First of all, this whole connection between infinity and consciousness, nobody's doing anything with it. Except Levinas, who did it in a completely different way, and is a continentalist, but today there are things that you can do, which is kind of cute. But on the other hand, there's no serious phenomenology of awe, no phenomenology of wonder, no phenomenology of the awe of consciousness or the awe of this or the awe of infinity. Yeah, well, there's a lot of research into infinity, but there's still a lot of things here that are not done. That
we have done there.
I just have a question. I was really taken with all those geometric figures, the tessellations and stuff on the floor of the mosque. There was that one hyperbolic ADS or whatever it is. And you said that a two-dimensional bug at any point would feel as though they were at the center of it. Can you explain how you concluded?
Okay, let me. Yeah, I went over that a little bit too fast. Okay, let's say here.
It was the hyperbolic one where there.
Yeah, you can do it. Doesn't matter. They both.
Yeah.
Or this one, right? This is the hyperbolic.
Yes.
Escher's plate was based just on this. And what I'm saying, let's say that you're in the. See, you cannot see my arrow. Let's say that you're smack in the middle, right? Of the plate. You're a little bug. You look around you, that's what you see. Now you move one triangle in some direction, right? You're still in the middle. You're still going to be just as far from the periphery. You move another one in the same direction. You're still going to be in the middle. When you look around, you're going to see exactly the same thing. You can move to the right, to the left. It doesn't matter. Every point here, a bug would see exactly the same thing as it turns its head.
You have a laser point in your PowerPoint presentation, Uzi.
Oh, a laser point?
You have it down there, yeah, down on the corner, left corner down, there is a pencil.
On the, oh, okay.
Yeah, point and then click there and then you will have a laser, yeah. The first one, no, not that, go back. No, that, don't use that. Go back, yeah, go back, point, click on your pencil. No, yeah, and laser, yeah, that's it.
Okay, can you see it now?
So now you can guide us, yeah, yes.
Excellent, okay, so here's the bug. Can I have one in the shape of a bug?
Yeah, I see a red dot at the center, that's the bug.
Exactly, now watch. I'm walking to here. You look around, from the outside it looks different. If you're the bug, you see exactly the same picture. It's just what you see here.
Yeah, because you're walking on a sphere.
So walk to here. It says you can think of it as walking on a sphere, but it's really a two-dimensional shape. Yeah. This is why it's in. But if you're here, for example, you see exactly what you see if you were here. If you're
the center points look the same, but what about if you're in the middle of one of the hyperbolic triangles? Doesn't that look different?
Like here, for example.
Being at a center point?
Okay, remember, this is a conformal shape, meaning that it preserves angles as you go. Once you undergo transformation, both in length, both in everything, you always see the same triangle from the inside.
Uzi, can you
I can put you at any point. If I put you any point on this triangle, it's going to be exactly if I put you at any other point on the same triangle. If I put you in the center of this thing, touching all these triangles, that's what it doesn't change. So this means that it's a bit like if you walk on a sphere, for example. But it's not exactly the same because the sphere is not infinite on the inside, and this guy's infinite on the inside, but it's squashed.
Dan has his hand
You
raised.
can think of it as a metaphor, and you can think of it in a more serious way as relating to modern physics, for example.
There's an easy way to animate this that would be really informative if you think of the center as being occupied by like a bug, an insect, or a mouse or something, and that it walks along the line, going away from the center, but it doesn't move. It stays still. What moves is the underlying diagram. And so wherever the bug ends up, it looks exactly like the same. So you'd see the whole surface being moved in an animated fashion. That would be another way of explaining it if you could actually make a little animated movie.
That's a wonderful example of how.
Good. The movie that I wanted to do is right here, sticking positive in the de Sitter space, and show the primordial flow. You know, have flow from infinity to the center of the anti-de Sitter space.
Yeah, Dan has his hand raised. I don't think he's finished.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I don't really see why this would be true that in the middle of one of the triangles would look the same as center point.
Let's say that there's a mathematical transform. Okay, everywhere that you go, the mathematical transform is going to shrink things accordingly, and this is the metric, right? The metric here keeps shrinking things as you move towards the periphery. Let's say, right, and this. But the mathematical formula is such that it preserves angles, and your immediate surrounding is preserved. In physics, when you preserve angles, you preserve scalar products, and that's important. And here, as you move, let's say from here to here to here, you see the same things.
But why don't you walk through the sides, and then also make the make the comment that to Dan that the metric is not preserved in two-dimensional space. It's only when we imagine that in three-dimensional space that the metric is preserved.
At the two-dimensional projection.
No, I can do a metric.
Yeah.
There is a metric for this ADS.
Yeah, the two-dimensional projection, it's probably not the metric not preserved. I think that's what Dan is calling.
Metric is not preserved. Metric changes in the right way to make sure that things look the same at every. This is what it means to be conformal. Everything is scale invariant. As you move around, things remain the same.
Yeah, in the center, you see a flat, let's call it a flat hexagonal shape with 6 rays white and 6 rays black.
Yes.
But once you walk along the path and you are in the next one,
no, but remember, I have to walk.
They are curved.
But not if you're a bug living there. If you live there, this thing operates on you. Okay, you have some kind of, think of it as a mathematical thing. I'm just saying that what it means is that things locally, as you move around, everything remains the same, just like in a flat space. With everything, nothing changes when you move around. But to have this happen, you have certain equations that you have to multiply. If you want to have a ds, which is the distance between 2 points, then they have to be multiplied by the right kind of metric. By the way, you have here things move around. You have something like geodesics here. I don't remember, but in modern physics, like a line like this here is extremely important.
That's that's not a geodesic, but or maybe there it is. I don't know, because it's
no. But the point is that if everything is entangled, then and you want to calculate, let's say, the amount of entanglement, then you can calculating it on the surface or on this line would give you all the entanglement, would give you, let's say, the difference of entanglement of this part. If I want to know what's the difference in entanglement of this part and this part, for example, all I have to do is calculate things along this line, meaning there are two things that I want to learn about in 2 dimensions, right? This whole plate that I can actually calculate, and this is called the Tagagashi formula, the Shioru Taganashi, something like this. You can look it up, but it's interesting. But but this has to do already with all this the importance of ADS to quantum gravity. So it's a very important.
Can you put the angelic anti-de Sitter space, the picture with the angels and the devils or whatever? Yeah.
This is de Sitter. This is the Escher.
Yeah, this Escher, yeah.
Escher. So it's exactly the same thing.
That's the same. Could you do the next slide?
The next one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one where it's inverted. The inside is the outside.
Okay. Oh, you mean to the this is a de Sitter.
What is that technically called?
De Sitter. De Sitter.
Oh, no,
curved.
The name of the diagram. The other one is considered.
This specific one?
What is this one called?
I think this is also. I think it's Escher. I'm not sure.
No,
No.
Positively curved, yeah.
Escher, you see, Escher did plates, negatively curved plates with all kinds of things. This guy did something kind of cute, but this is a positively curved. Okay, but what I wanted to say is that positively curved is very different, and our universe is a little more positively curved than negatively curved. But anyway, if this thing, one of the problems with the plate that I had, look, this plate, I don't have time. Nothing can flow here. But if I take the center and I stick this tube, it goes in the 3rd dimension, all the way to infinity, right? I stick a tube that looks like this. Imagine if I cut out this part, this circle, right? And I graft it onto here. I graft it here. Or I grafted in the, I mean, there's no difference between them, right? And I grafted here, for example, and I fill it with these guys. Then I can have something flow from infinity, little guys coming from infinity, becoming bigger and bigger, and then flowing away back to infinity. And now everything can be moving, but in a way that doesn't change it, in a way that stays conformal in time.
Yeah.
So
you talked about this before.
Primordial flow. You get this.
Yeah.
So if you combine DS with ADS, you can get this flow, which is interesting. But these are just more metaphors. However, this shape is extremely important in quantum gravity. This shape is very important in quantum gravity, probably the most important. And the fact that having conformal symmetry, this plate has conformal symmetry, and having conformal symmetry is very important. And the deeper you go into math and physics, the more conformal symmetry becomes important. It connects all kinds of areas in physics and math, and so conformal field theory is important. But I like this laser pointer. So this is why the bug cannot, it's almost like walking on a sphere, where the bug cannot really, the bug always sees the same thing. I don't know, you can have, because I talked about a lot of stuff. I don't know if.
Can you go back to the angelic space? Because I want to ask everybody a question. Okay, so place yourself in the middle with the laser, in the center. Yeah? Put your cursor in the center. I cannot see it. Yeah, okay, in the center. And now move towards the horizon, going on an orthogonal plane, upwards. Yeah, slowly. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. Yeah, keep going orthogonal. Yeah, and keep going. Keep going. If you do that in the two-dimensional surface, you never reach the horizon. But if that is a three-dimensional surface, you end up around the sphere.
Yeah, but it's not a sphere. I'm saying think about it in dimensions. That's it. It just says there's a the metric is such that it shrinks it as you move along. Okay, but it's not easy to have a metric shrinks it in such a way that it remains conformal. It remains, and remember, we've got to move along a geodesic. I don't see the geodesics here, but the point is that anyway, you have a certain symmetry that's interesting and preserved, and you can actually do this. It's not easy to do this. That's why Escher got a kick out of it.
So really, you need to stay in the image of the two-dimensional space, because that's
yeah. Remember, okay, look, when we talk about an anti-de Sitter space, okay, let's talk about ADS-CFT here. Remember ADS-CFT, meaning the correspondence between an anti-de Sitter space, which is the inside, and CFT. If I have a one-dimensional, watch, you notice that the periphery of a two-dimensional shape is one-dimensional, right?
Yep.
So if I have a one-dimensional quantum field theory, one-dimensional quantum field theory along the boundary, okay, I can show, and it's conformal. Conformal means that all the entangled electrons in it, let's say that you have a circle of entangled electrons, then you have a very special kind of entanglement, okay? It means that each electron is entangled to the one next to it. Each two are entangled to the two next to them. Each four are entangled to the four next to them. Each eight are entangled to the eight next to them. Imagine, like, I don't know, 1 million of these guys, electrons are along the circle, and you have this entanglement between everybody, okay? This would be conformally entangled. Suppose that you have something. If you have something like this, then the inside is two-dimensional. It would be with gravity, classical, with geometry, with a metric, with everything, and it would be a classical gravitational theory in 2 dimensions. What physics says is that it doesn't matter, any system can be described like this or like that, always. Meaning that if you can describe it one way, you can describe it the other way. And the relationship, it's not simply 2 descriptions of a system, it's really, you know, according to Lenny Susskind, it's almost a metaphysical necessity. He relates it to the so-called ER equals EPR approach to quantum mechanics, where so-called Einstein-Rosen bridges and the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen experiment are metaphysically necessitate each other, which means that entanglement can be thought of as wormholes in space. And this is a big theory, you know, a relation between entanglement and wormholes. And Susskind has a lot of stuff on that. And here you can say that the 2 equivalent theories that describe the same thing are not simply equivalent theories, but they're metaphysically necessitate each other. It's a much stranger relationship, in my opinion. But so the important thing is then to understand that you have the holographic duality here, the ADS-CFT duality here, the 2 equivalent, identical theories here. You'd be one quantum field theory conformal in 1 dimension on this line. You can imagine it. The other theory would be a 2-dimensional gravitational classical theory with a geometry inside.
It's a great geometrical graphical illustration of a path towards unifying quantum theories and gravitational theory.
They use it to solve the black hole information paradox. They use it for everything. It's you know, there's a lot of work being done on this. It's huge. And,
no, but I understand that you told us in the beginning that this, you know, to see the intuitive side of all that, it's kind of easier than to deal with the algebras and the mathematics of quantum field theories and the connection between that and classical mechanics. Or special relativity or
yes, exactly. So here, for example, scientific image of quantum field theory would be on the boundary, and the two-dimensional classical manifest image would be on the inside. So it relates one to the other.
So I've got a question then. So in the inner part, in the anti-de Sitter space, can you use that to explain different Lorentzian transformations? You know, like a Lorentzian transformation would be the center somewhere, and then another center would be another Lorentzian transformation. Is that?
Yeah, first of all, you know, conformal quantum field theory is completely Lorentz invariant. Actually, it's you can show that it's equivalent to Yang-Mills theory or supergravity.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the inner part.
What I'm saying, it has a very high degree of symmetry, but I'm not sure. So the quantum field theory is definitely Lorentz invariant.
Yeah.
Inside, how things become Lorentz invariant in the two-dimensional space, I imagine that you'd have to use the metric. You know, it has a very special metric that changes as you move, and you'd have to somehow use it with the Lorentz transformation. I'm not sure how, because you could have all kinds of approaches. I wouldn't know how to do it, but you could, for example, try to define vector transplantation in this space, right? If you move a vector in this space along with geodesic, how does it change? How does its direction change? How does its size change? Right? So it's almost like a curved space-time, but and then you'd have to have a completely a calculus that can actually operate in spaces like this. So in the same way that you can have in general relativity, you have the elements of the metric appear in the differential operators, right? If you try to have a differential operator, like you want to take a derivative in a curved space, first you have to transplant the vector to take a derivative, right? You say delta x, you have to move it delta x. Suddenly it points in a different direction. So you have to multiply the differential operators by metrics that contains the elements from the metric. Okay, you know, this I do general relativity. I think they're called Christoffel symbols.
Christoffel, yeah, symbols.
Christoffel, you remember those Christoffels?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you'd have to have special Christoffels here that use the metric, which is actually dictated by the ADS, to create differential operators, to be able to write any kinds of physical equations, I imagine, and then maybe show that they are Lorentz invariant.
Well, you have managed to get our attention into that sphere for us to travel inside and also at the periphery.
By the way, there are more people here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BBK, you've got a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Okay. When Uzi was talking on this, explaining this diagram, can the space of consciousness be infinite? Responding to Joshua, he said, move the cursor from the center upwards up to the whatever the point it went on. So Uzi's response had two words, dimension and space. Maybe I'm not very clear or dumb not to understand the difference. What is the difference between dimension and the space? In what sense did you use these two words in this context? For me, the space is space, and space is experienced only when we think of a movement, a direction, and a dimension. So whatever Joshua asked as going from, let's say, to the center up north, Same thing could be told about north, south, west, any other dimension, any other angle. Would that be meaningful? I don't know. Because in the esoteric practices of the mandalas and the chakras, we have the flat images like this, and half spherical images, and the pyramid shaped images, which are used to kind of explore different layers of space and time and existence. I don't know the mathematics of that, but I was trying to connect your explanation, dimension, and space. Can you help me to understand that?
You know what? You need a mathematician. First of all, dimension. I'm familiar with the ordinary definition. How is dimension defined by mathematicians? God knows. And space is defined usually in.
It's easy to define. It's easy to define dimension in terms of the question of what is the shape of the space? How do you represent any point in space? Well, the number of numbers that you need to represent any point in space is the dimension.
Yeah, for example,
that's the connection.
About dimensions in mathematics in vectors. So let's say the dimensionality of a vector is the number of the dimensionality of a polynomial, the dimensionality of a space. Because sometimes you can have more abstract dimensions, maybe. Okay, what makes in ADS-CFT, you actually build an extra dimension, and you have a recipe for building the extra dimension. And you know how to, it's maybe the only way you know how to build a dimension. And you build a dimension, you build an extra dimension of space. You build space.
Yeah, and we have to remember that there are many types of space.
You know, this is the simplest example. This is a CFT1 ADS2. You can have CFT, the one that is used in superstring theory. It goes from CADF4 plus 1 to ADS CFT 5 plus 1. So there you can even get a 5-dimensional ADS space. But it's always a difference of 1 dimension between the two.
So here's a question, Uzi. If you have a Hilbert space, which you talk about entanglement in quantum theory, so if you have a Hilbert space, then, and we know that the coefficients of that linear space are complex, then there is an extra dimension there. Because somehow you're going from a 3-dimensional space that usually would be Euclidean to something that has complex coefficients and makes it Hilbert. Is that connected with the extra dimension that you're talking about?
Joshua, let me explain. Can I just interject? Probably my question has not been grasped in its totality. I will give you the context of this. You know, you spoke of this particular thing not as flat images in 2-dimensional XY coordinates. It could be 3-dimensional or multidimensional. So, if I imagine or if I present you a visual where a pyramid is enshrined in a sphere, how would I explain the difference in spaces between the various intersections? That's
that
what I'm
question
trying
is for Uzi or for me?
Anyone, I don't understand.
Anyone who wants to answer this.
Uzi, go for it.
Me?
Well, I can add to whatever you say, but
no, go ahead. You have 2 pyramids that are intersecting.
So I think what I got from Uzi's response to my example or to my my observation was that if you imagine that picture as a sphere, you're not anymore in the conformal space understanding of the whole picture, because you are in a 3-dimensional classical sphere. So you will always keep on walking north and getting to the back to the same place where you started, and that wouldn't be the conformal horizon that is described in quantum field theory. So he was urging me to stay in the 2-dimensional image so that I could.
Let me. I should make one point here, okay, because we're talking about hyperbolic spaces. So in a way, what you're saying is good for intuitive purposes.
Yep.
To understand how you can stay in the middle. Now, first of all, you don't need the sphere. You need half a sphere, right? Half a sphere is enough. I'm saying here.
Say that
You have
again.
half a sphere is enough.
Mm-hmm.
For my purposes. Okay, now, in a hyperbolic space, okay, so imagine that you have half a sphere. The half a sphere is kind of sticking out towards you. Okay, let's say that it's sticking out towards you. So this whole thing is really sitting on half a sphere that's sticking towards you. It's got all these bats on it, and this is the way you see it.
Yep.
To get hyperbolic space, all you need to do is, instead of a sphere, have some kind of a hyperbolic structure. Meaning, instead of a semicircle, you have a hyperbola. So it's like you have a hyperboloid or something like this sitting here, and then when you're looking at it, you see this. Meaning, if you were to look at half a sphere, you wouldn't see this picture exactly. But if you would store the half a sphere and give it a hyperbolic structure, meaning sticking towards you, very phallic, but it's got a structure like a rotated. If I take a hyperbola and rotate it around, I get a hyperboloid or whatever, right?
So I get the idea with the balloon.
I paint all these guys on
the
it
balloon.
that way. I would see this exactly. So in a way, for it to be conformal, you need to do it on a hyperboloid. You cannot just do it on a semicircle.
All right.
Sphere.
So I see it like in a balloon. When you blow a balloon to a certain level, maybe you get, let's say, close to a sphere shape. But if you keep blowing it, it just
yeah, it gets, but that's the kind of balloon you need to get it. Meaning, if you want to see this picture exactly, looking at this three-dimensional creature we just described, if you paint all these guys on a half a sphere that is sticking towards you, or in the opposite direction, it doesn't matter. It's completely symmetric. This is what you're not going to see this. Also, I don't think you can paint them on half a sphere. They probably won't fit. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but this is considered hyperbolic because it is because in a sense you can think of a hyperboloid which is sticking out, and this is what it looks like, or sticking in. And by the way, it turns out that in biology, there's a lot of hyperbolic spaces. Neurons give you a lot of hyperbolic spaces. A single neuron is, you can think of it as a hyperbolic space, because all you need is like, you need the tree structure. That's it. You have a tree structure. You have a tree geometry, and things are coming out, and in a way, you can think about it as a hyperbolic space.
Right. It would be like moving around the neuronal connectome from synapse to synapse.
You know, something really interesting. Let's say that, okay, let's say that I take this business, okay? I take a circle. And inside the circle, I start painting at random smaller circles so that they cannot overlap each other, okay? This is called the minimum packing theorem. Question is, if all the little spheres are random in size, okay? What's the minimum, what's the best way to pack as many of these guys to cover as much area as you can of the circle?
It's hyperbolic, wow.
So what they found out is that if you take a hyperbolic view, if all the spheres are the same size and you scatter them in a third dimension, then you get the optimal packing, and it's hyperbolic. Something like that. It's got all kinds of, but hyperbolic spaces, if you look hyperbolic spaces in biology, they pop up everywhere.
So if the brain neural network is optimally packed, and we would think evolution would lead to that, you have a demonstration of your theorem.
You know what? It's an interesting question. Meaning, because you see, it's so complicated. When you talk about optimal packing in the brain, you're also talking about optimal networking, right?
Yeah.
And
It's
optimal.
and the scaling laws for
optimal.
optimal networks are fascinating and yet unexplained. The way that
You know
optimal
what, you're
networks.
getting really deep into graph theory because you can have optimal arborization networks, and then
it's a great puzzle in graph
what's
theory.
the optimal number of the joint distribution? What's the optimal number of you know, of connections that come out of one joint, and what's the best distribution? There's so many questions here, and to get optimal communication between the whole system, right? What kind of networking? You know, these are really interesting, and maybe there is some kind of I think there is a hyperbolic logic to it.
I wonder how, Gary, it's relating to all this art form with her understanding of interconnectedness between so many stories that she's been weaving together, which seem to form a whole at the horizon where everything is entangled, but in a particular story, she sees the classical storytelling as one, one little, let's call it circle.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I can see it in art form, and I can see it through the weaving of the testimonies and the perfect order from one physical point to through time and inner spaces. It maps with values, it maps with processes over time. But to articulate that for my human mind is like I see it more as a map. Yeah. But I love this.
I see it as a net with embedded circles.
What was that, Hal?
Instead of having nets are usually made of nodes and lines between them, but instead of having a single line between the nodes, you have a circle between the nodes. So you have the circular theory or reentrance or recursion appearing everywhere.
It's like the seed of life.
The circular theory is the idea of the circle being self-knowing. So Uzi was talking about embedding small spheres and packing as many of them as possible. Those spheres would represent the circular self-reflexive relationship between nearby and distant synapses. It's just an artistic geometry of that idea.
An approximation of that is the seed of life.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ancient.
Uzi, may I ask a question?
Right.
I'm interested in if you could interpret the problem of the semantics in the human brain with the de Sitter diagram, and sort of to set the stage. Imagine that three of the angels are playing a game, and they each have a model of what's in the other players' minds, right? And they each have their own perspective in the game. And so they each have their own representation of meaning in the game. Well, that's one way of setting the stage. But the question is really, how does the brain represent meaning in the most general and abstract way? And do you have any ideas about that?
This is a huge question. And remember, I was talking a little bit about the empty cathedral, the empty room, the basic system of differences, the basic properties that it has. It's almost the properties of the medium in which the meaning that you want is going to play out, or in which the meaning that you want can reside. And it's geometric. This is why it's so important to get geometry, because this makes meaning possible. You have geometry, you have differences, you have metric, then you have qualia, then you have differences between the qualia, and
that's a profound idea that geometry is needed for meaning. I think it's really deep. Well,
this is the first to say something very similar. I can find the quote for you if you want. Was Galileo, where he said that at its heart, nature is mathematical and geometric. But seriously, how did the geometry come to be? Is it something out there, transcendent, that is part of the universe, or is it part of what we do, or where where did it come from? There's some interesting work about the origin of geometry. Again, in the continental tradition, there's a very interesting response by Jacques Derrida called "The Origin of Geometry." It's a response to an argument by Heidegger on the one hand and Kant on the other hand, or maybe Husserl. But that completely different theories of the origin of geometry. Where is it coming from? And but in the analytic tradition, not too many questions about it. But they love to ask questions about meaning, and it's not just this. It's something very interesting if you try to understand our cognitive reasoning. Okay, cognitive reasoning is reasoning that's based on cause and effect. This happened because that happened. You have causal chains. You have this whole way of thinking. Okay. Then you'll find something very interesting. You'll find that in the brain, you remember when I talked about the place neurons. So place neurons are a way in which very primitive animals can already navigate their surroundings, okay? By using this place neuron system. And over there, you really have a sequential, meaning as you move through the maze, each time a new group of neurons start firing more than the one before it or after it. You get, you get this kind of, it's almost something that looks like amplitude modulation, okay? Where different groups of neurons, the further you move from the center, the less they fire. And the whole thing kind of slides along as the rat is moving along the path. It's called theta precession. But anyway, so that is, if you look at that, then what happens is the hippocampus got these place neurons, and it projects to sensory motor that somehow governs what the rat does as he moves along the well-recognized path. But it turns out that if the same ancient mechanism that is made for navigating in space projects to higher areas of the cortex, now you're not moving from point A to point B to point C. You say A leads to B leads to C, meaning now sequential analysis uses the same mechanism more or less, but you're just projecting to higher areas of the cortex. Now you have more abstract entities, but it means that your cognitive reasoning is intimately connected to your spatial reasoning and your spatial sensibility. So it's part of meaning that you're able to reason cognitively in this way, right?
That's interesting to me because what Hal was saying is, about meaning and the three angels playing a game with different points of view. I think you could imagine that each angel has a different color, green, red, and yellow, whatever. And so you haven't changed at all the space. You just have changed the property of the angel, which in the limit leads to, subatomic radiation, subatomic particle in the conformal space. But in here, it's perceived as wave dynamics and colors and all sorts of things. I mean, that's the metaphor I can see. So if I go to the brain, I'm seeing the brain on a classical dynamics as different, theta at different rhythms. But if I go, to the limit of this space, I see the brain as entangled, in terms of radiation and molecules and dipoles, water molecules and dipoles and things like that. So I don't know, what do you think about that, Hal? But that's how I traveled through your comment.
Well, there's a second part of the question. The hemisphere of the brain is conceived as a conformal field with the electrical circuits in the brain. It actually requires quantum electrodynamics to model in the two-dimensional laminar structure of the cortex, ignoring the subcortical areas of the brain, just the cortex, which some might say gives rise to consciousness. So when people are consciously speaking and using words and concepts, they have to have an implicit semantic representation of what they're doing. And if the two-dimensional plus time production of words with this electric field is represented in an invisible anti-de Sitter space in 3 dimensions with its metric or equivalently gravity. That provides a sort of an invisible space for our semantics, which can be readily reconstructed as we change context with new meaning. Everyone knows meaning depends on the context. So we change context, the whole structure of the de Sitter space changes with different semantic mapping. So it's a very fluid, in this concept, a very fluid.
Can I say something about this just for a second? But okay, if you want to look at it like this, actually, I'm going to give a 5-minute talk in Germany, and there's this mathematics of consciousness Oxford group that I think I'm a member on, but then, not that I know any of them on the mathematics of consciousness. But I'm going to talk a little bit about large-scale entanglement in the brain. Okay, and it's a problem. It's a huge problem. How can it happen? How can you have large-scale entanglement in the brain for biologically meaningful periods of time, right? It's very hard to see at room temperature. Very, very hard to see. And there are all kinds of theories. There are all kinds of theories about it. I'm sure you're familiar with them, and they're all very different. And so on and so forth. Some of those theories try to create a certain connection between the collapse of the wave function and consciousness. And they say, oh, you know, we're never conscious for superposition, therefore consciousness must have something to do with the collapse. But this is actually easier to explain in there are other ways that are explain it much better without appealing to consciousness, meaning why whatever comes to whatever comes to consciousness, whatever you can explain it without consciousness. Okay, why you cannot be conscious of a superposition, or why it doesn't happen, and then there are actually cases where it does. But in what I'm doing, okay, the ADS-CFT is also related to a revolution in physics. And some people say that we're currently in the middle of a revolution that has to do with quantum complexity, information theory, theory of computation, quantum computation, and ADS-CFT, and this it's also a revolution in condensed matter physics. And we're in the middle of it, so we don't see everything. So some of it is a little strange, but people are already beginning to say that this revolution has to do with these huge Hilbert spaces. Okay, so if I take these huge entangled systems, then the Hilbert spaces are just huge, and you get all kinds of interesting things there. Now, one interesting thing is to think of wave function collapse as in a completely different way. Okay, so I can send you papers where you have, let's say that you have a many particle system. So let's say that I have I don't know, a ton of qubits, and that they're entangled in a certain way, or they can get entangled and they can't. And now you can actually you keep some kind of a dynamic equilibrium. So now you have interspersed in this highly entangled space with a lot of many particles that are entangled. Interspaced here and there are measuring devices, okay? Local measuring devices that make local measurements. And now you have two kind of velocities, okay? One of them is the velocity when you make a measurement, then now you have a movement that tries to decohere everything or disentangle everything. And at the same time, entanglement always happens naturally. Things become entangled when they interact. So in a way, what is important is the balance between these two processes, between these two temporal processes. One, the process of decoherence, and the other one, the process of coherence. And you can actually control it with those, and they actually worked it out for tree-like structures, which are conformal. And you can control some of the entanglements. So now they think of the entanglement as a collection of entanglement phases, okay? which is interesting because now it can relate really to a different meaning of the kind that we're talking about, and so this is another way of thinking about collapse. In a sense, the consciousness is more to do with the entangled phase, and the amazing changes that it can go due to all the different firings of the neurons. There's even a more interesting way of thinking about it, at least in my opinion. It's something we're trying to do at the Inspire Institute, is to actually think about systems where the collapse of the neurons, it's a neuron that fires is similar to a local measurement, because you're creating a record. When a neuron fires, you can think of it as the creation of a record versus, for example, voltage oscillations. And then you can think of the brain as this huge entangled system, and now you can actually use the neuron firing to generate entanglement, okay? Which I find it a lot more interesting. Meaning, how can you generate entanglement by creating local measurements? And there are some theories about it which have to do with loss of which-way information, which connects complexity with meaning, because we're looking for an explanation that somehow says, okay, you know what? It's the complexity of the brain that causes it to be massively entangled. And this is exactly what we don't know how to do. So it seems like whatever is so special about the brain would somehow make it massively entangled if it was possible. And the only way that we see that this can be done has to do with something called the loss of which-way information. So if you can show that a bunch of signals that arrive at a given neuron arrive in a very small time window and have a very high probability of causing it to fire, you begin to get these small, tight networks that are the real correlates of consciousness, okay? And once you get these little networks, then what happens is that all the atoms that are chosen, the atoms, or the neurons that are chosen, the neurons that fire together. But now they're chosen because all of them belong to a network where you get a very small number of inputs in a very small time window with a very high firing probability. Once these networks somehow are created by just a general interaction of large systems, now you can combine it to a small neighborhood architecture, and you get these sparse networks that are very tight. And now in each neuron there cannot tell which neurons really caused it to fire. I mean, what was the source that caused it to fire? So if you look at all the causal histories that could have caused the neuron to fire, some of them really appear together, and there's no theoretical way of telling which causal history really caused the neuron to fire. Then you can get entanglement of a story. At least you can get very long decoherence times. And this is a very interesting. I'm not saying that it happens, but it's an interesting speculation, because it really connects the complexity of the brain, which is so fascinating. And this is what somehow would have to give us these amazing properties that we're looking for, meaning massive entanglement in a wet brain.
Fascinating.
So if you could use the loss of which-way information to actually cause all the neurons that participated in the causal histories that cannot be separated from each other, then you get entanglement. You get this, or at least you get this coherent system. And I can send you papers on that. You can get this.
Entanglement is a consequence of measurements that can't be separated in a way.
If you have, okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example for quantum optics. This is where they first discovered Mendel in the late 70s. Suppose you take two atoms, okay? And they're situated 10 centimeters from each other. And both of them are two-state atoms. And let's say that both of them are excited. They're in the upper state, okay? So both of them are one state above the ground state. They're identical, okay? Identical atoms, both excited. And the other side of the room, 10 meters away, I have a detector. Detector is tuned for the frequency of, E2 minus E1 divided by H bar. And suddenly, boom, that detector fires. Now, suppose there's no theoretical way in which I can tell which of the two caused it to fire. So you have loss of which way information. Now, in reality, they do a more sophisticated experiment. You can take completely independent sources that fire into the same detector. And here, if the sequence of the inputs is such where you can't tell certain things, then you get the readings getting the detector exactly identical to the ones if the two independent systems were coherent, which is very strange. I can send you the papers, but just imagine
Well,
in your
actually,
case.
Joshua is dealing with the problem right now in Auckland.
No, I was going to comment on that when we're talking about entanglement of two photons or two particles, that's one thing. But when we're talking about entanglement of multiple atoms or neurons in the brain, I can think about Hebbian learning, and I wonder how Hebbian learning relates to your ideas of
It's really simple. Okay, in my case, okay, what am I saying? The kind of process that I'm talking about, because Hebbian learning has to do with the strengthening the connections.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, if the atoms that fire, the neurons that fire together, wire together.
Yeah.
And this principle goes with Hebbian thinking, but it also goes here with, because in what I'm doing, the neurons that fire together are precisely the ones that maximize the loss of which way information, because the causal histories are much harder to discern.
Yeah,
because they fire together. This is why when you get synchronicity, you can also get much longer coherence times, if all this way of thinking is true. And so this is the cute thing, is that this very kind of broad, bizarre principle, which is completely new, somehow utilizing loss of which way information, combining it with the complexity of the brain to create this amazing forms of loss of which way information, and then you get all kinds of phase diagrams of what, but you get a very nice thing that goes with meaning, just like the Hebbian story.
Can you send us the paper? The paper that deals with that. I'd love to read it.
Let me send you a really cool one where what they do is they take two lasers, okay, two laser beams, and a very low intensity and the same frequency. And you take a detector, and the detector picks up input from the beams, but so you're shooting photons. You're shooting almost single photons at the detector, and you get this very strange effect, because if the two sources are independent, and they are. But if everything was normal, then at the detector, the distribution of the incoming photons that you pick up would have a certain distribution. If they're coherent, you get a different distribution. I think they're more bunched together, or you get a difference if they're not independent. And it turns out that if the sources, if you tune the parameters so that you create loss of which way information, at the detector, the sequences that arrive are ones that arrive from coherent sources, meaning as if the two completely independent laser are coherent together, which is crazy. It's a beautiful phenomenon. Nobody's ever thought of using this again, if you're one of those people who think that the brain has some very special physics, and if you think that this very special physics has something to do with massive entanglement, which this is this new era we're entering into that combines complexity with information, with everything that we want. So we really want to go in this direction, but the problem is, how do you get a bunch of electrons in the wet brain to become entangled? Maybe what makes the brain so special is the complexity. And complexity, you can have principles that you don't fully understand. There are a lot of things that hide there, and that the same way that with the speed of light, it was shocking. We never thought, what do you mean there's a limit on the kind of speed that you have? Or you sometimes discover something when complexity becomes too big. Strange things can happen. But But anyway, if you could somehow relate the complexity of the brain to massive entanglement, again, which is important for my theory because I take it a step further. But regardless of that, it's an interesting, I wonder how they're gonna, in this conference, what they're gonna think about it. But
so here's something to think about.
What?
Here's something to think about in relationship to this conversation. When I do experiments in the lab with entangled photons, I measure first I can measure the inter-arrival time, of each photon to a detector, and that has a Poisson distribution. I mean, that's an exponential distribution, which makes it a Poisson process. Okay. Now, when I measure coincidences, not photons arriving, but coincidences arriving to the coincidence detector, the inter-arrival times of the coincidence also have a Poisson distribution, okay? And so then if I measure the two entangled pairs in each detector, they also have a Poisson distribution. And so, but when you measure, when you change the angles of the polarizers, what you're doing is you're creating more coincidences or less coincidences in your measurements, which means you're creating a non-stationary Poisson process, and to exactly show, to test the Tylers and bound CHSH violations. So here's something to think about. Everything is in the framework of a Poisson process or near Poisson. And it's a non-stationary process that is required to test entanglement, to test.
Look, for example, when I described the first experiment, I said, okay, imagine that two photons arrive at a detector. The detector cannot tell the difference or cannot know which one caused it to fire. Now you're talking about the natural time unit here, that the distance, the time, the gap in time between the arrival of the two photons.
Nanoseconds.
It has to be around the order of the speed of light divided by the size of the detector. And you get something like
it depends on the intensity too, because remember, if you lower the intensity of the beam, then you will have a bigger longer inter-arrival time between photons. If the intensity is really, so you can saturate the detector by increasing the intensity of light.
And by the way, this is in the experiment that with the two laser sources. I'm going to send it to you. I'm curious to see what you think. It's a very cute experiment.
Wonderful.
And they do something similar there. And but all I'm saying is, for example, when we talk about this detector, it gets hit by two photons and it cannot tell which, and then the two atoms that radiated get entangled suddenly. This is very strange. But if the two photons arrive, they have to arrive within 10 to the minus 18 seconds. So one of the problems with this whole story about the brain is that the time, you're really dealing with a classical phenomenon, okay? So the time differences that you're talking about can be half a millisecond, a millisecond. So there's still a lot of work to do to connect those principles. But if you do have conformal symmetry, it means that as you go and you have scale invariance, then all kinds of molecular processes, which are subneuronal processes, that have much shorter times, that also have some kind of loss of which way information associated with them. So this would be very cute, where you can actually pull this thing off because of the conformal nature of your system. Meaning, if you just did it with ordinary detectors, I don't know if it would work. But if you do it with neurons, the point is that a neuron is made out of a lot of smaller subunits that also have elaborate structure, and this principle of loss of which way information can also manifest on that level. And now you have some kind of a scale invariance where the loss of which way information goes across different scales. And that could perhaps make it work. But again, these are speculations. But the point that you're raising about the time of arrival, what are the natural time duration, the units here, and the fact that they're way off units of, time durations that are of biological interest. You yourself said nanosecond. I'm saying much, much less than a nanosecond. On the other hand, you have so-called scrambling velocity, meaning that sometimes the spread of information in a sample takes time. And the velocity can be, let's say, in a disordered material, the scrambling information is much lower.
Now, in brains, there are different. Okay, so in brains, when you study the interfiring time of a neuron, so a neuron, it's different. The distribution may be different than if you study the cortical interfiring time of neurons, of a set of neurons. But most of these interfiring times usually have a log normal distribution or sort of gamma distribution, which is the sum of exponential variables, which means or makes it a little bit different than the interarrival times between photons to a detector. I imagine that this has to do with the fact that in the brain, we have many distributions summed up together, and then they tend to a normal distribution or a log normal distribution. So
it first means what's a detector in the brain? What do you consider what do you accept as a measurement? This is really complicated.
Yeah,
I speculate. I say, okay, you know what? When a neuron fires, this is a classical event which is caused by a lot of inputs or I don't know what, and it is definitely the creation of a record. You can think of it, it's an irreversible act of amplification. And if it's an irreversible act of amplification, maybe it's some kind of a measurement or can be considered a measurement under certain circumstances. And by the way, also, when I talk about these sparse networks, okay, my good friend Rafi Malach from the Weizmann Institute and his team, they did research. They were the first to kind of discover so-called reverberation. They discovered reverberation. And reverberation, meaning that consciousness correlates with neurons firing really strongly, reverberating, and so on and so forth. Then they discovered that after the strong firing and the reverberation stops, 2 seconds after that, consciousness continues, meaning that reverberation just somehow creates it somehow, meaning there are sparse neural networks that continue to fire after everything has been set up and set in motion, but the real correlates of the consciousness state are those sparse tight networks that are much harder to discover. Okay, so look, take for an example the next example. Think about this thought experiment. Suppose you take, I don't know, 10 million neurons that are connected randomly and fire randomly and so on and so forth. But the ordinary neurons, and you start raising the membrane potential of the whole system, okay? You pump some, so that it's almost at a critical state. And neurons then begin to fire randomly toward, now, if you're a neuron and suddenly you absorb in a time window of 10 milliseconds, you absorb, I don't know, 6, 7 inputs or something like that, then your chance of firing is maybe 40%, 50%. But if you get, let's say, 2 inputs in a time window of 2 milliseconds, your chances of firing become 90%. I'm just giving an example. Then such a system, just by randomly firing, would start creating these sparse networks that what they have in common is that they activate each other through very small time windows with very high firing probability. And these are the ones that would survive somehow, and they would be sparse. And they find each other. And then once they find each other, then you get strong connections and so on and so forth. But what I'm saying is that in a completely random process like this, you could end up with some interesting sparse firing neurons that create, sparse networks that are sparse in space. And
Uzi, can I share something here? or Carrie, I don't know if because I want to share a paper that is very relevant to this.
You should be able to share it. Uzi may just have to stop sharing and then you can jump in.
Okay.
Sure, wait, let me do it. Just a second.
You may not be able to do it while you're on laser pointer, Uzi.
No, I wanna, do I get out of this, just a second. Okay, just a second. Let me put my glasses on. Okay, new share or, oh, stop share, okay,
Stop sharing, I think, yeah.
Okay, so look, this paper here, let's first show you the title so that it's available in the, it's open access. So interspike interval distribution of spiking neurons driven by fluctuating inputs. This is like changing the intensity of the laser. If you change, the synchrony of the stimuli outside, or if it's random or all that, you can change the interspiking time distribution. So even the shape.
What?
Yeah, wait. Just
I don't understand the experiment. You have a bunch of neurons connected.
no, okay. You can understand the experiment, and we can go there later.
You have a single
But these are the different interspike interval probability distributions under different conditions, creating different stochastic processes for neurons. So if you want to understand the experiment, well, we can read that part there, yeah, of course. Okay, here's the abstract.
I need to understand the experiment. What is it doing here?
Well, that's it. Why? So first of all, they're saying that interspike interval distributions of cortical neurons can exhibit a range of different shapes. I showed you the shape.
I need to understand what is it doing.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
finding a laser, it's got neurons, it's got them in a flask. What kind of experiment?
Well, we can read the abstract, and then you will understand what the experiment is about. Why okay, you can read it. So
yeah, but it doesn't go to the description. It talks ISI distribution.
Well, it's to address this issue, we investigate the shape of the distribution of spiking neuron models receiving fluctuation inputs.
Okay, now how are they receiving it?
Uh-huh.
How are they? How does the neuron get input?
From stimuli.
Yeah, but what? I mean, you stimulate the membrane or you stimulate the?
Well, we need to read further. No, I mean, I
One
was sending
second,
the paper to read it, but the point was here that with different stimuli, you can create different shapes of interspike distributions, and then we can read the paper at our leisure later and understand more deeply what
One second. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Yeah. But in the study, we systematically examined the shape of this distribution generated by spiking neuron models receiving fluctuating inputs using analytical tools for the leaky integrated. Okay, so that's that. We first showed that for long ISIs, the distribution decays exponentially independently of the parameter of the input as the amplitude of input fluctuations is increased, which is like increasing the intensity of a laser or analogous of the process. And so, increases at a given output firing rate. The corresponding exponential tail describes a larger and larger portion of the ISA distribution, up to a point where bursting appears and progressively takes over the ISI distribution. And okay, so we can study that paper more deeply.
But you know, I don't know much about this, how it happens exactly.
Yeah, you can read the paper, and I can read it too a day if we get more of an insight on the experiment. I think they're studying interspike neuron models under different stimulation. And then by changing the intensity of, or the rate of the stimulation, or the shape, or the intensity, the amplitude of the stimulus, they change the shape of the distribution, which is analogous to changing the intensity of the laser, and then you change, you know, somehow the rate of inter-arrival times to the detectors. But that was just I was just trying to understand the brain and the physics of the distribution of inter-arrival time of photons to a detector, because somehow you change the stimuli and the detector detects something which is a different distribution than if you have another stimuli, and the same happens in the brain. They can be photons hitting the retina. They can be photons hitting the retina, changing the distribution of the shape of the distribution of the inter-arrival spikes to your brain. So if you change the intensity of light that hits your retina, you change the shape of the distribution of the interspike interval.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, so I don't know. I need to understand the experiment.
Yep.
But I have to read it. I mean, because you can stimulate the eyes, you can stimulate directly the membrane, you can stimulate the axon somewhere. I mean, the dendrites or.
All right. Well, I can get you the paper and we can read it, and you can send me the paper that you were going to send me, and we can read it, and we can continue, because this is an inexhaustible, never-ending subject, yeah, that we have so much to investigate about, and of course we need to make it be meaningful, this investigation. So how does that help us become more peaceful, for example, or how does that help us to perceive reality in a way that is not a threat all the time, and that we can, you know, overcome our survival boundaries by understanding better what kind of breathing techniques we have to, you know, whatever the physics and the physiology and the states of the brain and the mind, you know, that's where I want to go. I want to go with what are the practical applications of all this exploration for good.
I mean,
it's nice to be it's nice to be infinite. Is that's where you ended up your conversation? I mean, it's nice to be infinite.
It's good to be now. This is a line by Mel Brooks.
Yeah,
Remember the Mel Brooks?
Yeah.
The world. Anyway, so there's this king walking around, you know. It's good to be
the world.
Yeah.
The end of the world. Yeah, I remember the movie perfectly.
Because it's good to be king.
Yeah. I love all the movies of Mel Brooks. He makes me laugh a lot, like Frankenstein Jr. You remember Frankenstein Jr.? You know, it's very
yeah. I remember.
Yeah. So we start with anti-de Sitter space conformal spaces and end up in Mel Brooks and laughing again, which is great. Man, we've gone through a long journey today, and I really thank you, Uzi. This was an amazing talk, and it stimulated a lot of conversations.
I'm glad. If you got one thing about it a little bit, I'll send you that paper.
Okay, all right, and I'll send the paper to Carrie, the one that I show you with the distribution, so that maybe we can make sense of that in a certain way.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to read it to understand exactly what we're doing there.
Yeah.
But actually, if you want to work with lasers, we can do some interesting. I'll send you. Maybe we'll get some good ideas on.
Well, if you have some ideas, we have a lab full of lasers.
So how to control single photons and the way they interact with neurons, or I don't know, but okay.
All right. Sounds awesome. Heather, I hope you enjoyed this conversation. It was.
You see me starting to talk. Next time I want to talk about the boundary, and the boundary not being firm between the inside and the outside and between us, because my experience is that the boundary isn't firm, that we're so connected that we can map this from our own internal perspective. But if you're walking beside somebody else in their space, yours is going to interact with theirs in a way that you can't always predict or always know in advance. So I would look forward to more conversations that extend into that boundary issue.
Well, let me tell you, Heather, I can relate very much to your experience, and Carrie too, I'm sure. And that also is described in a certain way, again, by Carl Jung and the collective unconscious and the and the conscious, yeah? And Carl Jung talks about synchronicity, which is a form of conformal space, a form of, let's say, we can think in terms of synchronicity as a conformal space that suddenly collapses in one event that we can share, a shared meaning, or something that it's inside the life which collapses externally, and so confirms something that the external world is somehow linked to the internal world in a way which is not obvious.
With our intention helps link it.
Yeah.
When you think beyond the boundary, you go there. When I think myself there, I go there. So it's your intention. I choose this. I choose to love you. I choose to reach beyond myself and send this energy, and it goes. It goes. And well, so this has been fun. I don't want to.
No, great, Heather. I can relate to all that. Can relate to all that, and also, when you're talking, it sparks another thing, which is the talk on meaning, because intentions and meanings and values are very connected. So suddenly, meaning and synchronicity is very connected, and suddenly, meaning, brain dynamics, synchronicity, and conformal spaces are very connected. So somehow it connects in my framework of of reference of different studies from different kind of disciplines and people.
That's the synchronicity part, isn't it? It overlaps across so many different disciplines and domains. That's why this group, the whole BPM group, is so cool, because you cross so many disciplinary boundaries, and yet we're all speaking kind of the same language at the core. And so, but that's me talking about reaching beyond the boundaries. We all connect in very cool ways. And that's what's cool about these talks. I really appreciate it.
Well, I remember Hal and I in the beginnings of our conversations, where he wanted to map my inner experience, which I described as spiritual beyond the physical, and he wanted to make them, physical and biological and informational. And so to try to connect the two, so that we could bring together the scientific aspects of consciousness with the spiritual experience of consciousness, which is a very hard, difficult, subject. And sometimes, people cannot, they cannot integrate the two yet, but the conversation is important, because I think the integration is happening in our conversation. I mean, internally, we're integrating each other in each other's worldview. So that integration, that synergy eventually sparks an articulation of that integration. And it may happen in any of us. Somebody wakes up one day and starts to write about this integrative process. But, who is writing? It's not necessarily the one body boundary person. It's the collective of us interacting together, writing through somebody. So I understand what you're saying.
Yes. Thank you for the connection. Thank you.
Well, it's a joy to have you here. I mean, at the end of the day, we love to bring this to a place which is practical, and it increases our probabilities of having a healthy life and general well-being, you know, and social harmony, which is.
But this has been fun, and Uziel, for the geometry, I've always been a geometry person. I don't know when I slip my thing off and you see I've got a piece of art on there. I do geometric art, and I see you, Joshua, and Carrie has some geometries in hers too. The whole concept of the geometries related to our consciousness has always fascinated me. Did you ever see the video? It's now on YouTube, called Not. It's NOTKNOT. It was out of the Geometry Project. I think it was at the University of Wisconsin here in the but they shrink the
not nuts. It's about nuts.
Go ahead.
Not yeah, it's very interesting. I like that.
It's very much like what you were talking about. They just shrink the Borromean rings. They start with a very specific structure, the 3 circles that are looped, you know, very much like the Olympic symbol, but they take it the 3-dimensional, but they take the boundaries and then they shrink it to infinity, and they go from a 3-dimensional space into hyperbolic space, and they start flying around in there and show that's what happens if you shrink space. And so it's cool when we think of. Go ahead.
I'd have to see. I'd have to see it, but no. Yeah.
I just put the link in the chat to it.
Thank you.
Nuts
Yeah,
are
it's
very.
not, and I think they used to. It was on 2 sections. I bought the video when it was VHS. Yep, that's how it starts. And it's. I think there may be 2 of them, but it's very much like what you're talking about. And so, but I'm coming back to my boundary thing again, where how about if we have 2 spaces next to one another? I've had this since it came out back. I think my son was 2 and he's now 30. So I think I've had this easily for more than 25 years, close to 30. This brings back nostalgia. So your talk really just brought me to space heaven today. Thank you very much. Yep. Everybody, we don't, you know, it's long, it's 20 minutes.
As you speak, the video is is animating your speech, or your speech is animating the video, either or, I don't know.
That's kind of scary.
What can I say?
You know, it's a fun video, trust me.
Yeah, no, I found it. I will see it, and Carrie's gonna send it to everybody, you know, for us to watch.
Good.
Yeah, it's in the chat already.
Those notes, 30 seconds after I took the video out, those notes, or 10 seconds, became the circles that you were talking about, the interlocked circles, which are, you know, similar to the 3 angels too, in the figure. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's more synchronicity there, right?
Thank you all so much for coming, and we look forward to seeing you again at the 4th mini conference at the end of August, which will explore personal revelation, spiritual experience, and human potential development.